Hello, everybody, and welcome back to ThorpTube on YouTube and Kick. I'm your host, Grace. The applause was too short. I'm your host, Grace Thorpe. My dad will be joining me in a bit. Today, we're doing a little bit of a special stream, a little bit of a political stream, considering the recent events with the U.S. and Venezuela, the capture of President Nicolas Maduro, and the ensuing question of what this means about international law. We're going to do a little deep dive. We're going to do a little analysis, and it's a little bit different from what we usually do, but I hope you guys enjoy. What's up, Road Easter? What's up, Mac and Hawk 2? Revito says, batshit crazy Grace. Who knows what will happen on the world stage? Well, I may come across to you guys as bimbo, but I have been following the Israel-Gaza conflict for years now with my dad, and I am pretty familiar with international law. And I, even though I am an uneducated Zoomer, am pretty worried about what this means, because Israel's been violating international law for, decades now. More than half a century, but still, they're kind of a small country, so, it matters. They shouldn't do that, but, you know what I mean? It's not as crazy to me as the United States of America just 100% violating international law. That's crazy. Not so much because what we did was so crazy, objectively, not that many people died, etc. But if you have nukes on the menu, right? And you have if you have global anarchy, because all of a sudden the rules don't apply, that's pretty fucking crazy. I feel like it's pretty crazy. And we're gonna review a video of Jeffrey Sachs making a presentation to the UN Security Council just about the fact that this really poses a question about whether we're going to internationally uphold international law, or whether we're just going to let it die, because then it just becomes about who's the most powerful. And that was kind of the whole problem with World War I and World War II, but whatever, we're just going to flout it because we have the power now. Well, what happens when we don't have it? So it's crazy. It's crazy to me. I don't know. I've just been watching videos with my dad about it for a couple days now, and there's a lot of different takes. I liked Glenn Greenwald. He was reviewing Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles kind of jerking off to the whole kidnapping, and he was basically just calling them closeted homosexuals. He was like, this thing of men being machismo about soldiers that they have no connection to going into a foreign country at the behest of the president and his oligarch friends, it's so gay. It's so gay. You are not a fighter. You did not make this decision. You were not on the ground. It really has nothing to do with you. And to take pleasure in it because you're a bloodthirsty little F-slur. It's just, anyways, me and Glenn agree on that, but international law has never existed. It's always about might is right. Well, literally, it does literally exist. We host the UN in America. It exists. It's just whether it's upheld or not. I'm sorry. This is my new personality, Political Grace. Hold on a second. Ben, my dad, will be joining me soon. But what do you guys think? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? What do you guys think about international law? Grace licking her wounds from losing another debate once again in a form of schizoing hard. I don't think what I'm saying is schizo. Might be a little high energy, but I don't think I lost that debate. In case you guys missed it, I debated Counterpoints and an OnlyFans hoebag Malish Sarkari 2 days ago on whether Islam is or Muslim culture is better for women than modern American culture. Which you'll never guess which YouTuber hit me up. My teeth look yellow. You'll never guess which YouTuber hit me up and said like they skimmed my debate. Like literally you would never guess it. It was so funny. So I do have a collab incoming with that person hopefully, but they asked me not to mention them, so I'm not going to, but no, not Destiny. What this does is set a tone amongst other world powers like Russia and China to take what they believe belongs to them. Yeah, absolutely, right? I mean, what right do we have to critique Russia with Ukraine or China with Taiwan? It's funny. I really think I should, like, get hired by the Daily Wire because, like, once you learn the basics of geopolitics, you can talk like one of these talking head people, and it's pretty easy. Like, you just have to, like, say geopolitics and Taiwan and international law. You know what I mean? It's kind of easy. It's like there was never any international law. International law was established by the U.S. to be used to justify U.S. actions and control other countries. Well, you're saying, like, that's the deeper story. By the way, Dad, welcome to the show, Dad.
Hello, dear.
Hello.
We're going to do a little foot fetish. Look at these beautiful shoes.
Thank you very much, Damius or Terry. I can't remember which one of you got them, but thank you for the gifted Sperry boat shoes.
Really nice.
My dad.
I've been the only shoes I've had since Cali were these that I got Goodwill.
Goodwill. Yeah.
And because they're the only shoes I wear and I can't like rotate them, they get stinky fast and they're just
excuse me.
I mean they're old people shoes. I mean they're okay, yeah. But
no, I'm throwing them out because you got sneakers too.
Before I had those, I really did run into a problem where I destroyed one of my toenails that's still like may or may not make it back.
Yeah, that's true. Because it got smushed.
Because I was... Yeah, no, I mean, I was kind of letting them grow long. I wasn't clipping, and then it was hitting the front of a very hard shoe, and it smashed it enough to where it killed the root connection.
Yeah.
So it became like chalk, and it just kind of like chipped off. It didn't like peel off, but I remember at one point going like, oh, I could peel this off. It's dead. But I figured probably not the best to do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's growing out fine, but you have 3 new pairs of shoes, including boat shoes. Very nice. You got sneakers.
And I would say like I have a very hard time saying thank you or like being appreciative because I feel like I've never had anyone be nice to me. So.
Yeah, no, I know. Chad thinks it's cute. They don't mind.
You're much better at it.
Well, both of us.
I'm kind of like don't give me anything.
Well,
but I really do appreciate it.
You hear like your stories about your Christmas presents, like your stepdad gifting you a guitar, and then you didn't use it enough, and he just took it away from you and started playing
Remember
it.
Remember your 18th birthday?
That's the story for a different time.
Crazy.
Yes, I do. Anyways, so you can
I've got an idea.
You could never spoil us because our experiences have been so bad that we will we'll never become pampered.
When I look at myself in the camera, I can't help but think of Nicholas Maduro. I think I think me and Sam Hyde, someone who knows Sam Hyde, get in touch with him. I think we should do things where like I'm in New York City, like running down the street, and they're like, Maduro's out. And I'm like, Viva la Revolucion! And I get in a boat and I go down like the East River, and the cops are like, should we go after this guy?
I mean, seriously, if you got a tan and you put sunglasses on and you wore like one of those dark button-down shirts he has.
Yeah, there's something similar about the two of us. I don't know what it is.
I
It's
think
like more so, even though like you really look at, and it's like no, but it is similar.
well, it's the hair and just the general sort of, I don't know, masculine face, I guess. I mean, when you look closer, it's not as similar, but
No, I
from
know, but
from far away, because
yeah,
you're both tall,
and
although you're
plus we're
much
both
taller.
really tall and kind of big. But
Yeah,
yeah, like I don't really look like the guy, but I kind of do.
you don't really look. Yeah, but it'd be a
I'm
good
like
Sam
somewhere
Hyde bit.
between Nicholas Maduro and Tom Selleck.
Yes, a little bit of Sam Cedar too.
And the thing about Trump is,
When you have the glasses on. Okay, so I was giving chat a little bit of an intro about, we're talking about international law, we're talking about
yeah,
this thing in Venezuela, which on the face of it, it might not be that big of a deal, but the implications for
no,
international law
I really
are
think
kind of crazy.
you can look at it in two ways. Within a kind of cynical point of view, and then like from a longer view, it's very different. So I don't think people are very clear on this, although a few people are very clear on this. And it's a little bit like I was just reading about pornography. I was not reading pornography, which you don't really read. But you know, I don't know. I just piqued my curiosity because I keep telling people like pornography is not protected by the First Amendment. And they're like, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And I was just like, I never really looked that up, but it is not. It's not protected by the First Amendment.
Mm-hmm. It's technically illegal, right?
Well, it depends how you like. Well, so it's not really a Supreme Court issue. It is up to local. It's kind of like abortion.
Mm.
Um, but the problem is it can't really be dealt with locally.
Grace and Ben, what do you think of Miss Lindsay Graham? Somebody called her
Her Royal Majesty.
Her Royal Majesty Lindsey Graham.
I think that whole look with him just being like giddy is so weird. I just think it's. I'm beginning to see in like the Trump administration and the whole nexus of networks something I don't know where it's from. But like, I don't think Americans vibe with it. It's like weird. I don't know. I'm gonna say like Mormon kind of behavior.
Yeah.
Mormon, evangelical,
gay,
Zionist, maybe. Yeah, like culty kind of weirdness, like the Erica Kirk stuff. Weird.
Damius, by the way, thank you for gifting 2,000 kicks. That's $20. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Damius.
Thanks for starting our stream off right. And Tootsie Roll, thank you for the gifted sub earlier.
And thank you, Damius, honestly, for allowing us to like survive 2025. We'll never forget that.
Absolutely.
2026, I think, is the year we won't be in such a tough position. Grace is absolutely gonna rock it.
Locked in. But
Starting with her debate with Manar.
Hey, Baldy. No, 2025 was a rough one though. It wasn't like crazy like the police and stuff so much as it was just like the aftermath of all of that. It was just sort of like I would call it a processing year. It was just like, man, our lives changed so radically and it was so chaotic that we didn't really have time to just sit with it.
But without like a few people, and Damius was the number one, like we would have just had to have done something different with our lives.
No, I know. I mean, literally in June of last year, we were homeless. We were homeless.
Yeah.
We were very low on money. In February of last year, we lost our YouTube channel. We lost like $5,000 in income. We were like just basically on the verge of being broke. So, anyways, W for the support. W Damius especially. But we're locked in for 2026.
Yeah. So we really are appreciative of all of our supporters, we know that in some ways we looked like terrible streamers,
Yeah.
terribly inconsistent. But I absolutely guarantee that did he. I know he was in Yerba Mate talks. The guy was like, "Hello, I'm not agree with you."
The guy Max from Uruguay,
who is a disgusting person. I mean, the blasphemy that he gleefully, did to offend me. Like, I was absolutely homicidally, like, I wouldn't have hesitated
I know.
if I had the opportunity to, and like, do whatever you want. But like, Manar, I would think would be 10 times, because blasphemy in Islam is a much bigger offense.
Yeah, that guy Max, like, yeah, no, I blasphemy, like, usually doesn't even, like, we don't even think about it as like a big deal, but it's like he said stuff that was just so disgusting on purpose.
Absolutely vile. For no reason. I mean, obviously, just to offend.
I added Max to TTS. That's gonna be good when I'm back on OBS.
Oh yeah.
Hey Ben, the problem with your argument.
Yeah, that's a good voice. Yeah.
You know, before I did the debate, Menard DM'd me and said, "You have to tell Modern Day Debate to unban me from their Discords," because he thought the debate was gonna be like in a VC. It's just funny to have one on a channel that you, anyways.
Grace, it's like, and our only explanation or cope for 2025 being what it was. I mean, of course, we should have been much bigger earlier. Everyone knows that. But it really had to do with you and me kind of working out the last, and in some ways, most insane vestiges of this situation we were put in by the family.
Yeah.
Structure breaking down, which at first, who knows? And then there's an external enemy. But then when it comes down to it, it really has to do with you and I not being able to react, which is good in a sense, and then kind of having to sort it out between the two of us. And finding, like, and figuring out where the lies were coming from and what the defensiveness, like, you know what I mean? Just really, really tricky. But I think we got there.
Inclination to despair and depression.
Yeah.
General,
so crazy though, because you're just dealing with kind of like utter insanity at the core when the things that you could use to justify the craziness are gone, and then it's just like utter irrationality.
When the cops were breaking into the RV actively, in those days, it's like, okay, well, I get it if things are crazy, but when they're not doing that, you kind of have to deal with it.
Or you're going in front of a judge and he's screaming at you for no reason. It's like, okay, like, fuck you. I know I'm in the right, but, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, James, we're not saying it's not going to be lit. We're locked in.
No, it's going to be great. Awesome. But what I'm saying is, like, I think everyone will see that, like, the kind of stuff that you say, like, why don't you should, all this stuff, like, we'll finally be able to do that stuff, because this other stuff had to be dealt with first.
Yeah.
The mushroom judge.
The mushroom judge. I mean, seriously, I don't regret it, though, because we have stories that, like, people believe. Like, comparing your prosecution team to a tray of mushrooms. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, it's just been crazy. I really
and that whole thing was crazy, too, because by the law, I was doing what I was supposed to do. You know what I mean? It's like this.
Yeah.
It was just one Kafka-esque situation after another. It was like,
yep.
And then when I go to speak, they're like, "Shut up!" You know, it's like, they're like, "Do you understand that? Shut up! I don't want to hear it. Go back to jail." It's like, wow.
It's so crazy.
Because I think they knew that I knew, like, this is not making sense.
Yeah.
But when a judge, you get arrested, thrown in jail, dragged before a judge in chains, and he says, "You have no right to pretend to beat your daughter." And I'm like, yes, I do. So do you. Everyone does.
Right.
Right? And then he furious, like, throw him back in jail. It's like, this is crazy. Because that's on record of him saying that, you know?
No, it is, yeah.
And it wasn't
What
the
do you think
civil.
this is,
That's
Judge
criminal.
Judy?
That's criminal court. Like, he's like,
I know.
This is like, and he knows that I have no record, right? And it's just like, what are you talking about? Yes, I do. I have a right to pretend to kill thousands of people. It's protected by the First Amendment.
Yeah, I don't know. Like,
it's like
this guy's got to
Judge
arrest all of Hollywood now.
Right?
Yeah.
I absolutely have the right to pretend to do whatever I want.
You guys are the ones who are embarrassed because somebody pretended to do something and you took it seriously. That's like arresting Darth Vader for like killing Han Solo or whatever, and being like, wait a second.
Or the guy playing Jeffrey Dahmer. Like, hey, you pretended to be a serial killer. It's like, yeah.
Well, you think you can just do that?
Go to jail. That's not okay. What?
Great stuff. Great stories. Hey, you know when we like officially blow up, it's gonna be this year, I think, and we start getting on podcasts and stuff. The stories we can tell. It's like John Kiriakou, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like that level of like
Kiriakou for president. 28.
Kiriakou for president.
I think he could
Absolutely.
do it.
You guys know who John
He'd be like, he'd have a press conference, he'd be like, you know what? And this is a great story. I gotta get his thing. He does this thing that's very winsome, and they'll do it. And he's very, I don't know, maybe it's a Greek thing, but
I know what you're talking about.
He's very funny, but he's not cynical.
No, he's just sort of like laughing at everything.
But he's very aware of how crazy it is. And he's on the side of right, but he's also totally at home with utter craziness.
Yeah.
Like, he's saying, like, it doesn't, like, faze me. That's who we need for president.
Thorpes aren't voting Peterson 2028? Jordan or Jeremy? Either way, the answer is no.
Jeremy is Ian.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I don't know if this is a good clip to show the Kiriakou magic, but in case you guys don't know who we're talking about, he's a former...
Well, do you know that he got this thing about Trump right?
Meaning what?
Before it happened. He's like, I don't understand what they're doing, but it looks to me like they're just going to come in and do a quick operation. And that would be the only thing that makes sense. And then that's exactly what they did.
Oh, you mean he predicted it?
He said, like, I don't see an invasion happening, but I also don't think you can just withdraw. So he's like, maybe they'll do just a kind of like a nominal thing. But even that, he was like, it doesn't make sense, but it saves face. Anyways, I do think that is what happened. I think that it was like 95% fake.
What do you mean by that?
So,
explain.
I think what happened is, because here's the problem. Maduro was saying, okay, let's talk.
Talk about what? Oil?
The drug stuff, the oil stuff.
Okay.
Even him leaving.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but you can't, as a guy like him, he's a big machismo kind of, like revolutionary leader. Okay, so for him to get on a plane and go to like Spain and chill, okay, and we leave him alone as an exile, it's not like he looks like a coward.
To his people?
Yeah.
If he goes and runs away and hides in Spain.
Yeah, it's like you're running, right? Okay, so you got intimidated by the U.S. So the whole Chavez regime is like middle finger to the U.S.
Right.
But on the other hand, I think he said like, okay, well, this is not a winnable situation.
What's not a winnable situation? Him being a dictator?
we can't like the I think he realizes like at a certain point this regime is failing of its own, internal, like it's overly corrupt, and the US is strangling us, and we can't really break the strangulation.
Mm.
So, and he is unpopular because you can blame it on the US, but people will say like, wow, okay, so you should work with them, right? Anyways, he could see that like once you're in the crosshairs of the US, um you actually can't get out of it. You can just survive, but like you can't beat them
Okay.
currently. There's
Yeah,
no real
I
way to
can see that.
beat the US, especially if you're close to the US. Anyways,
Mm-hmm.
so I think he was like trying to negotiate something, and I think Trump, like the CIA, said, "Okay, we'll pluck you out, but we won't kill you. But we might kill a few people around you, but it won't be a massive invasion." Kind of like, don't quite shut the door on time. Okay, and we'll send our guys
Mm-hmm.
to get you. And it was kind of worked out in this way that, like, you're never going to find a piece of paper or someone saying, like, I heard this conversation. It was kind of understood.
Okay.
We're going to
Yeah.
do a surgical strike, kind of let you know it's coming. Tell your guys, ease off, except maybe the Cubans who were not in on it, who
Mm.
just got their brains blown out, which is
Yeah.
kind of, you know. And then the CIA is also working with the VP to say like, okay, so we'll leave you in, we'll leave everything in, but like you can nominally say like Maduro it must be freed,
Right.
but at the same time you are gonna make deals
Mm-hmm.
because it just makes sense to. You've got all this oil, all of these resources. We're strangling you, and your system is problematic.
Yeah.
And you don't have the support of the people. So, like, we can solve all of these problems at once. It will be better for everyone. And you can kind of remain defiant, but in actuality. And then the thing that's interesting about Maduro himself is they take him to New York. Okay, so it's not, you can't exactly in America just do a kind of, what do you call it? Trial, show trial?
Kangaroo court? Oh,
Kangaroo
show
court?
trial. Yeah.
You can't quite do that. So they tried to do that, but like to try to make the actual case in court that Nicolas Maduro doesn't have the right to own a machine gun
Yeah, it's
is crazy. To try to, but see, I wonder if they actually don't want him to get a long prison sentence because that was kind of part of the deal. Like it doesn't even look like they're trying. Do you see what I'm saying?
mm-hmm. Trying to punish him, trying to get him put away.
They're appealing to like a 1934 law about guns that has literally been repealed subsequently, but not like
Yeah, I remember Metallica
so,
and Napolitano saying that.
the
Yeah.
sovereign leader of a nation can't have a gun.
Right.
It's crazy.
Right.
Um. So maybe they don't want it. Like no one's saying death penalty. No way.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the charges, it doesn't even seem like the indictment or whatever apparently like was written very well.
Mm-hmm.
The whole fentanyl's not on there. All this like you're part of a narco cartel that doesn't really exist, but like is kind of this like group, you know what I mean? This informal, like he wasn't,
Yeah.
right? So maybe this court case drags on for 2 or 3 years. The lady in Venezuela kind of opens things up.
Mm-hmm.
We're happy. She's happy. They're happy. And then maybe the case, there's minimal kind of anything. And then he goes to Spain, right? But
Yeah.
I don't know. Does he visit back in Venezuela or whatever? But like, they just, you know what I mean? Like, everyone just goes, okay, like, I'm sick of it.
Mm-hmm.
I am just going to chill. and sit there and go like, I'm the true whatever. Okay, but like you were on your way out anyways. You know what I mean?
Sure, yeah, I can
There's
see
good
that.
evidence that people don't want you back. If they're doing better, do you really need to? Do you
Right.
know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Now, all of that, okay, comes at a huge price. And like so that's what it's like within kind of like so it's like game theory. What we're doing is all this like, well, why bother having a war when we could pretend to have a war? We know how it's going to turn out, and we'll just skip all the bloodshed, which I kind of like about these like things.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's really hard to understand why Iran told us that they were sending drones as a retaliation against the missile strikes and like the like the
Yeah.
acts of war. Okay, but you do
Right.
get it because they don't want to escalate. So
Mm.
they're saying we need to appease our domestic population that hey, we're hitting you back. But we
Right.
actually don't want to draw the US in. No one really wants like an escalation here. So we're going to tell you ahead of time that we're just sending a kind of nominal set of like Radio Shack drones.
Mm-hmm.
You're still going to have to shoot them down, but they're not aimed at civilian targets. They're not meant to shock and awe.
Mm-hmm.
And like you good, you know what I mean? Like, and you can show off all your like military, whatever, and say like, we did
Yeah.
it. Okay, but
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna cost you something because you really have to do it. But it's almost like the whole thing is a conspiracy, but not quite.
A conspiracy
Well,
for
you
what?
like traditionally you do the last thing you do is you let your enemy or like your enemy's closest ally know what you're doing ahead of time so that they don't overreact. This is like
Yeah.
that's not what a war is.
Right. It's true.
It's like if someone came up to me and you and they said, "Hey, you're the Thorpes. Like I got a real fucking beef with you." And I go, "Okay, let's just go off stream for a minute." Okay, so I go, "Okay, you can make it look like you hit me. Then I can make it look like I kicked you." And like we both get clout.
Right.
But I've got some catch up. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Right.
like
Right.
I win on the internet, you win on the internet, and it's
Killjoy wanted to just add this. They changed the indictment after he was arrested. Sounds like they have the DOJ interns redacting indictments now. Also, Jason wanted to say bringing Maduro in is for many alleged things, but I find the idea of him testifying as witness on the Venezuelan Dominion voting machine systems and its implementers in the U.S. since '04 interesting.
yeah, and there's also this problem with legal because I know this is a thing. When you're in court, this thing of discovery is quite powerful. So you can win even if you lose by forcing documents to come out, right? And you
Mm-hmm.
can say things in court that can't be prosecuted also.
Right.
So the shit he knows about, he can threaten to drop and he sails, right?
Yeah.
And
Like, wasn't there a video we were watching where somebody was saying, like, he is going to reveal that the CIA is the #1 drug trafficker into the U.S. or something, and it's going to be known on a really public scale,
yeah,
and that's going to be like a
and he
threat
can't be
that he could
prosecuted for it.
use. Right, because he said it in court.
So yeah, it's weird. It's interesting. But okay, so what I'm saying, it's like game theory. It's like this weird kind of way of saying like, and I do think it's a response to the 20th century of saying like, look, no one wants a nuclear war.
Yeah.
No one wants Russia coming in on this. No one wants a Chinese thing. Like, we're only going to do that. Like, I don't think we're ever going to do that. But, like, all right.
Mm-hmm.
It's all sort of like, all these proxy wars, right? No one's doing real wars anymore because
Nobody wants the consequences.
it's like, okay, yeah, we're not really invading Russia, but we are arming Ukraine. And Ukraine is attacking Russia defensively. Okay, but they know
Yeah.
our weapons trained by our guys, so it's really not a Ukrainian attack. It's an American attack through the proxy, right? So
Yeah.
all these proxy wars, at some point someone's going to go, fuck the proxies, let's go. Okay, but you don't want to do that because we do know that like no one wins these wars.
So I have a question. So if it's like this thing where it's like, let's go off stream and put ketchup on and make it look like you hit me, then does it have bad implications for like international law? Or is it just
Yeah,
like
because
whatever?
it's like Clavicular doing his thing. I ran over this guy, which no one knows what exactly happened there. It was not exactly nothing, but I think it was very close to nothing.
Mm-hmm.
What evidence there is minimal. There may have been something that happened, but I think it was mostly nothing.
Yeah.
But the problem is setting that as a precedent. Other people may think like you can do things that he kind of made everyone think he was doing. It ups the ante, but also it loses trust in him if it was just basically a fake.
Yeah.
And the whole idea is like, I'm a truth teller, right? I'm telling you the real truth about reality. So if you're also just lying all the time, but it is consistent with looks maxing, which is faking things. So
True.
Fake hitting your cheeks so that they have spurs on them, so you look like you have stronger genetics and like stronger cheekbones, but you've only done that artificially. If it actually works.
Yeah.
So
hockey football dude is complaining, really lousy engagement. I hate streams like this. I haven't seen a comment from you that is worthy of engagement other than, are you a model? Which I appreciate. Thank you for the compliment. But
I think he was asking me.
You can clarify. We'll engage with that. We will engage with that if you can clarify.
So on a larger level, so I understand. So it's Machiavellian, and I kind of like the fact that it's like LITE. It's like war light. It's like, it doesn't make any sense, right? And you're telling me we can invade, like we're so badass that we can invade a country like Venezuela, huge country, well defended, like buys Russian arms, and like all we get is like one bullet that like strafes a helicopter. Come on.
Yeah, I don't get that.
Come on.
They had no air defense.
But you get it on our side too, because we go, okay, we just want you out of there. We'll leave the regime there. You'll get like you're not gonna get killed. Your people aren't gonna get killed, and like, so it's better than the alternative.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, yeah, I'll take it. You know what I mean?
Right.
And now he gets to be in the limelight, and he's sitting, he can do his Saddam Hussein thing, like, you are right. And he is doing that routine. So it is like the whole world has become like memes. Right? And it's kind of baller when he's sitting there like
with the
right? And he's not gonna break. He's not gonna be like right? So he's gonna do his it's all, but anyways, it's very it's very confusing, because once you become so cynical, you can't tell what the fuck is going on or why.
Okay, so wait. If you say the Venezuela thing is like, okay, Maduro was like, it was kind of like a gentleman's agreement or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, how do you explain?
But we did kill people.
No, yeah, but it was the
so
Cuban
that part
Guard
wasn't a psyop.
But how do you explain Trump threatening Greenland, Mexico, Cuba?
No, so then the reason for it is that we play to the jerk offs who are like, fucking A, man, right? All those fucking F slurs in America, which I really don't think exists in the rest of the world. Like, I think men outside of America understand like war is like yikes, but you've got this, MAGA jerk off thing.
Yep.
So you appeal to them, but then you also do use it as because like everyone else is like, what the fuck, right? And like, well, maybe we should all fall in line,
Right.
or get ready for like a massive, like massively beef up our military. But I think the argument, but I think also like maybe like wait for a phone call, but like posture. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I think that's what happened with Iran, Israel, and the United States. Like over the last 10 years, they figured out how to play it without actually doing it.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
But
it's
isn't
like,
that just another form?
We
of
don't want
doing
to
it?
go. We are not. Hey, BB, we're not fighting a fucking ground war with the Iranians. We're out of like political ammo. Our people aren't going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then they're like, okay, yeah, but like, we want to make our people, the Israelis, feel like, okay, the Iranians are being dismantled, and the Iranians are like, okay, we want to seem like defiant, but we will call your bluff on the ground invasion. Like, you can't, the Israelis can't do it, and the U.S. is not willing to do it. So that ain't happening.
Yeah.
So what we'll do is we'll have you guys do this surgical strike, right? And it's like the fucking IDF dismantled the air, suppressed the anti-aircraft, and then fucking the dick of all dicks came swinging in and basically semi-nuked this fucking mountain where all the fucking nuke shit was going on, which it wasn't, right?
Yeah.
And they had plenty of time to move it all out of there, right? And so, like, okay, yeah, you blew up like in some sense, like the old lab or whatever, right? You did like minimal damage to their nuclear program.
Yeah.
Because it's long since been taken underground in ways that like a bunker buster can't get to, obviously, right?
Yeah.
They're a wealthy nation. They're not like poor.
But so are you saying
so then we orchestrate this whole thing so that really we appease all of our domestic populations, because the Israelis go, hey, fucking A, right, Hamas may have beat us, but like, we're doing, like, we still got it, okay? Another miracle from God. The U.S. goes like, we're the baddest motherfuckers out there. Like, I just take my dick out and mountains blow up, right? And it's like, okay. But the Iranians actually experience no real further downside. And it's like, okay. And they're playing the long game, saying like, I think you're going to exhaust yourselves with this nonsense. But
yeah, but what I'm saying is,
keep going.
Okay, so this is all political theater, but isn't it going to be real at some point?
Like, yeah, so the problem is now no one knows what's real and what's not real. Which is actually a natural development of what's called realpolitik or Machiavellianism, because Machiavellianism doesn't remain static. It grows, and you know this as a streamer. It's like, okay, once you realize that you control the narrative because you control the camera, you can fake things. Yeah. And we've done that in a limited way. Although we're not willing to like do the work of really doing deep, like big, because it's hard.
Yeah, it is hard. Like long bits or whatever.
It's hard to keep the lie in mind, even though I think it's just like we're joking around, so who cares? But like, we've done things like stalk someone using footage that's not ours, right?
Yeah, right.
Or following someone using relatively obvious away. Wrong time of day, whatever. But the date on the board does not match up. Okay,
certain people's weren't intellectually capable of.
But we did get someone to think that we were 5 states away at a bar.
Correct. Yep. that they can
Right.
just
We're
walk
right
down
around the
street.
corner in the Japanese place. And I'm sitting there scrolling and I'm going like, okay, there's a bar. It looks like on the right.
I'll be in the bathroom. Head on over there. 2 blocks? Yeah, right there.
Because it's Google Earth. Okay. And that's kind of fun. And I've realized that on many occasions, like, yeah, you can actually, you could have trolled Fat Camp just by pretending we were there.
Yes.
Right?
That's true.
And if you're able to find a scene that looks like you're in Texas, which is tough to do in New England, but like it's doable.
Yeah.
And you go to let's say a McDonald's, like, which there are in Texas, they're not. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, it's more like the picture you paint than what really happens. Although obviously we couldn't have gotten the gate thing with the police and Boogie if it was just all
right.
mobile.
But we could have made them feel like we're right outside the gates or whatever, right? Okay.
Yeah.
But then you run into the problem that they'll do that in response, and I don't know.
Yeah.
It just becomes too crazy at a certain point, and then you say like, well, what are we doing? And the answer is, I don't know. Like, what's the point? What's the point of Clavicular's thing? Stay away from me. I'm a badass. All right, but like,
yeah, basically, I'm a
do
badass.
you want people to think like if you're mad at them, you might run them over? Because then they may engage in violence defensively.
Yeah, that's true.
And unless you're going to bring it, like, do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, it's dangerous to say, like, I've got a gun in my car and it's locked and loaded. Even if you're in a state in which that might be legal, you're kind of escalating to say that.
You're escalating.
So someone might say, okay, well, I'm going to get a gun then. And especially if you don't have a gun, it's not necessarily a good idea. But it might be a good idea. But
if everyone's bluffing all the time, eventually someone's gonna not bluff and just do it, and then it's gonna be crazy.
Because you're not just gonna say, okay, well, let's all just keep bluffing, and that's how the international order is gonna go. Because someone's gonna say, well, I don't really like the way you did a little chess thing. Like, I'm not doing that.
Right.
Because it's a combination of like, okay, I'd be willing to do this, but not this. Not everyone's going to be able to win all the time.
No.
Right?
Some people are going to be like made to look stupid or whatever.
I have got to.
Yeah. No problem. Just as a little break. First of all, Matt Walsh and Sneeko are going to debate. Hopefully. Yeah, that's right. I saw this on my Twitter. Sneeko said if a brown country invaded America to bomb D.C. and kidnap the president for the sole purpose of stealing our oil, we would rightfully call them terrorists. When Americans do it, it's called colonialism. Matt Walsh quote tweeted him and said, "This is the level of retarded sub-70 IQ commentary that has taken over some factions of the right. No brown country on earth would be capable of doing what this idiot describes. And yes, we're in favor of America exerting its power to advance its interest, but we're not in favor of other countries advancing their interests at our expense." Wow, you got us. What an insight. That's because we're Americans and we actually love our country and want to succeed, unlike this guy. And I think I saw in the comment somebody, what did he say? Somebody said in response to this, oh yeah, a long-winded way to say you support terrorism when it's your country that benefits from it. So I'm excited to see this because I don't know. I feel like Sneeko has been out of the debate pool for a while. So he said he wanted to talk about Venezuela with Matt Walsh. And he said, at Ben Shapiro, can you approve your top goy? Which, okay. And then Steven Crowder came in and offered to host it. So hopefully this happens soon. I think it'll be interesting. I'm on Sneeko's side. Walsh is too base sometimes. I mean, I do think he's just saying rules for me, but not rules for thee, not for me. I don't see how it's any different. He's just saying like, well, yeah, it's terrorism when they do it, and it's cool when we do it. I don't know what the difference is. I don't think he has much of an argument there. No, Gia, it was not a Destiny orbiter. You'll see soon. So, if you don't know what Gia's talking about, I was saying that there was a YouTuber who apparently watched my debate about Muslim culture versus the modern West, and you'd never believe who it was. But he, I did not know, was raised Catholic and was on my side in terms of Islam being much closer to Christianity than it is to the secular West. So, very interesting. Was not expecting it at all, but I think Sneako's kind of like I don't watch a lot of Sneako stuff, to be honest. I thought his like interview with Jesse Peterson when he was a Muslim was kind of cringe, but he did great against Rollo Tomasi that one time. Absolutely smoked him. So, welcome back, Dad.
Thank you, my dear. But then I also think it provides an interesting opportunity for people like us, like since the government is now doing shenanigans, then the people can also do shenanigans, and no one knows exactly what the hell's going on. So,
like what? Like, what do you mean?
Well, like I'm saying, like getting in a speedboat and heading down the East River and like having a Venezuelan flag on the speedboat, which of course is the last thing he would do.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people would post it to social media. And there may have been like shots fired from like yahoos who feel like, hey, what the fuck? Right? But like, I don't see how they'd really prevent that, because everything is kind of, and maybe we could even be funded by Putin to do that. You know what I mean? Like, just to say like, okay, well, maybe he did escape.
You know what I mean? You're gonna dress up as Maduro escaping in a speedboat down the East River.
Well, maybe he did escape, and that there's a body double on trial. The real Maduro. It's like, why not?
I mean, it's very time sensitive, but I do think that would be.
It'd be funny. I think it would.
Going back to Venezuela. Ruska wanted to join.
I do think it's dangerous though, because someone could be like actually duped. I mean, that's the problem with all this stuff. It is actually pretty dangerous.
Yeah. Well, Ruska has wanted to join because he said that he predicted the Venezuela thing. So.
Oh yeah.
Gen Z guy, what's your take on the Venezuela issue?
Oh, what's up, retards?
Hey.
I can actually prove it too. In your Discord, if you search for messages under my name and under Venezuela, I was talking about Venezuela a month ago. It has nothing to do with what you guys are talking about. It's all about China.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a cold right now. Sorry.
How so?
How so? I mean, China funds Venezuela and Cuba. And that's why we're defending Western Hemisphere. It's been talked about a lot, but it's like they can't directly talk about it because it like increases tensions with China.
Yeah.
Okay.
But so where is your brilliant point? Everyone, like, that's a common idea.
No, but I mean, it's not about invading a brown country or whatever to take their president. It's about defending your hemisphere and like...
It's a signal to China, you're saying?
I mean, it's more than a signal. It's actually like a defensive action or whatever.
Well, but I mean, China obviously could like take a fleet over there.
They never would.
No.
I mean, it is a signal in the sense of like Taiwan, but...
Well, what do you think about what my dad is saying? Like, this is all sort of like political theater. Do you think that's true?
No, this is like very serious. Like, China's a legitimate threat. Everything about our defense is oriented towards China and the Pacific.
Well, let me say this. I think this is basically telling China, look, you can take Taiwan, and we're not going to do shit about it.
No, that is the. Wait, why? Explain that. Why?
Because think of the
Why should they
logic
just
of it.
take Taiwan?
Taiwan is legitimately, by its own charter, part of China.
What would be
it's
the?
never
What
declared
do you think
independence.
Do you think there would be any
So
ramifications?
wait. Just let me finish.
No,
my
but
sentence. So like,
what are the
let him finish.
ramifications?
Ruska,
the
let him finish.
claim
Hold on.
of mainland China to Taiwan is much stronger than any claim
Who
we
cares?
have to be
Okay, I
able
don't
to
care.
invade Venezuela.
One.
And yet
we could go. We could go into the history of Taiwan if you know about the history. They're actually arguably the legitimate people that should run China. That's an entirely different argument. What are the ramifications for the West if they take over Taiwan? Do you know what that is?
Yeah. They can break through the islands, right? Like strategically and all that stuff.
No. Do you know what a semiconductor is?
Yes, also that. Yeah.
No,
I don't know what it is. What is a semiconductor?
They make the majority of the world's semiconductors.
They have a decade.
What Taiwan does?
Taiwan produces 90% of all semiconductors. And
What
these
is
things called fabs. Semiconductors run our entire economy. Everything.
You know,
is
Grace,
it?
You want to know something weird, Grace? Where I grew up, East Greenwich, Rhode Island, which is a bedroom community, they had a huge semiconductor factory there called Cherry Semiconductor.
Oh.
Isn't that weird? Like in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Huge. I drove by it on the bus every day. But it's gone now, and I bet its business has gone to Taiwan or Asia. But they used to do it right in Rhode Island.
Yeah, they have undisputed
but guys,
monopoly.
What is a semiconductor?
It's not something we can just
idea.
We passed something called the CHIPS Act, which gives our private companies $100 billion to develop it here in the United States, but it'll take decades to do that. Taiwan is a complete monopoly on semiconductors. Okay. And if China took it over, you're talking about next depression times 10.
This is such a confusing thing. Semiconductors are
we literally
substances
cannot
with properties somewhere between them.
Let China
I have no
over.
idea what that means. Oh, a semiconductor is a material with electrical conductivity between that of a conductor and an insulator. Essential component of electronic devices enabling advances in communications, blah, 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 blah. Oh, okay. All right. So some kind of, I don't know why that was so hard for you to tell me. But okay, so China takes over Taiwan, which makes a bunch of these. Okay, so then what? Taiwan doesn't sell any of them to us or something? What's the problem? Hello? Sir, you're on call. Hello, wake up. Okay. So I don't like no cam callers. All right. Well, I don't know what the point of that discussion was. I know, Gia. Ruska, are you there? Hello? We're trying to do a show here. I swear, what is wrong with people? Anyways. Okay. Well, I don't know much about Taiwan or any of that stuff. Does anyone in the chat want to tell me why it would be a problem? Oh, welcome back, Dad.
Thank you. Yeah, so this is kind of thing any of these moves would sort of kill the economy and everyone would lose, so no one's going to make these moves. Because if you invade a country, you're going to bomb it, right? And so then whatever. But of course, there probably are contingency plans. Other people can make semiconductors, although you can't get an industry going like this. And we really haven't been focused on it because I think we kind of think no one's going to pull the trigger here because China's doing well. And so when they pull the trigger on something, it's going to be a big trigger. And until then, it's just trolling, sort of. I think everyone's just trolling all the time. But the danger of that is, so we're kind of trolling Putin by attacking through Ukraine deep into Russian territory.
Yeah.
But we don't really hit anything.
Yeah.
So, or we attack the presidential palace through Ukraine when he's not there.
Yeah.
Okay, but this thing has got nukes.
Right.
So he trolls back that, like, watch it because we do have this capability.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point he may use something like, at some point someone's going to use a limited nuke, right? Just to go, all right, you pushed me too far, right? This is the problem of anarchy.
Yeah.
Like no one in any situation thinks anarchy is a good idea other than retards on Discord, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in families, anarchy is terrible, as you know. We're in an anarchic situation in our family.
Yeah.
Remember when the election was questioned?
Yeah.
Biden winning the election was questioned.
Yeah.
Like that can descend into anarchy real quick because you go, I don't know who the president is. Okay. So right or wrong, they just went with Biden and okay, it's like guns to the head, shut the fuck up. Okay, all right, fine. It's Biden.
Yeah.
And then they will let Trump win in 4 years. Or did we, whatever. Was there a deal? I don't know. It didn't really look like the Democrats were trying to win.
No.
Okay. I don't know. Whatever. And then we'll just control them in a second term. That's the deal. And Lindsey Graham is lapping away. But who's really sucking whose dick, right?
Right.
Because now we're just neocons. But are we? I don't know. Are we fake neocons?
I think I'm losing
I don't
track
know.
here.
Who's playing who? Is Trump playing Netanyahu by keep giving him fake wins? Because he knows, like, actually you're losing?
Right.
But he keeps saying, like, yeah. But he keeps giving him fake wins, and the Arabs all know, like, that's fake.
Yeah, that's true.
So is he and we're talking with the Iranians as we're striking them with our most devastating weapons. We're letting them know it's coming. They're letting us know it's coming. The Israelis are kind of the odd man out because it's like they're like, okay, let's hit Qatar, and we're like, not okay. And they're like, oh, sorry.
That's
really sorry about that.
Apologize.
And it's all kind of like gamesmanship, right? And this is the problem when Machiavellianism becomes actually how everyone thinks. Because once you go to 2D chess, to 3D chess, to 4D chess, to 5D chess, to 6D chess, like it just becomes incomprehensible. And it's going to come down at some point to like the old stuff, which is me killing you, right? And I don't think it can go on forever. But we're openly with the CIA saying like, it's shenanigans. But like, what is the point of the shenanigans? Help Israel?
To get power without
okay, but are we
having
really
to fight
helping
wars?
Israel by turning everyone against them? Or are we kind of half helping them and then situating ourselves to eventually ally with them? And say, we don't really care about Israel. Have at it.
Yeah.
Is it a return of the goy who's actually learned from the Jews and now is able to beat the Jews because we got the numbers? I don't know.
Yeah, right.
I don't know what's going on, but no, even we were watching two ferocious Zionist lunatics.
Yes.
Saying Netanyahu is working for a foreign power. And the logic was he didn't defeat Hamas.
Yep.
He just pretended he didn't even have a war against Hamas.
Which is an interesting
because
point,
to have a war against Hamas is to have a war against Gaza, and that is generally speaking true. You defeat Hamas, get them to take off their green thing, and they'll just put on a different color. And that is true. You are never going to get the Palestinians to say, oh, like, this whole Zionist thing was not, like, we're good with it. They're never going to say it.
Right.
You could, and they also said, like, you got to understand Arabs. They don't fucking care about money. You can't bribe them, right? Okay, like,
right.
In a certain situation, their motivation is religious. They genuinely want to die as martyrs.
Yep.
Okay. And if you don't understand that, you're going to fuck up, because you're going to say, well, Hamas is not going to attack us. They're irrational like us. They want sandwiches, like Ben Affleck said. No.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a totally different mindset.
Plus, even politically, they have nothing to gain. They're just losing. At a certain point, if you have nothing, you have nothing to lose and everything to gain, like, you're going to be willing to do stuff which might seem irrational, but it actually is rational.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, I'm not trying to say I'm smarter than anyone. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying this is the problem of anarchy. That it be like, in this sort of realpolitik, right? Which is like this, the end of the, like, WASP order, which was an Anglo thing, which came out of Christian order, but was like a half Machiavellian, half, like,
gentlemanly.
Well, half like Christian, I think, like, meaning like we're honest, we care about people, right? That just is going to descend into sheer Machiavelli. If you've watched Lawrence of Arabia, great film.
Yes, love it.
And Lawrence, he kind of really does love the Arab people, but he understands the English are fucking them over. But they kind of understand that too.
Yeah.
But they trust him. And it's ultimately just like, in the end, it's like just an interesting study of British imperialism in the person of a really remarkable, strange, kind of half-gay guy who's ferociously anti-homophobic, right? Or not anti, he is homophobic.
Homophobic, yeah. Yeah.
So he's like Milo, I guess, if Milo was relevant. He's a remarkable figure, but, like, in the end, it's not really a pro-British film.
No.
It's kind of saying, like, they set everyone up against each other and then, like, dipped and just let it ride, right? It's like, what are you trying to do? How is this a strategy? But what's your strategy here? And it's like, it's kind of like sheer shenanigans at a certain point. It's like a...
Well, no, but there's a reason for, like, for example, the Venezuela thing. It's like, okay, Trump has these buddies like Peter Singer. He's gonna get, like, American gas companies into Venezuela to make more money. No, like,
but Maduro was like, okay, yeah, I'm into that.
Yeah, but Maduro's unpopular with their people, and America needs to show off that we're strong.
But his vice president is more popular?
I have no idea, actually. I don't really know. Well, she's more friendly to America? I don't know. You're saying he was as friendly as she is?
He openly offered everything that they're now saying they want from the vice president. So...
Well, I don't really know then. I don't know.
And of course, you have a rallying around the flag thing where, like, even an unpopular, like, Netanyahu knows this, right? He met with Trump just a few days ago. Mm-hmm. He knows that a war will always galvanize weak support in your favor.
Yes, right.
Yeah, especially if it's seen as, like, you're being attacked, which, like, of course, Venezuelans would feel like, okay, the United States just waltzed into our country.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Whereas Amara, the rally around the flag thing is just like a rally around the missile, right? Like rally. Oh, Delta Force! I knew I was jerking off for a reason. Fuck you.
It's so lame. It is so lame. The special ops. It was tactical. Anyways,
And everyone goes like, "Oh, it is remarkable." Like, okay, but they're doing a job. Like, they're not really. I don't know. It's like that whole aspect of like jacking off about like our warriors is so gay. I mean, admittedly, they're probably remarkably good at what they do, but
sure.
so what? Why wouldn't they be? This is a huge economy. It's a $1 trillion economy. Of course, the elites are going to be good at what they do. It's like the Olympics, like saying like,
right.
Holy shit.
Right.
Those Olympic athletes are really good at like some fucking obscure thing like skiing and then shooting something. It's like, yeah. Okay. Biathlon. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, I don't know. But what I want to say is okay, we've got to look at though like this in a larger context. In historical context. Okay, so and also we're just saying what's the Catholic response? Because Catholicism's suddenly cool.
Yep.
So supposedly. So I want to have a voice here.
Yeah.
But so far all the Catholic voices that I've heard are Fuentes is jerking it super hard.
Yep.
Michael Knowles, Matt Walsh, I don't know. Yeah, no, they're all jacking off.
Uh-huh.
And Ben Shapiro's orchestrating two of those three. I don't know who's telling Fuentes. I think it's just his own like sad little personality. But like he's lost his base over it, really, because like it isn't consistent.
Yeah, I was trying to find the he got like Nick Fuentes has like a Telegram group chat, and he posted something about how he's pro the Venezuela invasion, and he got 2.6 thousand thumbs down from his own base.
This is interesting too, the Michael Jones take. Michael Jones is crazy, but he has interesting takes.
Yeah, he does. He knows a lot about history too.
Oh yeah. The Christian King. I definitely want to do that. I actually was watching your channel yesterday, and I was like, I don't want to go on because I think they have kind of banished me from their thing because that guy HHS clearly does not want to engage with me in any way. But I don't know what your relationship is with him.
I think
I
HHS
would love
is
to.
just a panelist for him. I don't know. Maybe they know each other more,
I don't know.
Sounds
I've always been very appreciative of the Christian King.
Well, what would you guys debate about? What, Protestant versus Catholic?
I assume he's I think he's a Protestant bro. Which is a weird genre, but like everyone's doing it. So it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd be totally in favor of doing that.
But like, what would the topic be?
I would be happy to do it on any topic.
Any topic? Well, what topic would you like to do, Christian King?
But what I would like to avoid is I mean you can do it, but like the typical Protestant Catholic thing is cherry picking and quote mining. So I prefer to go broader. But
well, you're both down for any topic. Is there anything that comes to mind that would be interesting? Debate on Ben's sourcing from his religion.
Yeah, I will stand by that in the sense that I don't think there's any such thing as what the Bible says. That doesn't involve an interpretation. And if you call that like
that's a good
your
topic.
rectum, that's fine.
The Bible cannot be read without interpretation.
Yeah, so my basic problem with Protestantism is you have to have an interpretation. And why wouldn't you want one that is authoritative?
Right.
On the other hand, I have come to see that Catholics still have to interpret the magisterium. So we don't get around it, but it's easier. It's
easier.
The magisterium is a gift.
Yeah.
But Protestants could argue that it's a deceptive. It's not truly a gift because it's deceptive. But they can't really argue that it wouldn't be a gift. And it's hard to imagine a God who wouldn't give us the gift of an authoritative interpretation.
Yeah.
And would just dump a book on us, which can be interpreted pretty much however one wants to.
The Bible is a wax nose.
Yes.
Christian King says, so interp of the Bible. That sounds good to me. Well, I don't know what that means. Interpretation of the Bible. You like the title? Okay. I'm saying the title would be The Bible Cannot Be Read Without Interpretation. So my dad would be saying, or there's kind
understood,
of two negatives
really.
in there.
It's understood.
The Bible cannot be understood without interpretation. So the Christian King would have to be arguing.
So I mean that's kind of like he's using cannot without, like, why not get rid of those? The Bible, another way of saying it is the Bible does not need interpretation.
The Bible does not need interpretation. You would say that's not true. He would say that is true. Okay.
But however you want to flesh it out.
Okay.
What would be the venue for it? We could do. I'm pretty sure we could get modern day debates to cover it, which it'd be a pretty large audience, maybe 200 to 300.
Modern day debate. I could definitely ask them. Sometimes James says that stuff is too niche, but I don't think a Protestant Catholic thing would be too niche.
Well, there was that other guy, that Orthodox guy who was going to host, but I think he's Protestant.
Bryce J.
First debate is debate with the title of the debate. Yeah, but no, it wasn't his channel. It was an adjacent channel. Remember, we were going to do it on this other channel called something 14 or something like that.
Yeah, I could look that up. Yeah, but that'll be teensy viewership. Why don't I just throw it out to modern day debate? Also, oh no, if modern day debate doesn't take it, Sarah.
Yeah, so something like this. Yeah, this would be the critique. The Bible interprets itself. Something like that. Sarah, yeah, she might do it.
Yeah, we'll try modern day debate first, and then Sarah. But
okay. Grace,
good.
Whenever I'm here, I'm hot. I feel somewhat nauseous. Why is it not? I totally understand this. Why is it so hot? Is it hot? Not hot. Every time I'm sitting here, I feel like I have a fever, and that the heat can't be, because I know it's like 20 degrees outside.
Yeah.
How can this not? Why does this have to be this way?
The reason for that is because this apartment was constructed poorly. So when the heat is on and the doors are open, I'm putting my email in the chat, Christian King. If you just email me.
So I'm going to open the window, which is crazy because we're paying for the heat to go out the window now.
And I'm going to turn the heat down.
All right.
It's at 69 or 70, which is fine when the doors are open, but when your door is closed, it all of a sudden just heats up in there real
And it doesn't
bad.
matter what I do. We could get a cover for it, you know that?
Yeah, maybe we should do that. But we're only going to be here for a couple more months. But, it sucks. The vent's closed.
I would just love to not be both heating and cooling the same room.
Well, I will turn the heat down, for sure. I'll be right back. Let me do that first.
Good point, John. Christian King, that would be really fun. I'm 100% in favor. I think it could be a win on both sides. I understand, like, you're not in it for views, but I mean, aren't you?
All right, I turned it down to 67. That should be good. So, do you want to go to the Jeffrey Sachs video?
Okay, so
the broader picture thing.
So, what we want to do is, so what I want to say is, like, I understand that within, like, saying, like, okay, if it is an anarchic order, this might not be the worst move within anarchy. So, I would say that's kind of like hard to miss. So it's very, very light in terms of human life.
You mean the Venezuela thing? Yeah.
Yeah, and I kind of like the idea of this trolling thing. It reminds me that the first time this really occurred to me was when those weather balloons were going across the United States, and I was like,
I remember. Yeah.
Are we serious anymore? Because we're like, okay, well, these weather balloons have cameras, and they're obviously getting beamed back to China, and yet we're like, we're not going to shoot them down because the weather balloon might fall on someone's head in the United States. In the United States, like, you know, like over Nebraska. So it's like, okay, so it's not that big of a deal. And then when it finally went off the coast, they sent like jet fighters to knock the balloon down, and it was like,
yeah. I don't know if this is after it got hit, but it just sort of like slowly drifted down.
Yeah, it's kind of like, is this
Chinese spy
where
balloon?
we're at? Like, are the Chinese just going like, oh, right? We know how the wind will roll. And we're like, they got us.
It seems.
But we'll show them.
It does seem.
You get like an F-35, like, and it's a fucking balloon.
It's a Chinese spy balloon.
And plus, once it's over the Atlantic, who cares?
Yeah, right. But it's kind of like,
it's not like there are tapes in there that the Chinamen are going to go like take the tape out and be like, I don't know what we recorded. It's obviously transmitting.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, listen, Ruska is backstage again. He wants to confront you about your take. I don't know if you want to do this or not, or just move on to the video. It's totally fine either way.
Sure.
All right. Ruska, go ahead. What is your complaint? You said my dad is a cuck?
I mean, I think nothing coherent has been said this entire time. I think Ben is schizo. Like, your brain is literally fried. Okay. Saying things are anarchic is, like, so fucking ironic. Like, it's about Western order, right? Like,
I agree, yeah.
How is attacking a proxy of, like, our greatest enemy not doing the opposite of what you're talking about? It's about order.
You think Venezuela's a proxy of
China? And you guys are cucks. You guys are little pearl collectors. Like, oh my God, we kidnapped Maduro. Like, first of all, it's not even the worst thing.
Wait a second.
We could obliterate Venezuela.
Oh my God.
Ruska,
we could obliterate
Venezuela. One thing at a time. I asked you a question. You can say whatever you want.
Yeah, we could nuke anyone we wanted, obviously.
But I'm saying, you really think it is the correct term for Venezuela to say it is a proxy of China?
It is 1,000% more aligned with China than it is with the United States in our hemisphere. They are facilitating.
Yes, I agree. But like you say, it is a proxy of China.
They're facilitating bad stuff for America. That's what it comes down to. They're facilitating drugs coming into our country. They're facilitating millions of illegal immigrants coming into this country. And they're sending oil to our enemies, China and Russia. They are 100% not aligned with us. And
yeah, I agree. I agree, but that's what I'm saying is being aligned loosely with China does not make you a proxy of China.
No, this is so stupid. Would you say Cuba's not a proxy of China? Because did you know
Cuba,
that all of Maduro's like personal bodyguards were all Cuban?
Yeah,
That's,
I know that. But Ruska, the point about anarchy is like we absolutely violated international law. That's just true. You're not allowed to kidnap the head of state and disrespect their sovereignty.
We can do whatever we define what is the reality. We are the world's superpower.
Okay,
we are talking about our next door neighbors.
So this is the core issue. We signed something saying like this is how international
some presidencies
things work through the United Nations, right?
But what does it matter? But you're not getting at my point. Like, what does that matter when?
Okay, so no problem. It's no problem. I understand if you say like, well, that actually has no teeth, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, so then you get into that's anarchy because there is no.
No, we are the
organization.
We are the Western order, just like we always have been.
Oh, okay. We meaning who? We
meaning the United States, the country.
The United States of America has always been in charge of
what's best
the
for
West.
You
mean post-war,
post-World War II? Sure.
Okay. Do you think that we can tell Israel whatever we want?
Yeah. Why even bring Israel into this?
Because you said
you just said we make the rules. We're the power.
The masters. Are we?
Yeah.
I mean, when it comes to the Middle East, no, but like that's it's not really on topic.
But Ruska, there's
okay.
A basic
so then
issue
you'd have to say there are two kind of masters, us and Israel.
I mean, I would say that absolutely Israel was 1000% dependent on us, but did we dictate what they did? Obviously not. We are the superpower. We could have defined what the fuck was happening in the Middle East, but we didn't.
Well, did you see when Netanyahu came? Netanyahu gets a better reception than the president of the United States, right? So I don't think it's controversial that the U.S. government is completely controlled by the state of Israel.
But I just generally don't know why that relates to what we're talking about. It does.
Well, so then if you say if you want to say the Israelis are in charge of everything, okay, I think that's sort of true, but the Israelis didn't want Russia to invade Ukraine, and Russia invaded Ukraine.
I mean, we have our allies, but this really just doesn't relate to Israel. This is Western Hemisphere, as you know. Venezuela has very little to do with.
Did you see what the vice president called the attack? She called it a Zionist attack.
I mean, it's a reference to colonialism.
Zionist,
it's
what?
Tinted.
Yeah, I mean, so
it doesn't even make sense.
I don't think you're right.
But that's retarded. This vice president, you can just look at her. She's retarded.
She's retarded. That's your argument.
That's not really a point, Ruska.
You could say it's colonialism, but there really is not much tying it specifically to Israel.
Ruska,
well, Maduro was very anti-Zionist.
Do you not think there's a problem with everybody agreeing to the rules and then one of the people breaking the rules? Doesn't that kind of
happens
anybody
all the
can
time?
break the rules?
You think that happens?
Sure.
America has been fucked over.
Anarchy. So
America,
why did you say the anarchy point
it's been in one direction for decades. America has been fucked over for decades.
Well, look. I spent 20 years in the Italian section of Providence. I wasn't there when the mafia was really active, but people used to say okay, so there's kind of two systems of government here, and they mostly leave each other alone. But there's the Providence police and the state police, and then there's the mafia. And okay, that's a problem because the mafia didn't really respect the legitimate authority, right?
What? There is no legitimate authority. Or what do you? The UN, some law we signed decades ago. What it comes down to is Venezuela was not acting in our best interest at all, in our worst interest, and we're doing what we need to do to take care of it.
Okay,
We are
so
the
but
superpower.
okay, so I'm not sure what state you live in, but like whatever. You live in a state. If the people of that state say like I don't care about federal law, we're doing what's in our own interest. You could make an argument for that, but that's a problem, right?
No, I mean it depends on who's again. It depends on who's in charge. Like if it's actually in the best
But Ruska,
interest.
think for a second. If, for example, like the state of Texas says, like we're not paying taxes to the federal government, we're not paying our share to the federal government, we're keeping it all. What is the federal government going to do? Ultimately,
This is so stupid. It's nothing to do with what we're talking about. You're
they're
talking
going
about
to
just
send
like
the National Guard and the Army to
Yeah.
enforce, right?
Yeah.
And you're saying the UN doesn't have that.
Right.
Okay. But the
Yeah.
reason no state is like saying like, hey, let's do that is because of the overwhelming force of the federal government, right?
Right.
If there was no federal government and there were still all the laws, but there was no enforcement mechanism, they might say, well, we're going to do what's in our interest, and that would be anarchic, right?
Right.
That's just how geopolitics works. It's like game theory. It's like
Yes.
I don't understand what it's so complicated.
And that like so why was this one's not hard for you. Why was the United Nations founded in 1947?
Is your entire argument is that we should follow the United Nations, like their laws?
I'm can you just answer my question?
Was international
why
law
was the United Nations founded in 1947? It's not really hard if you understand.
You tell me. I honestly don't know. I don't care.
Okay, well, so then we can't have a conversation because
I'm
if you're not aware of how the year 1947 could have something to do with like the events of the 20th century, then I can't do anything.
I mean, it probably has to do with post World War II.
There we go.
Obviously. I mean,
and the United Nations.
Like, what does that have to do with anything we're talking?
Because the United Nations was an attempt.
A very failed attempt.
Avoid the anarchy. To avoid the utter violence of World War II.
Yeah,
right?
Just like the League of Nations after World War I. Like, yes. I don't understand what your fucking point is. This is retarded.
Okay, so the idea was just like are you familiar with like the Wild West? Okay, before the law came, it was kind of anarchic, right? So like it kind of like people who had money, who had guns, right? Like would have power. It was like gangland, right? And then government comes in and there's sheriffs and like this is like every Western movie, right?
So and you think we should just
control the violence and anarchy through the rule of law? This is the entire story of the West.
Okay, so you're saying that we should only operate within the legislation of the United Nations? That is, you are a fucking retard if you think that. If you don't think that there is first of all, that's co-opted by China, the United Nations. That's what Trump's been talking about for a long time. You're actually retarded.
Can I ask you a question?
You don't understand how geopolitics works.
Can I ask you a question? Do you disagree with international law? Like, I think all of those laws are pretty solid. Like,
no, that's not the question.
Grace,
look.
Wait, Grace, which laws do you like? Grace, which international?
Well, I mean, this like all of the laws that Israel has broken, and the law of like you can't kidnap someone's head of state. Like, I think those are solid laws to respect the sovereignty of nations, independent nations. I don't think you should just be able to bully a nation into doing business with you. Like,
okay, like Ariska, let me ask you this question: if Venezuelan guerrilla forces or whatever they would call their like Delta Force were to come in the middle of the night and take Donald Trump hostage, would you say that as fine? Like,
that's not even a theoretical possibility. You do realize that, right? Like, you're talking about just like we are in a lucky, if you want to use that word. I would say we are destined for our power. But
Ruska, Donald Trump was nearly assassinated several months ago. It is possible to hit an American head of state. What are you talking about?
No. Venezuela literally has zero chance of coming in and
Okay, so you're saying the nation of
Maduro
Venezuela
and
or
processing
its ally
Venezuela.
China or its other ally Russia together have less ability than Thomas Crooks to decapitate our leadership. All right, that's crazy, dude.
I was talking about.
I can't do it. You keep descending into utter idiocy.
No, you said to facilitate kidnapping the president.
Okay,
We're not talking about assassination.
Or an assassination. Okay, fine.
Okay, well now you're changing the context. It's like, I mean,
they could. I
don't think that.
Oh my god! The point being, if a foreign nation did that, would you think it's fine?
Because the American, I think that you think that the American flag makes your dick twice as big, and that you're a superhero. Fuck you! A Venezuelan can do anything an American can do in theory. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I think you have cuck fantasies about this.
Special ops.
That's what I think has happened.
Oh, you don't think Russian special ops? Because you sit there jerking off. What do you read, like military magazines? Oh, we get a C4 Osprey. Oh, grow fucking up. Every military has basically the same capabilities. Yes, we have some technological advances, but like, I don't know what you're talking about.
You just exposed yourself for being a complete retard. I mean, Venezuela's military is like it's less than 1% of U.S.'s capability, and that's my point. It's like there's no way that they could facilitate.
Okay, I'm not saying that the nation of Venezuela is going to invade the United States. Kidnap
or even kill the president of the United States. There's no way.
Just give me the word. If you want
we would have
engaging with this or not, it's up to you. I don't care either way. He's just not gonna engage in the conversation.
Thomas Crooks almost killed the president of the United States. You don't think what I'm saying is okay?
You don't think you're not willing? CIA
so let's say it was a Venezuelan assassin that killed, but you're not even. You're saying like no, that could never happen. Okay, but you can't get past this as a hypothetical. Let's say there was a Venezuelan militant, whatever, who shot and killed Trump. Okay, do you think that's fine?
And this is a rhetorical question.
Is that immoral or is that fine?
Obviously, I would not be okay with that because I'm a U.S. citizen and I support President Trump. So, no, obviously not.
But morally, should they? Did they commit a crime, or is that just?
This is where you're so cucked. This is where you are so cucked. Morality. We're talking about geopolitics. You think morality really plays a part in geopolitics? Like,
yes,
you're a cuck.
I don't think that. I know that.
And even if it does, like, we do have the moral high grounds. Like, overall, big picture, I don't care about
How would we have the moral high ground?
How do we have the moral high ground? Venezuela is literally sending fentanyl into the United States. Millions of refugees.
Propaganda. They didn't even say that in the indictment.
Of refugees. They are aligned with our enemy. Back to this, they are aligned with our enemy.
Millions of refugees.
But it doesn't
8 million
make
people
you
left Venezuela. Most of them went into
because you're opposed
South America.
To you. So if someone's opposed to you, that doesn't mean you have the moral high ground.
You mean
that's not how morality works?
You don't think that bringing in 8 million Venezuelan refugees destabilizes the United States?
There are not 8 million Venezuelan refugees in America. And the refugee crisis was largely caused by American sanctions.
Yep.
You think that there are Venezuelans with little boats helping other Venezuelans get over the river? We destabilize their country, which cause
the cartels,
people to
which facilitate almost all of the illegal immigration.
I'll let you take this, Grace. This is Super JV, so.
Okay.
Super J. You guys are retarded.
I think what you're doing is this gay kind of thing is like, well, if it works for my country, then fuck everybody else. That's the... Oh, there he goes. All right, well. Instant decimation. I don't even need to say anything. He ran. He's scared. Happy New Year, White Rabbit. We'll take a brief moment from our sponsor eBay to remind you all that the limited edition Thorpe merch Hooplandia eggplant vans are still available. That's right, folks. Premium size 10 women's shoes used by me for an entire summer with socks and without. We're up to $11.50 in bids, and don't let this get away from you. Ends in 1 day and 21 hours. 13 bids. It's hot. It's going to go fast. Make sure you check it out. We'll post a link in the chat. Thank you all. Okay. I actually am shocked that it's at 11:50. Let's get it to 20. I'll sign it if you want. We'll both sign it. Whatever. Whoever's signature you want. I did have someone ask me if I could privately sell it to them. And they wanted me to include some used tissues as well. But I'm not sure how legit that deal is, so we're gonna go with eBay for now. King wants them as well. Let's get it to 100. I like that energy, Connor. Hell yeah, let's go. Let's get it to 100. I mean, these are authentic. This is authentic Thorpe merchandise. Kevin will Stinky getting desperate. And it was a UK buyer. I can't comment on the name. Yeah, no, 13 bids. Yeah. Let me post the link again. It actually just went up. It was just at $8.50. So, limited edition Thorpe merch. Bid now. Here's the link. Okay. Has Fusion Studios put a bid on it? Let's see, actually. Do you accept exotic trades? Is it doxing to show people who's it's a tight race right now. Hold on. I don't think this is just their usernames. It's a tight race between Mocklock, Ed Gego, and PA Farms. Let's see. It's just those three guys. Oh, then we had Steda. Mocklock. Is that Mock Lavelle? No way. PA Farms, Mocklock, PA Farms, PA Farms, Mocklock, PA Farms, Mocklock, PA Farms, Mocklock, PA Farms, Mocklock. Ed Gecko enters the mix. Mocklock, Ed Gecko, Mocklock. Oh, PA Farms has dropped out. $8 was apparently too much. Apparently that crossed the line. Welcome back.
Thank you. So, all right. So like the most basic principle here is actually not hard for us to discern, and like you can do a huge historical thing, but like the entire history of the West is characterized by the rule of law above the rule of simply the most powerful.
Yeah.
The Roman Empire had laws.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Our law system comes from the Roman law, which prior to Roman law and Roman governance, there was nothing but really brute force. Then when the Roman Empire broke down, we had what is correctly called the Dark Ages, where there was chaos in Europe, let's say, and you just had to align yourself with the guy with the biggest guns.
Yeah. We
see this in places like Somalia, nations that can't effectively govern. And it's not just force. It is partially enforcement, but it's also like that people like get it. Like they want to do this, or enough that it's like, right? So it's a combination of saying like, okay, I believe in these laws, and also like, I'll get punished. Okay, this is how it works, idiots. Now, there are criminals who say, actually, I can get away with doing this Okay, but they usually also basically know that it's wrong. The guys in the Louvre who stole those jewels did not think they owned those jewels. So when they're caught, and they have been largely, okay, then they get punished, and the society says, like, yes, no, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Now,
Right.
without the laws, you just have raw power. Okay. But what we attempted to do with the League of Nations and then subsequently with the United Nations was to say, like, okay, we need rules in our families, which are largely not written down or informal.
Yeah.
Like we need rules in our towns, which are written down and are formal and have an enforcement mechanism, the police. Like we have rules in our counties sometimes, although Rhode Island does not have a county system except nominally, which I never understood until recently. But anyways, we only have like fictional counties. But okay, so we have fictional counties. The county, you can't go to any county sheriff. They don't exist. The counties only exist on paper. But that's because we have such a small state that you don't need that. Okay, but we've encountered county sheriffs when we were in Texas. Okay, they weren't town because the towns are too small. So they're counties. Okay. So, but whatever, you have this rise, okay, whatever the system is. Okay, the town in Rhode Island, then it goes to the state, then it goes to the federal government. Okay. And each of these makes sense. Okay. Originally, Rhode Island was an independent state. The reason we joined originally what were they called? Between 1776 and us, we were I think one of the first ones who signed on, or maybe we were the last one who signed on to the Constitution, but there was like a kind of confederation of independent states, and then it became the United States, and then has subsequently become very centralized, so that states have really minimal independence. They're not really very autonomous. In some areas, they're surprisingly so. In other areas, not. Articles of Confederation, right? So there was a kind of confederation, not the Confederacy, but a confederation. But they retained a lot of autonomy. Then they decided it'd be better to work together more tightly because things like trade, right? Okay, so you have this, and in Europe also you have the EU, a similar thing. And some countries half joined the EU, some countries fully joined the EU. There are benefits to putting yourself under a higher body, okay? But we've never yet had in the world an international body that has the kind of teeth. But we all recognized in 1947, almost every country in America, in the world, signed on to saying, we need the rule of law. Now, some people would say, no, you can't have it on an international level. I don't know why not, right?
Right.
There's really no intellectual basis for it.
No.
But some people would say, okay, well, you always need to have conflicting powers. And once you have a world government, you aren't going to have that. But that's not true, because like the United States can fall apart. The USSR fell apart, even though there was no real, so it can fall apart internally.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be challenged.
Even if it can't fall apart externally, even though the USSR could have been invaded, but like it really wasn't in danger of being invaded. It just fell apart of its own. People just didn't want to do it anymore.
Yeah.
And
well, there's
like
no reason why
a bunch of Polacks who saying like we're protesting shipping basically broke it down completely. And you could say US pressure, the cost of the arms race, and you could say Pope John Paul had a pretty big, who was also Polish, But like, okay, so but they just weren't enthusiastic enough to keep it going. It just died of its own weight. So that would happen in a world government as well.
Yeah.
But there is a mystique of, from Star Wars of like, okay, well, if they own everything, this is going to be the end of the world. That is not the Catholic teaching. That any government can be tyrannical. A family government can be tyrannical.
Yeah.
And here's the thing you have to say. Tyranny doesn't really work well.
Yeah.
And so something else will come up within it that will win. Like in our family, we've had an attempt at like ultra violence using the legal system, and we've waited it out. And it's like, okay, you can do this. The legal system isn't going to like act against it, but you're going to lose. And I'm going to once again be seen as the head of this family because it's not even a case otherwise. Whether the state will do that or people will just independently kind of recognize like, okay, yeah, that didn't make any sense. I believe that'll happen, but there may be this like faction that stays whatever in rebellion, but I don't really care because to me, a family has only two parts: a marriage and like kids under 18. And if both of those are gone, I mean, who cares?
Yeah.
So
good point.
In a few years, that won't exist anymore anyways. And so it's like, okay, well, are you going to come to my Christmas party or not? Like, who cares? I don't care.
Yeah. Everybody's too old at this point. It's just it doesn't hit the same way.
We don't have like close business relations or anything. So,
but why would there be a problem? Like I have a map here of all the countries that signed the UN
the UN Charter
or whatever. So I mean, it's like it's obviously like a huge portion of the world. It's just mostly Africa that didn't participate.
Well, those are the founding members, but who are the current members?
Oh, current members. Hold on. Current members of UN map. It looks like it's the entire world.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, this is the map I'm getting. There's other maps where Africa is like green because it's like new people.
Well, there's one that's missing on the west coast of Africa, right?
Here?
Northwest coast.
Oh, here. Yeah, maybe right here.
Okay, so everyone, at least on paper, said, even though the system isn't entirely fair, it was based on kind of this like sort of balancing of, right? So like you have the 5 permanent members of the Security Council. Do you know who they are?
Is this the ones that have the veto power?
Yeah.
China, England, France, America, Israel?
Russia. Grace.
Russia.
So those were I believe, the 5 nuclear powers at the time. Oh. So of course, they're not going to sign on unless, like, in some sense, their nuclear status, they don't want to lose that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, that's given to them. In a certain way, it would make sense that we now add the other nuclear powers, but you don't want to incentivize people to get nukes by rewarding them. So it was just kind of frozen in time. It is what it is, okay? So they can kind of veto anything to get them to sign on because they have the most to lose here, right? And then, like, the system of international law is interestingly mostly based on Catholic theory.
Mm-hmm.
Of just war and things like that, developed in the context of the time. And it really isn't arguing that the borders that pretty much were recognized at the time made sense. It's just saying, let's freeze them.
Yeah.
Not that, like, Alsace-Lorraine really belongs to France or, whatever. It's just like, let's freeze them.
Yeah.
And then any further border negotiations can be done through a nonviolent process, but no more conquest. Because, and here's the thing, you can say, okay, after World War I, they all said the same thing. I'm not sure whether they had a charter, but I'm sure they did. Okay, and this is the birth of international law. But like it was something which happened in 1945 that really made this. And what was that? Of course, Grace.
1945? Did you say 1945?
Yes.
World War II.
No, World War II took place from 1941
Hiroshima
to 1945.
Nagasaki? Was it Hiroshima Nagasaki?
Yes, the advent of nuclear weapons then quickly proliferated. I'm not sure if all those countries had them at 1940 or whatever, whenever yeah. I'm not sure exactly. Okay, so that English Protestant doctrine would derive from Catholic doctrine ultimately.
Oh,
okay,
true,
so
true, yeah.
my God. There's no Muslim tradition of just war, really, although I'm sure they have a bunch of hadiths. It was not taken from that. It wasn't drawn from Marxist theory or Confucian theory, although all of them could be seen as having a lot in common. But it's quite interesting. And if you look up, for example, Grace, you might be interested. There was also a UN Declaration of Human Rights, signed in 1946, maybe?
Let me see.
But if you look it up,
UN Declaration of Human Rights, adopted by the UN in 1948.
48, okay.
All right, let's see.
If you read it, and again, like pretty much everyone signed on to this, or has subsequently signed on to it. It's pretty remarkable as a world document of agreement.
I mean, I have it here if you want to. I don't know if you want a summary. This is like the literal.
Read it, you fuckface. I need a little break for my neck.
Sure. I've never seen it before. Let me see. Whereas recognition of the inherent dignity and of the equal and inalienable, how would Paul say it? Inalienable rights of all members of the human family is the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. Whereas disregard and contempt for human rights have resulted in barbarous acts which have outraged the conscience of mankind, and the advent of a world in which human beings shall enjoy freedom of speech and belief, and freedom from fear and want has been proclaimed as the highest aspiration of the common people. Whereas it is essential, if man is not to be compelled to have recourse as a last resort to rebellion against tyranny and oppression, that human rights should be protected by the rule of law. Whereas it is essential to promote the development of friendly relations between nations. Whereas the peoples of the United Nations have in the Charter reaffirmed their faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of the human person, and in the equal rights of men and women, and have determined to promote social progress and better standards of life and larger freedom. Whereas member states have pledged themselves to achieve, in cooperation with the United Nations, the promotion of universal respect for and observance of human rights and fundamental freedoms. Whereas a common understanding of these rights and freedoms is of the greatest importance for the full realization of this pledge, now therefore the General Assembly proclaims this Universal Declaration of Human Rights as a common standard of achievement for all peoples and all nations, to the end that every individual and every organ of society, keeping this declaration constantly in mind, shall strive by teaching and education to promote respect for these rights and freedoms, and by progressive measures, national and international, to secure their universal and effective recognition and observance, both among the peoples of member states themselves and among the peoples of territories under their jurisdiction. Can I get like a summary? Like, what is a summary? Like the main, like there's like a bunch of points. 30 rights and freedoms that belong to all of us. Okay. Article 1. All human beings are born free and equal. Article 2. Everyone is equal regardless of race, color, sex, language, religion, politics, or where they were born. Article 3. Everyone has the right to life and to live in freedom and safety. Everyone has the right to be free from slavery. Everyone has the right to be free from torture. Everyone has the right to be recognized before the law. We are all equal before the law. Everyone has the right to seek justice if their rights are violated. Andrew Wilson would not agree with any of this. It's all fictitious. Andrew Wilson would have a huge problem with all of them so far. Everyone has the right to freedom from arbitrary arrest, detention, or exile. Everyone has the right to fair trial. Everyone has the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. Everyone has the right to privacy and freedom from attacks on their reputation. Freedom of movement, free to leave and return to their own country. Right to seek asylum from persecution. Right to a nationality. That's interesting. Everyone has the right to a nationality. What does that even mean? Everyone has the right to marry and have a family. Right to own property. Everyone has the right to subscribe. Ain't that right? Everyone has the right and duty to like the stream. Right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. Right to freedom of opinion and expression. Right to freedom of peaceful assembly and association. Right to take part in government and have equal access to public service. Right to Social Security. The right to Social Security? What does that mean? I don't even know. Do I even know what Social Security? What is Social Security? Everyone has a right to Social Security? Social Security provides a source of income when you retire or if you cannot work due to a disability. Okay. Everyone has the right to work, to equal pay. Everyone has the right to rest and leisure. Yeah, hell yeah. Article 24. Everyone has the right to a decent standard of living. Everyone has the right to education. Everyone has the right to participate in and enjoy culture, art, and science. Everyone has the right to a social and international order where the rights in this declaration can be fully realized. We have a duty to other people and we should protect their rights and freedoms. Nobody can take away these rights and freedoms from us. Well, what if we lock you in the basement? Then what? It's a fucked up wish list. Who's enforcing these rights? Well, I think the concept is if everybody agrees that these are good for everybody, then everybody should respect all of these things.
Yeah, it's a remarkable achievement to say, at least on paper, because no one's going to actually, the communists aren't going to say, like, no.
Right.
You know who didn't write this, Grace? Women. I do believe if you look into the foundations of this, the Vatican was deeply involved. I do think Catholic theologians from the natural law tradition did bring out a lot of stuff. But what's interesting is the Soviets agreed. The Chinese agreed. Non-Christian Muslims agreed.
Yeah.
So now, granted, you can say, okay, well, like some of these are positive rights, which means that they're not freedoms from, but they're freedoms for. Mm-hmm. I think probably an article that would be added today would be like everyone has a right to basic health care, and should not be excluded from basic health care. That's like a thing in America, right? You would say, I think it would be hard to find anyone who would say that every child should be able to receive basic health care. Like, I think everyone would have to say yes to that. It's not a privilege.
What do you mean everyone would have to say yes? Like, I don't even...
Everyone would agree. I don't think you'd find many people who would say, or for example, every child has a right to like food necessary for survival. That's true. If we as a nation say, in our nation, some kids die from starvation and that's okay because their parents aren't providing for them, I think we would say no. Nope. No.
I mean, I can
maybe an adult, but not a child.
I wouldn't want any kids to die, but
if your parents fail to provide for you, which should be something which they do by work or whatever in contributions, but if they fail to, you should not face starvation. Who's going to disagree? Or if a child is like suffering from basic, let's say an easily controverted disease, like malaria or something, that however we do it, they should get that simple medicine, cheap medicine.
Well, saying we should give that to them is different than saying they have a right to it.
No, it isn't.
No?
It's saying the same thing. It's saying like we fail if that happens and we don't have a way to address it. We fail. I think that's true.
Well, who's we? Humanity?
Well, in the case, Grace, I can't. I'm saying in the United States of America, and limited to, let's say, the citizens of the United States of America, because there's another issue about illegal immigrants or that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, okay, so you have this person who just said something, so put it back up.
Let's see here. Crazy said, you can't have the right to basic health care as a human right as it compels someone else to administer it, which is slavery. Same with rights to food.
Okay, so this has to do with positive rights. Okay, a positive right is a right to something, not... So a negative right is a right for people not to do something. But a positive right, so the right to life is both. You can't be murdered, but you also have to have a means to survive.
Yeah.
You can't be privated of the right to survive.
Yeah.
That would be what the right to life would mean. You can't be deprived of life either by being actively killed or by being starved or something like that. Okay.
Right.
So now this person is saying, well, I don't think so. The negative side is, okay, sure, you can't be murdered, but if someone else has to give you, let's say, food if you're starving to a child,
yeah,
then they are slaves. I mean, you're making the word slavery do a lot of heavy lifting there.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you can't do it through voluntary means, but or through churches. The mechanism can be. But ultimately, the government has to make sure that, like, I mean, and granted, like, if a parent is hiding the fact that they're starving their kid, okay, but, like, there should be the child crying, like, ultimately, if the parents can't do that, the extended family can't do that, churches can't do that.
Yeah.
Local communities can't do that, then the government should give that kid, peanut butter bars or something like that. And in order to do that, has the legitimate right to levy taxes. Though in the Catholic understanding, this is what's called the principle of subsidiarity.
Yeah.
It is best done at the most local level at which it can be effectively done. Right. So the vast majority of children should be fed by their parents. But what if their parents die? Okay, then we move to, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it should be,
family, the layers.
It shouldn't be, what we're not saying is governments should directly feed all children.
Right.
Although in the United States, we come close to that, because if you really know how, like, the school system works, it now provides breakfast and lunch to many of its students.
Yeah.
Which leaves the parents only doing dinner.
For free, too, most of the time.
Yeah, free, right? So it's, like, kind of been taken over by the state. Now, you could argue, like, I don't think those programs should be in effect because, like, that's parents' job. But then they'll make the argument, well, look, a kid who doesn't have breakfast is not going to be able to function in school. Okay, and I think that's problematic, right? Okay, so you can argue that. But to say
wait. Why is that problematic?
Well, it's problematic if the government sort of takes over all of the functions of the family and makes it sort of economically that it makes more sense for you just to kind of like have the government raise your kids. Because why should I give them breakfast if they can get a free breakfast? Like it creates weird incentives.
I see what
that
you're
I
saying.
think are contrary to. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like you run into these problems of like giving a drug addict needles might reduce AIDS, but it also makes it easier to be a drug addict. And you run into these legitimate problems like, is that a good policy?
Yeah.
So, but the guiding aspect of it is like universal rights. You don't have a right to drugs. Okay.
Yeah.
But like there is like a concern for health that is in some sense in conflict with a concern for the eradication of drugs that are harmful. And so you have to work that out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, so like you want to encourage, in a certain sense, daycare is a perfect example. In Europe, they largely, like it's free daycare, right? Which in some sense seems like it helps families. But in another sense, it discourages parenting because now you've offloaded it to non-parents. And you kind of disincentivize the traditional like one income, one stay-at-home family, which then, if they're both in the economy, depresses wages so that like, sort of everyone has to now do this. And the incentives are so strong to do this that it's crazy to not do it, and it becomes only something that the elites are able to do when you could argue, parenting is better done by parents.
Yeah, right.
Okay?
Right.
Grace, okay? That's called the principal subsidiarity, which moves it in this direction.
Yeah.
Rights move it in this direction, in the sense like, if it can only be dealt with on this level, okay? There are situations in families where you do need the state to intercede, where the children are in grave, real danger because the parents either died or are effectively dead as parents because they're on drugs.
Yeah.
Or one parent or both parents are super dangerous to the kids. Okay. But it should be as few as possible. We should try to limit that. Okay, so some governments are really quick to move in and pull kids out of their homes. That has been found to have really bad outcomes.
Yeah.
Because even a bad parent is better than a good orphanage or group home or often foster care. So anyways, and we've always known that.
Yeah.
Like, everyone understands that. But, something like adoption is a good solution, but it's not a great solution. Biological parenting has a way better track record. Look up the serial killers and, you know.
Right.
Because they understand you better.
Right.
Now, granted those two things, okay, so the question is, okay, so we have families, although those are being undermined now, like in our, as we've seen, like the state does not reinforce the family, it actually breaks it up.
Yeah.
Which is a huge problem.
Yeah.
So we need more subsidiarity there. But so we have a town, we have a state, we have a nation. Now, can all of these problems, like the problems that we have, be solved on a national level with, I don't know how, 185 sovereign independent nations? Well, we found that out in World War I and World War II. The answer is no, because you have problems that, like, for example, one of those nations obtains a weapon of mass destruction.
Yeah.
And it's going to be very hard for them to let go of it.
Yeah.
And what's going to happen is every other country is going to want to get it. So in World War I, we had mustard gas. You don't really have mustard gas anymore in the world. And that's because of a couple of things, but like primarily it's because there are even worse weapons of mass destruction. But like it is also just because mustard gas was seen by the world as like just horrific. To attack the nervous system of your enemy is crazy. But
Yeah.
it is an effective weapon, depending on how the wind blows. Of course, the wind blows back, you're fucked.
Yeah, right.
But, you know, I mean, like, obviously it's easier, you know, it gives you an advantage, but once they get it, now we're both doing it, and, like, we should, obviously, we should get together and go, okay, no more mustard gas.
Yeah.
It's too crazy when no one wins. When you take out the mustard gas, now I'm going to take it out. And, like, our men are going to be destroyed by mustard gas. Okay, so, like, let's all agree no more mustard gas. Let's all agree nuclear weapons is the big one. And what you may not know is that we all have agreed.
About nuclear
No
weapons?
nuclear weapons should not exist. They are the bane of humanity. And, okay, so people will go, well, what? Well, that's a lot of la-ti-da. Let's get real. Okay, well, let's get real. If every country has a nuclear weapon, what is eventually going to happen?
Somebody's going to use one
Like,
against another?
like someone like Rusko would go, oh my God, we have to prevent Iran from having a nuclear weapon. Okay, well, on what basis?
I don't know. We don't like them, and we don't want them to have weapons.
Right. Okay, but but it's rational for a country to obtain nuclear weapons in the current regime. Because what country obtained them recently?
Israel.
No.
Ukraine?
No.
Don't know. Russia?
Recently. What's the last country to obtain nuclear weapons?
I don't know. No idea, honestly. Oh, North Korea? Okay, thank you.
North Korea. Now, okay, so North Korea got the weapons, proved it that they had them.
Yeah.
And what do we do with North Korea now?
I don't know.
What's our basic attitude towards North Korea?
Oh, they're terrible.
No.
Oh,
you're not putting carrier groups outside of North Korea, because North Korea is right above South Korea.
Yeah.
You have populations of millions of people.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. All right.
No. They were just making fun of me for the Russia thing. It is stupid. I was just thinking that it's so stupid for me to say. Come back. I'm not being disrespectful. I was just such an idiot for saying Russia just got nukes recently. That's so stupid. Oh, okay. Russia? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know a lot about all this stuff, so it would be better if I was more educated, perhaps. I was just looking up. Also, this is what mustard gas. This is not even the worst one. I don't even know if I can show this. I'll show it for a second. This is like a mustard gas guy. Gross. Ugh. So yeah, I can see why this. I don't know. It's like it's just. I guess human beings just generally said like we're not gonna do that anymore. It's too awful. Grace's default answer is Israel. It's always underneath it. What were we talking about? Okay, nukes, yeah. So it was mustard gas, then it's nukes. So North Korea got nukes, and we don't. We're not aggressive towards North Korea because. What do they call it? Mutually assured destruction. Okay. Nukes are the bane of humanity. I mean I don't know. We need to figure out something to do while he takes breaks because I don't know much about it. I have the Jeffrey Sachs video, his presentation to the UN. Let's see. What can we do while we wait? Oh, the shoes are up to $22.50, guys. Wow, nice job. $22.50 for the shoes, guys. Don't forget, limited time deal. 42 hours left. 44 hours left to grab some Thorpe merch. There are also several types of nuclear weapons, fission and fusion, which are two different things. USSR got nukes in 1948. That's pretty recent. She's a looker, not a booker, folks. North Korea doesn't have... I don't know what that means. ICBMS. I don't know what that means. Let's see. Just paint your nails. Foreign affairs is not your forte. No, I can understand it. I don't know. Sometimes my brain goes blank. It's a bid war between Lalo and Jeremy. I mean, he was kind of making a point. So, let's see here. What else can we talk about while he's taking a break? Stay in school. Do you really think I know less about geopolitics than your average American? I know more for sure. Okay. Xena got unbanned? Really? Oh. So Kick basically never permabans, huh? So it's just always a bluff. It's like 6 months at most. So Clavicular will be back within like a month or two. Possibly. Andrew Wilson is the top bidder.
Okay, so just something you're saying, it's not disrespectful. What you mean is I'm not intending to be disrespectful, but that doesn't mean it's not disrespectful.
That's totally true.
Because but I just think you can exercise social skills to do this because we are running a what is this?
A YouTube live stream?
It's a show.
Yeah.
To the audience. So if it looks like you're being disrespectful, that's what the show is showing.
No, I get that. Yeah.
You can say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just laughing at something else," and then either go there or pull back. But just to say, like, I've drifted into like a funny chat that's just me private. Like any person running a show, having a co-host doing that would say, like, that's no good.
I totally agree. I saw it. It made me laugh. I was like, I couldn't control it.
Okay, but so you just have to like learn the skill of either, you keep a straight face or you just take the show there. But you can't privately do whatever you want and then just like that's the dick in hands idea.
I totally agree. I didn't mean
so if a student in class is just like laughing hysterically, then the teacher says, would you like to share what's so funny with the class? Okay, and like I'm not doing that. I don't care. But like, you can't just privately divert the show. But
I totally agree.
You seem to be taking this now super seriously.
No, I was just trying to.
Which is just playing the game even more. It's no big deal.
Okay,
but like, it can't just go unaddressed, right?
No,
it's
I get you. Yeah.
What is going on? You go, it's not disrespectful. It is.
Yes.
So you're just not engaging, and like, I don't want to do this if you don't want to do it. That's the whole point of having a co-host. But now you fucked me over, and so like, I'm fucked.
Wait a second.
Like, I don't have as much energy. You know what I mean? It's gone like 2 layers deep now, and
wait a second. The laughing at it, I agreed. Like, yeah, I get how I didn't mean it that way. I just didn't control myself, but like, it was just like it looked disrespectful, and I agreed that's not good for the show.
Okay, but I sat there trying to make the case. You kept doing it a bunch of times, kind of. You let everyone know, like you're not paying attention. And so, like, this is a common thing. You weren't interested in what I was saying.
That's not true. You were saying.
Okay, so why are you reading chat?
Well, first of all, I always read chat just to keep an eye on where people are. So it's not like it's uncommon. It's not like I'm losing attention. But you could argue, like, if I
okay, if you're just gonna be reading chat, then just calm down. That's fine. But like, I don't really want to do a show like that.
Okay, well, I always like.
Maybe we just need to figure out what to do here. I don't.
That's fine.
You're saying I can't help myself. This might happen again.
No.
And like. All right.
I'm not saying
what's
that.
Your solution?
I'm saying either I'll hide the chat if I'm in a silly mood.
What
I'll
is
hide the
solution?
I think the solution is probably to hide the chat until I sort of like.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, like, you haven't learned in 3 years how to be a respectful co-host. Like, come on.
No,
And you immediately did this like thing of like saying like, no, you're wrong. It's like, okay, so now we're in this impasse. It's fine. Like, I don't want to do this type of show. So fuck it.
No, but
so, okay. So you don't do this when we're doing like, you know, our fuck boys attractive. Okay. So like, okay, I get it. You don't want to do this. Like, you don't want to. It's okay. You don't want to do this. So I should find another co-host. You can't get out of this now because you didn't want to do it. You thought it would be like cool to just drift away repeatedly. And so like, it is what it is.
I don't think I drifted away repeatedly because you were asking me about, you were making the case.
Yeah, you did. Because God damn it, Grace, I had to say like, okay, all right, what the fuck? Okay, it wasn't the first indication. You're like, ha 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 ha. I don't know anything about anything. It's like you weren't really engaged. And
yeah, but you know that I kind of get frozen up, but like I know this stuff, but I was just trying to make it into a joke. Like, okay, it's kind of awkward.
Okay, I just don't think we can do this. So let's just. It's just I don't know. Am I allowed to say like I have no interest in selling something? You're supposed to be like paying attention to what I'm saying and saying maybe yes, maybe no, and you instead are like, I'm just not that interested. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that disrespectful? Yeah.
But okay, well, maybe I mean,
so I don't want to fucking do this.
But I have watched videos with you about this stuff. Like, we've watched them together.
You don't care.
It's not that I don't care. Like,
you don't care. I'm just saying, like, it's not that big of a deal. You don't care. It's okay. It's like you turn into like, oh, like I'm just a silly girl. It's like, I get it. That's the role that you want to play here, and I don't want to do it.
No, it's that I get no.
No. Don't tell me no.
But you got to understand.
That's what you're doing, and like, okay, so it is what it is.
You got to understand. I don't know as much as you, so I play sort of like a dumber role to try to say like, okay, it's not going to be awkward. I'm not going to pretend that I'm on the same level as him when it comes to talking
Grace,
about this stuff.
We didn't have this problem when it was like going over like different archetypes, right?
Yes, because
because you're interested in that.
That's simpler.
Okay.
It's not that I'm not interested.
It's not.
It's not. It's really not. I've watched lots of videos about this stuff with you guys.
You're saying no. It's totally fine. But you're saying, look, I'm female, I'm ditzy, whatever. I don't really think that's true, but that's the like persona that you're gonna play on the show, and so I just it's like John Mearsheimer talking to Taylor Swift. Like, she's not interested. You're not interested. You want to play that persona. Like, it's not compatible with what I'm doing. So I'm just saying, okay.
Okay, well, I thought I was sort of playing like somebody who's learning, because if you saw, I know you were watching, but like my intro to the show was not like, oh my god, I don't know what Dad's going to talk about today. It was like, this is interesting. This is like violating international law.
And then you just decided to pivot to it something else. You were paying attention, but then you just were like, you know, like how is it that you can't see it this way? It's like a teacher teaching and a kid fooling around. It's like, except this is only two people in the classroom. What am I supposed to say? Oh, okay.
I totally get it, but
I get it. You actually do care. You don't.
No, but
and you did it publicly. It's like I just, like, you're saying like, no, I need immediate resolution. I'm just saying, let's take a break and say it is what it is. Like, you want to rewatch it? Go ahead, rewatch it.
Okay.
Watch me, what I'm trying to do, and what you are actually doing. Not saying like what I wanted to do or what I should have done or whatever. Like, and
okay,
you can either agree with me or disagree with me, but you're saying, no, nigga, you misread it. I'm doing co-host stuff.
Yeah, I am saying that, and
I'm being a great co-host.
I made a faux pas.
Okay, so am I an ass? So faux pas, right? It's the perfect way of saying it. You are wrong. You're an asshole. Okay, so you're making the case I'm an asshole. Okay, no problem. People have made the case before. So let's just see if that's true.
Okay, this is, let me see here. This is when you left, so let's go maybe 4 minutes before you left.
It is also just because mustard gas was seen by the world as like just horrific. To attack the nervous system of your enemy is crazy. But
yeah,
it is an effective weapon. Depending on how the wind blows. Of course, the wind blows back, you're fucked.
Yeah, right.
But, I mean, like...
Okay, when you're talking about this right here, I don't really know what mustard gas is. So you're referencing it as if I don't really know what it does. So I was just trying to roll with it because, like, I vaguely know it's chemical weapon, but, like, I don't really know what it does, or you know what I mean? So, like,
okay, you could have asked me, but it's kind of obvious what it is. Do you think it's literally just mustard and gas? It's gassing someone.
Yeah, right. Some kind of, like, acid, or not acid, but like it yeah, whatever. It causes blisters.
So you did know what it is.
But I don't know. I felt insecure when you're talking about it because I was like, I don't really know what that is. I wish I kind of, like, I have a vague idea, but so I was just kind of trying to say, like, okay, I don't want to stop what he's talking about to ask him what it is. And so if it seems like I'm
so your
right
thing
here,
is like, I'm petrified and I'm being put in, and I think it's fine. I'm being put in a position that's like unbelievably stressful by this guy. What are you talking about?
I don't think it's unbelievably stressful. However, because of our past experiences, I do get sometimes kind of like locked into this like tense kind of position where
I get it. You're in a psychological state where you're saying like, oh my God, is this stressful? Correct?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay, I don't think that corresponds to reality.
I agree, and I wish it wasn't there. I think it's completely irrational. It's irrational, but I tell myself, like, okay, calm down. Don't buy into this. I want to do a show with you. Like, this is just, like, bad experiences in the past, and you're just getting wound up for no reason. And, like, just be an adult.
But what do you mean for no reason? There's obviously something.
Well,
Because when we're talking about fuckboy incel, right? Like, there's not that problem. I think this has to do with you seeing yourself, and I do think it's your mother saying, "Oh, look at you, Grace. You're just sitting there, nodding your head. You fucking hate this guy, and so does everyone else." Okay, like, and like, that's not true. I know that's not true. But like, and look at you now. You've got blotches. You're having a physiological reaction.
That's
Okay, and so
itchy.
people are gonna go, Jesus Christ, what does this guy do to her off camera that she's now like physiologically reacting, right? I'm just saying, let's be honest. It looks like if we end stream, like you're gonna get the crap beaten out of you because you're playing it up.
I know
it's true.
It's a
That's why I went to jail.
But it's it's
so like I just am saying, like, we don't have to disagree. You don't have to identify. The more you identify with like being a victim here, the further we get away from like reality.
Okay.
And I'm saying, like, hey, let's just get to reality. Stop doing this.
Okay.
It's not helping anyone.
Okay.
Unless you want to be perceived as the victim of a monster, which I don't think you want to do, because I don't want to do that anymore. Like, I've had it with that.
I don't
think that makes any sense. And it causes also the audience to go, I don't know what the fuck is going on here.
I don't want
There's a certain segment of the audience that's like, okay, I'm here for the breakdown. But like, generally speaking, a show that breaks down in the middle of the show is going to be a failure.
Yep, that's true. Yep.
And
that's true. 100%.
It's someone is doing something here that is not making sense. Okay, so you can say it's me, or you can say it's you, but you can't say, oh, it's me, but like, oh, it's me. Just say like, oh, it's me. Oh, I deserve beatings. It's just reinforcing this like Stockholm syndrome narrative.
No, I was putting
and
too much pressure.
And you gotta stop it at a certain point.
I was doing this thing. I knew I was getting wound up. I was hoping I could just make it through because I knew it was just like this kind of weird...
that's always your explanation. I was hoping I could make it through. Okay, is that a good strategy?
No, because then I cracked because I was just like, you know, when you put a lot of pressure on yourself, you sometimes laugh when you don't really mean to. Or
I understand that. I do understand that.
And then you had a reaction. I'm like, oh shit, it's happening. I didn't want this to happen. And then
No, but like you just don't even understand. I'm saying, Grace, you're talking hysterically. There is no problem here. Okay. Like you're not being attacked.
Okay.
Unless you, like, that is how classically women attack men, by pretending they're being attacked. You've seen this.
Yes.
Okay, so
I've seen this.
If you feel like you're being attacked, let's end stream.
I don't.
If you can't stop acting like you're being attacked, then let's end stream. No problem.
Okay.
If you can calm down enough to say like, okay, that's not going on. I'm not being attacked. Then we could possibly get somewhere.
Okay.
I agree with you. From like this is like before the whole like laughing thing. You're saying I was in a mental state of feeling like tons of pressure, so that I couldn't ask the question like, what is mustard gas? Okay, so there's something wrong with the flow there.
Yeah.
Why? Yeah. Why did it become like that?
There's a voice that's like, you have fucked this up so many times, you know, like that you have fucked this up so many times.
Okay, but that's only going to cause you to fuck up more. So is that rational?
No. And
why not just, I think you have to do the opposite thing, just calm down. You can check in with me. I mean, it is sort of I mean, it is sort of not great to do that, but like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I know that it's gonna make it happen, which is why I try to say like, okay, that voice can be there. That's fine. Just relax. There's you're psyoping yourself.
You could have sent me a text saying like, I'm feeling crazy right now.
I know, but I felt like that would throw you off, and maybe I could just handle it. But I guess I can't. That's okay. I
Well,
gotta
I
be
just think
honest
it's
about
good
where
to
I'm at.
name. I just think it's good to name something. That's progress. Okay, so it isn't you streaming with me. That's not what it is.
No.
It's a subset of that, right?
Yeah. Yes. It's not
It's
like
you
when.
streaming when I'm, in a sense, trying to make an intellectual point.
Yeah.
Okay, so I really do think the core of it is this criticism that people have made of you, that like you just sit there and nod to your daddy. Okay, which you play into by going like, yes, right, and getting crazy. Because if that's what the dynamic is, you shouldn't do this. I don't need
I
to tell you.
know. I know, but I believe that I can just have a back and forth with you like a normal person. But I understand like this is not a good setup for that. But like I know that me and you
Well,
can just talk off
I
stream.
like you have to tell me in some ways like what gets you thinking that. It's what it is I believe an expression of hatred. That you think you're experiencing one thing, but it's just raw hatred, or you know what I mean? It's like
Hatred of you?
yes.
But what is the hatred of like the points you're making? Like that like the hatred
No.
of the fact that you want to do intellectual content and I want to do something
Uh,
else and that's not on my plate.
you have an impetus. I know it's not from you. You have an impetus to sabotage me.
I do. I do.
Okay, so
Yes.
why would you want to sabotage me?
I think it's because, like patterns from mom, she made me see it was a
But
threat and
okay,
this
okay,
feeling
I
like it's
understand that. I agree that with that. But like how did it get to you where like you haven't talked to your mother in years? Okay, so what is it about it that you took on and sort of said like I now embody this? Like what is it?
um I would say it's just like this kind of place that I come at it from that I know is irrational, but like it's definitely there and it gets to me is
No,
like
I just
this
want you to, instead of talking around it, just what is it?
um I would say feeling like okay, there's two main things. The first one is dad knows more than you and you're pretending to be his equal when you're not. So
That's
you're
not,
gonna
that makes no sense.
get embarrassed. Okay, maybe that
I'm
makes no
54
sense.
years old. You're 23 years old. I have a master's degree. You didn't complete high school.
Right.
Like, everyone knows that. So, like, what in the world? You were saying you have imposter syndrome?
I'm saying I
No
have
one,
never
no one in chat would expect you to know, like, the factoids of World War One as
no,
much
I
as
don't
me, and therefore you should experience imposter syndrome.
I don't think anybody
What are
thinks
you
that.
talking about?
I'm just saying I don't I feel like you would rather have a conversation with somebody who knew more than me. But like you'll make do with me and it's not like you don't like me, but it's like
So
you would
I'm putting
rather
you down.
no, you're not putting me down. It's just that I feel like insecure
But
about it.
you,
I do. It's like
I'm putting you down. I'm mogging you, and I'm letting you know that like you suck because you don't have as much information about history at your fingertips. That is what you're saying. Why don't you just reverse engineer it instead of telling me no? You're saying that your experience of me is that I'm saying I'd rather talk with someone who has a lot more knowledge than you. Okay, so I'm tolerant of you, but I find you like as a co-host, is what you're saying.
I think, well, I just don't see it that negatively, because I would also say you seem to want to do a show with me. So I'm kind of like confused. Like, when you're talking about stuff, if I'm like, does he think that I understand what he's talking about? Or does he want me to ask questions? Or, like, because it seems like he wants to land a plane, but he's referencing things that I don't know about. And it's, so I get insecure about it. Like,
okay, so you're saying that like I'm like an engineer talking about like, so the structure of the vertical thing and the side stuff. I'm using that kind of language. Like, this is inaccessible to you.
No, not really. But sometimes,
and I'm doing that on purpose to look better than you.
No,
that
absolutely
is what you're
not.
saying.
No, absolutely not. I'm not saying that. Absolutely not. No,
because I'm insecure about myself.
I'm saying I'm insecure. I'm insecure. I think
no, Grace, that's not true. Like, okay, you can say it that way, but like reverse engineer it. It's like saying
I'll prove it to you that it's true. I'll
Oh
prove it to you
my
because
God.
when I get in debates with other people, I feel the same insecurity because I feel like they know more stuff than me and I'm not really supposed to be doing this with them. That's literally true. So it's not just about you. It's like this thing that I feel. It's like other people.
I didn't say it was just about me.
Well, but I don't think other people are trying to put me down. I just think that they know more than me, and so I feel this kind
No,
of
they all are. Almost everyone on the internet tries to use fancy language to give people a sense that they know more than they do.
That is true. That is true. But
we just watched a whole bunch of videos about how Andrew Wilson basically always chooses to use jargon when he doesn't even know what the jargon means and misuses it.
Yes.
But uses it to dom other people. Okay, so so that is accurate of everyone. I think everyone except I don't think I have that impetus. I don't think I'm insecure.
I don't think you do
but
that
you
at
keep
all.
you go, okay, well, you're way above my head. Okay, so let's go to the example you're talking about, mustard gas.
Mm.
Like, I don't know what mustard gas is, really.
Okay.
I believe the reason it's called mustard gas is because it's yellow.
Okay.
And it's fairly obvious what it is. It's some kind of thing that is somehow sent to the enemy that causes that. I mean, it's a weapon. I don't know what it is. It's
okay.
A nerve. I did say it was a nerve agent. I'm not an expert on like that level of minutia of World War I.
Yeah, but I feel like you want me to give you more detailed responses. Like the whole right thing. It does get to me, but I don't know what else to say. But I want to say more, and I want to have it be more like engaged.
I'm just trying to make what I think is a very accessible argument to you. I'm not trying to mog anyone. I talked about the principle of subsidiarity, which sounds fancy, but is really not that hard to understand.
Yes.
Do you feel like you understand it?
Yeah, address stuff at the lowest level possible.
That it's effective. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Did you start feeling like, oh my God, when I was saying that?
No,
like, it's really just very much like common sense. I was trying to build to an argument that it's very simple, that like the rule of law is superior to anarchy. And we generally recognize that on every level except the international level. And so then I was saying, like, so why don't we accept that on the international level? That's accessible to anyone.
I did understand that you were making that point, and you were saying like certain things have been sort of banned on an international level, and so I knew that you
But
were
what
building to
about that
point.
makes you feel like, oh my God, I'm an imposter?
I think it's generally
But you just said the reason is because you have more information at your disposal than I do. Okay, but I was dumbing this down.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, you don't feel like you're smart enough to understand that concept that like, okay, we in the family, and then I did it like slowly. Like I think I could teach third graders this. But you're saying you were like like getting super technical. I wasn't.
No, you weren't.
You weren't able to follow it. You were lost. You were like lost. When? When I said mustard gas? When else? Because you don't have like you don't know the exact like chemical of what mustard gas is. I don't either.
I mean, I can't really make an argument for it. I know that's the feeling, but like I don't have an argument. You were dumbing it down. I agree. I don't.
Oh well, here's Woof. Okay, does he feel this way? No, and he has no idea what he's talking about, and you know
Yeah,
that.
that's true. I know that about
So
Ruska.
bring him
Yeah.
up. Okay, see if you can. He's gonna
Oh.
whatever. What's up, Ruska?
Hello? Hello? Yeah, I see you turning your mic on and off, but there's no sound
Okay.
coming out.
No idea. Okay, do you feel like when Ruska came up and I was saying like, did you understand what he was saying?
Yeah, I understood the argument, and I understood that he was just, you
Okay,
know.
but you felt like he wasn't making much sense, right?
Yeah, I did feel like that, yeah.
Okay, and it's fine.
Yeah.
Because I don't really know what he's doing. It's like some sort of daddy issue thing, which is fine. Okay, and it's somewhat
Yeah.
interesting, but like when he goes like, okay, I don't know, you tell me what happened prior to 1947, then it's like,
Yeah,
okay.
right. No, I get that. I get that.
So it's more of a psychological interaction than one that's fruitful. Okay,
Yeah.
but you feel like he's doing a better job than you of like following the argument or
No.
engaging?
No, I didn't. I didn't think he was making a lot of sense.
Okay, but you also felt super insecure because you felt like I was trying to flex my knowledge and put you down.
No. At no point
That's
during
not
any of
true.
this did I feel like you were trying to flex and put me down. It's just different. It's just different. I never
Okay,
have
so
felt like
you
do
said-
that, ever. Ever.
You said, exact quote, and I just don't be defensive about this. You said, I felt like you would rather be talking with someone who's better educated about this topic.
I did
Did you say that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What does that mean? You said you were thinking that I was not happy talking to you because you didn't have enough education and knowledge.
That's true.
That is totally not true. That's totally not true.
Okay. Well,
It's totally not. It's 100% not true. I was like, what this was to me is like, I was a teacher. So the idea is like to break something down, which, yeah, okay, maybe I have a little more knowledge, to break it down so that like you could see how what Ruska is saying. Like there's a way of thinking about this that makes sense. And that guys like him, it doesn't make any sense. That sort of like reason can come to like something better than that. And
Yeah.
it's not really very hard. So
I agree, but there's
I like that. I like the idea of being able to speak to someone and help them to see something that, like, maybe in their minds, like I see on the TV, is like people are just all over the place. Like, really, there is an answer here. The apparent complexity is resolvable
well, maybe
by asking the question, like, does international law make sense or not? Because in the absence of international law, you have anarchy. And anarchy plus nuclear weapons is obviously a problem.
yeah. Right. And that's not a very hard point to understand. I mean, it could be that it could be my ego that I like. It really has nothing to do with you.
Let's
I
put.
understand. I've like,
I want to take a break now
yeah,
for a
sure.
bit, okay?
Yeah.
Because like it's fine, but people can try to help you through this. I just I like. Do you believe me? Like I was not thinking. I wish I had a co-host who was more knowledgeable.
I believe you completely.
You can
I totally
choose to.
believe you.
It didn't occur to me.
I believe that
But
this is
so
my
you're
insecurity.
saying I don't know what you're doing. It has to do with I just think it's like just hostility, but it makes up this story that's totally not true in order to do this thing that it really wants to do, which is sabotage me, which I understand you don't really want to do, but like neither did your mother. But look where we are, you know? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just a sort of demonic impulse.
What did you
You know
guys
what Ben
have
reminds me
anything
of
to
is
say
like
about
his
that?
a history teacher's just like fucking retarded. Like he'll use these like little trivia facts to like prove himself right, even though he's fucking wrong and stupid.
That's not really much of a point. Oh, thank you, Callum, for the $10. Hey, Grace, are you excited to play PS5 tomorrow with Chris at his grandma's house? You know, honestly, maybe that's the level I should start at for co-hosting. You know what I mean? PS5 at Chris's grandpa's house. If I really think so badly or whatever of myself, maybe we should start there. Greek heel. But seriously, about the Chris thing, look, I'm open to meeting with this guy, but like it's gonna be after debate, the word war debate thing. We'll be in Jersey. Like I don't why would we leave 2 days early? I don't know why he picked January 7th. Why would I leave 2 days early to go to Jersey? Just do it after. Hell yeah, you should. I mean, I'm not trying to avoid him. I'm not gonna leave for the event 2 days early. I never agreed to January 7th. No, he just picked that, and I was like, okay, maybe, buddy.
Can I say one thing? Okay, so when Ruska came up, okay, what is that he's expressing?
Daddy issues.
It's just daddy issues, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you, in some ways, have lingering daddy issues. There's no substance to it. I could sit there and respond to him, but it's just silly. Okay, so you have some lingering daddy issues. Privately, we've worked them out. Some streams, it's totally fine. It flows. Maybe you could just be curious instead of saying like, okay, this, like you have to calm it down. By being hysterical, you keep it going.
Okay, that's true. I know that's true. Coffee, thank you for the £2. Ben, a gaslighting bag of narcissistic rage. Kiss emoji. Thank you for the £2. Imperious, you were backstage for 10 seconds. We were talking. I'm happy to let you up. Click the link. Copen Seethe, Imperious. You can hit the link. I mean, maybe my dad's right. Like, I can't. I've done this so many times. Like, I'm on the verge of tears, but it doesn't make any sense. Like, there's nothing to cry about. Maybe it's just hostility. I just know that, like, there. Oh my god, I fucking hate this whole experience on a certain level. I hate it. Because I just get so wound up, and like I could be in the exact same spot talking with him about something else and it wouldn't do this, but it's just like this fucking trigger. And it's like it's such lolcat behavior to do this. It's so embarrassing. But whatever.
Dude,
Anyways.
seriously, shut the fuck up and flay yourself alive. No, seriously, like, do you know what I would, if I were king of the world, I would impale you like Vlad Tepes while burning you alive. You're a fucking plague. And you're so fucking stupid you can't even drop a fucking link in your chat. This is why you are an inferior creature and worth nothing. You are a waste of human atoms. You are, and you fucked your dad. Like, that's the biggest issue. Like, seriously, like, what the fuck? Like, do you know how weird it is that you talk to your parents every day? That's fucking weird, dude. I'm a third.
What a weird segue between arguments, by the way. Defamation. Why? And then it's weird to talk to your
what
parents.
Defamation? What defamation? You're a public figure. You'd have to prove you'd have to prove New York versus Sullivan. You'd have to prove actual malice, you fucking idiot. I'm an attorney. Remember the fuck you're talking to.
Oh yeah, you're a big guy. Yep. Next, sorry, Alan Dershowitz. Anyways.
No, Alan Dershowitz is a kike. I'm not.
All right. No, thank you. Sorry. The slur was an accident from the panelist. All right. Real big lawyer guy. Can't even control yourself, buddy. I wasn't going to kick you off, even though you said crazy shit. I wasn't going to kick you off, but you got to say slurs, right? Because you can't control yourself because you're a baby. Okay, well, baby, go suck your pacifier. Raged out, buddy.
A bit. I'm just going to chill.
Imperia said 2 nights ago that he'd rather talk to his mom than to another man. Mommy, I couldn't control myself on a StreamYard panel.
And sit there and go like, I'm the true whatever. Okay, but like, you were on your way out anyway.
Imagine crashing out over just the mention of Alan Dershowitz's name. Just the mention of Alan Dershowitz. Not even Alan himself. Just the mention of Dershowitz. And you rage out.
Anyways, you know what I mean?
Sure, yeah. I can
There's good evidence that people don't want you back. If they're doing better, do you really need to...
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Now, all of that, okay, comes at a huge price.
We're reviewing it, by the way. This is where the meltdown happened.
And like, so that's, it's like within kind of like, so it's like game theory. What we're doing is all this like, well, why bother having a war when we could pretend to have a war? We know how it's going to turn out. And we'll just skip all the bloodshed, which I kind of like about these like things. Mm-hmm. Like, it's really hard to understand why Iran told us that they were sending drones as a retaliation against the missile strikes and like the, you know, like the acts of war. Okay, but you do get it because they don't want to escalate. So they're saying,
whoa, my mic is low. I'm just realizing that. My mic is pretty low. I turned it up. That's sounds like tinny.
He's our...
This is way before. I do think... When did he leave? Suddenly I see... Oh, it got like restarted or something. No, yeah, this is way before. Way before. Okay. Da. Oh, man. It was only like half an hour ago, wasn't it? Like here, yeah. Okay. I think it was here. Yeah. No, it was definitely here. Okay, like right here.
Or often foster care. So anyways, and we've always known that. Yeah. Like, everyone understands that. But, you know, something like adoption is a good solution, but it's not a great solution. Biological parenting has a way better track record. Look up the serial killers and you know,
right.
because they
See, I don't know how I'm wrong to feel insecure. He's making these points, and I like you guys have like you're not wrong to say like the yeah right thing. I feel like a fucking idiot because I'm like I should have a better response, but I can't think of anything except like yeah I agree with you. But then I just feel insecure about that. Like, don't you want like a like I don't know, wouldn't you rather talk to someone who like knows what you're thinking and is like responding like I'm not trying to be like a jerk and not say anything back. It's just that I just don't really have anything to say except like yeah, I think that of course like biological parents are better overall than foster care or adoption because yeah, look at the serial killers, look at what it produces. There's a lot of bad examples. But I don't want to just repeat your point back to you.
understand you better.
Right. Excellent points. Oh, this makes a lot of sense. Good job, buddy. Bro's microdosing. Bro's microdosing while he calls in to make political points. Great job, buddy. Who influenced you to do that, Clavicular?
Those two things. Okay, so the question is, okay, so we have families, although those are being undermined now, like in our, as we've seen, like the state does not reinforce the
microdose mustard gas.
Family, it actually breaks it up.
Yeah.
Which is a huge problem. Huge problem.
Yeah.
So we need more subsidiary.
No, and you know what? Yeah, this is part of it. It's because you have the same thoughts and views on things as Ben. Makes it super boring to watch and makes you feel like there's no point of you being there. Well, like, with the red pill stuff, Shabatoni clipped, like, my dad getting black pilled because I said that fuckboys are appealing or whatever. That was funny because it was the contrast, and he's calling me a whore, and I'm saying, like, I'm being honest or whatever. But in this situation, I have nothing to say that's contradictory to what he's saying, and if I just sort of like rephrase what he's saying, that's not really adding much. So, it was a great video, yeah. It's like, I don't think he's trying to be a jerk. When he was talking to me, he's like, you think I'm trying to dunk on you and make you seem smarter than you. I have no question about that at all. Like, I have no concern for that. I know that he's just like genuinely engaging with the conversation. The problem is I'm sitting here, you can see it in my face, I'm not relaxed. I am sitting here saying like, I am getting insecure and feeling like I am not a good co-host. I am not engaging with the conversation, but I don't know how to engage with it. Because I agree with you, and I don't want to just sound like a sycophant and repeat what you just said, but I also don't want to, like, I can't come up with anything to make, like, there be tension. So, and I also feel like, okay, well, the viewers want something a little more, gripping, a little bit more of a back and forth, which, it's like, okay, it's a different type of stuff. It's not going to be dramatic as much as they want, maybe, but like, I don't really care about that, but it should be a little bit more engaging. And I just, it's not about him trying to make me feel bad. I don't think he's trying to like dunk on me or bog me or seem smarter than me at all. And I don't even think I'm really, like, insecure that I never finished high school. Like, I think it's funny. I don't really care about being seen as some kind of educated, like, intellectual person. I don't know. But, like, the insecurity creeps in. And I'm like, okay, don't listen to that. Just chill. Just listen to what he's saying. Just like, whatever. You're trying a new type of content. Just chill. Don't put too much pressure on it. It eats and eats and eats and eats. And then I, like, when he says, we're getting up to it, but he says, my dad says, oh, what country recently got nuclear weapons? And I was trying to answer honestly, but I was kind of nervous that he would think that I was, like, fucking with him by answering all these wrong countries. I wasn't. But I was like, okay, well, and then he said North Korea, and I was like, okay. And then I said Russia was one of the countries that got nukes recently, and the chat was just like roasting me because like Russia got nukes in 48. And so the tension that I was experiencing made me like crack and laugh in the middle of his sentence, which I understand is confusing for the audience and looks like I don't care about what he's saying, but anyways,
Parity there. But okay, so we have a town, we have a state, we have a nation. Now, can all of these problems, can all of like the problems that we have be solved on a national level?
why not bring up chat comments for Ben to respond to? That would make things interesting. I don't think he's opposed to that. I do try to pop them up here and there when I see one that's interesting.
With, I don't know how, 185 sovereign independent nations. Well, we found that out in World War I and World War II. The answer is no, because you have problems that, like, for example, one of those nations obtains a weapon of mass destruction.
Yeah.
And it's going to be very hard for them to let go of it.
Yeah.
And what's going to happen is every other country is going to want to get it. So in World War I, we had mustard gas. You don't really have mustard gas anymore in the world. And that's because of a couple of things, but like primarily it's because there are.
See, you also need to. See, do you see my face? Okay, I'm sitting here going between his face and my face, and I'm saying, like, this is literally what's going on in my head. I'm like, I look zoned out, but I'm looking at him on the monitor, and I'm like, okay, stop thinking about the way you look. Just focus on what he's saying. This is like so psychotic, or like just stupid, like overthinking. And then I'm like, okay, but like I have done this zoning out look so many times before. I don't want the audience to think that I don't care about what's being talked about. But I tend to have this sort of like stupid blank expression when I'm listening to something. And it's also like, okay, just stop worrying about the way your face looks. And if you actually engage, that'll be better. And so anyways, that's just like one side thing that's going on in my head, which I'm also trying to ignore.
Worse weapons of mass destruction, but like it is also just because mustard gas was seen by the world as like just horrific. To attack the nervous system of your enemy is crazy. But
yeah,
it is an effective weapon. Depending on how the wind blows. Of course, the wind blows back, you're fucked.
Yeah, right.
But, I mean, like, obviously it's easier, it gives you an advantage, but once they get it, now we're both doing it. And like, we should, obviously we should get together and go, okay, no more mustard gas.
Yeah.
It's too crazy when no one wins. When you take out the mustard gas, now I'm going to take it out. In like our men are going to be destroyed by mustard gas. Okay, so like, let's all agree no more mustard gas. Let's all agree nuclear weapons is the big one. And what you may not know is that we all have agreed.
About nuclear
weapons? Nuclear weapons should not exist. They are the bane of...
Okay, so I was following there. We all agree about nuclear weapons? He says yes. Okay.
Of humanity. And, okay, so people will go, well, what? Well, that's...
Were you? Yeah, I was. I thought for a second that I wasn't, but I just think it took me a second to, like, recall.
La-la-la-ti-da.
Understand what he was asking.
Okay, well, let's get real. If every country has a nuclear weapon, what is eventually going to happen?
Somebody's gonna use one
against another? Like someone like Ruska would go, oh my God, we have to prevent Iran from having a nuclear weapon. Okay, well, on what basis?
I don't know. We don't like them, and we don't want them
Okay,
to have
so
weapons.
right, okay, but but it's rational for a country to obtain nuclear weapons in the current regime, because
Yeah.
what country obtained them recently?
Israel.
No,
Ukraine?
no,
Don't know. Russia?
recently. What's the
Recently?
last? What's the last country to obtain nuclear weapons?
I don't know. No idea, honestly. Oh, North Korea? Okay, thank
North
you.
Korea. Now, okay, so North Korea got the weapons, proved it that they had them,
Yeah.
and what do we do with North Korea now?
Okay, wait. What did that chat say that I put up? Hold on. I'm gonna be anal about it. What was it?
Proved it that they had them,
Russia lol. Okay. Yeah.
and what do we do with North Korea now?
I don't know.
What's our basic attitude towards North Korea?
Oh, that's true. When I said I don't know, I don't know what we do with North Korea. I would say at this point I started panicking. I think I started panicking because I was like, oh my god, it looks like I'm not engaged in the conversation, but I just don't know what we do with North Korea. I have no idea. They're terrible.
No.
And then I got this question wrong too. So listen, he goes, what's our attitude? And I said, well, they're terrible. I thought that was our attitude. I don't know.
What's our basic attitude towards North Korea?
Oh, they're terrible.
No.
Oh,
You're not
off?
putting carrier groups outside of North Korea because...
Okay, then he says carrier groups. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, but I don't want to stop every time he says a word I don't know and say, like, okay, I think it basically means, like, things that carry military? If I had to guess, like, that seems like what it's like about.
North Korea is right above South Korea.
Yeah.
You have
aircraft carrier. Okay.
populations of millions of people.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. All right.
Okay, see, that was it right there. That was it. You can see what happened. He asked me like 3 questions and then said a word that I didn't know. I start panicking. That's honestly true. I started panicking. Is that reasonable? I don't think so. But I started panicking, and then I saw this stupid chat that was something like it was something like, you know, Russia got nuclear weapons in 1948 or something. And I was just like, Russia was such a stupid guess. But obviously I can see that, like, I wasn't laughing at him, but, you know, I don't know. I get how that looks bad. So no, it wasn't what he said that was funny. It was some stupid chat that I saw. It was a fine chat. It was just whatever.
Of people.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. All right.
No. They were just making fun of me for the Russia thing. It is stupid. I was just thinking that it's so stupid for me to say. Come back. I'm not being disrespectful. I was just such an idiot for saying Russia just got nukes recently. That's so stupid. Oh, okay. Okay, now at this point, I'm cope laughing 100%. I am on the verge of tears. But I don't want to be honest about that because that's going to make him look like a bad guy. So I'm going to cope laugh instead and try to distract myself. The chest turning red. It's so stupid, dog. It's so stupid. I fucking hate this. Slow-mo the moment your rash kicks in. I was scratching myself. Wasn't I scratching myself? I think I was scratching myself when it got all red. I was eating the headband. Then he comes back. And then... Hold on a second. I think there was scratching. Where did the blotchiness... Was it just there the whole time? No. I can't really tell, honestly. Oh, no, there it is. Yeah, see? Look at me.
Like, and look at you now. You've got blotches.
Oh no, I don't know. It gets pretty bad, honestly. Yeah, it does. It got pretty bad. It looks pretty bad. Honestly, the whole situation has been blown out of proportion by both sides, but it does make for good content. No, I get it though. If when you rewatch it, like I did just straight up laugh while he was saying something, which I can't defend. Like I wasn't trying to laugh at what he was saying, but the combination of being wound up and seeing a funny chat, I didn't control myself. So located, thank you for the $5. You look disinterested in topics your dad's talking about on stream. Now you know what it's like for the rest of your audience. I'm not disinterested. I watch the people he watches. I watch like the John Kiriakou and Glenn Greenwald and those kind of people. I find it interesting, at least interesting enough to talk about, like just about as interesting as the Red Pill stuff. I've watched hundreds of hours of Israel-Palestine videos. Hundreds of hours of that stuff with my dad. Not because he forces me to. I find it interesting. Documentaries about that stuff, etc. Okay, and I know that's a different thing, but like, it's not about the topic. It's about the perceived stress of the situation. 100%. You hate it? And you hate it? And I thought it was a good topic too. Yeah. If you'd watch documentaries about how didn't you know? Oh, well, I mean, we're talking about a different topic. We weren't talking about Israel and Gaza. Why do you act like a ditzy little girl on stream then? You've watched thousands of hours of video about this stuff. I don't know. I have some sort of like complex about it. I think that I tend to think that I sound stupid when I try to talk about it. So it's better to just sort of play dumb, cuz then I won't get embarrassed. But if I know something, I'll say it, but I don't know. Maybe I'm some kind of a narcissist or something. I don't want to look stupid or something. No, I listen. No, I listen. I watched this whole interview that this guy, what's his name? Yisha Ephraim or something? I don't know. And he was doing an interview with a guy who's a national security expert, an Israeli. And they were talking about Netanyahu and the Muslim mindset, the Arab mindset, etc. I watched like 2 hours of it. Yeah, so it's insecurity. I would just say it's insecurity. So, I don't know. I'm more secure talking about other stuff. That's why it works better. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I get insecure before debates too. It's not really like it's just my dad. It's like I feel like I don't know, like somebody's going to say like you don't know what you're talking about, which people generally say. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a fucking idiot. And I don't feel that way in like, I don't know, interpersonal situations. I guess because I have as much right to an opinion as anyone else. It is partly Minar's fault. Yes, it is Minar's fault. I'll send out the link though. I can't ignore Lalo all night. All right, here we go. Here's the link, dude. I already sent it out like a million times. What are the shoes up to now? Good question. Good question. Whoa! What the fuck? Are you kidding me? $66? That's fucking crazy. $66? For my eggplant shoes? Let's go! Let's fucking go! Yo, who put the 66 in? Because we had a bidding war. Oh no, this is amazing, guys. Look, it's just cash, like steadily grown. That's like bizarre. Who is this? They won't pay. Doesn't eBay give you the stuff even if you don't want it? I mean, I'm sorry, even if they don't pay. I knew it was a war between Lalo and Jeremy. It's two. Is that including postage? Well, they pay postage, so I just get $66. What's the highest bid? It's 66 right now, obviously. Bid on the eggplant shoes. Did you even try cleaning them at all? I did, actually. I soaked them in my bathroom sink for a while because they were very dusty, and I did wash them with soap, but they are just, very used. Anyways, it means I think it's a bidding war. Yeah, I think it's like two bidnappers against each other or something. It seems like bot activity, but I don't know. Who knows? He could probably fit them, honestly. No, I don't know. They're like men's size 9. They don't want them cleaned. How much to end the auction and send them to Mark Fusion? Can I even do that? Can I legally do that? Hold on. I don't know if I can do that. Let's see here. Can I delete the listing? Because it's kind of like, if people are bidding on it, then you're kind of like promising it to them. Let me see. Revise listing. Let me see. I can't delete it. No, because like, you gotta understand, they already promised me the money. Well, you know what you can do, though? Oh, why is it not accepting offers? Wait a second. It was supposed to accept offers, so somebody could just put in an offer, and I could... I guess you have to place a bid. I don't know. How much would you have paid, Shabster? Yeah, just bid on it, buddy. Cheapskate. I'm delocated. Thank you for the 5. Not hard to understand. Do streams without your dad and on topics that your audience cares about. 1K a day, right there. Here's an idea. Lingerie stream. The way this guy thinks that, like, his ideas have been sent to him by, like, the Almighty, he's like, nailed it. I mean, I get what you're saying, Mike, but, like, you've been saying this shit for, like, 2 years. It's like, I don't know. The mix of, like, saying lingerie stream and saying, I don't know. It's just funny. You're not wrong. But we gotta keep the weight loss going. Oh my god, guys. This is insane. This is at $93. What the hell? What? This is a crazy bidding war. How are they still doing this? What is going on? Oh, PST. Oh, I see. Okay. Lalo isn't playing around anymore. It just went up to 97. Is this real? This is real though. I mean, it's eBay. This is real. Israel? I don't know. That's crazy. Definitely someone with a foot fetish bidding. I had someone offer me 50 for it with socks and used tissues. And I had to pay shipping to the UK. I was like, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. They wanted to privately buy it. All right, welcome to the show, Lalo.
All right, is my audio perfectly fine?
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. How are you
All
doing?
right. Well, I saw that
Holy
you were
shit! It's
struggling.
128.50.
Holy shit, Damius, calm down. Actually, no, go on. Wow.
Who is bidding on these shoes, man? That's crazy.
He's trying to
Keep
beat
in
the broke
mind, the last
allegations.
time I tried to sell Thorpe merch, apart from the boots, which were like, I sold them for like $15 and shipping was $5, so it was like basically negligible. The last time I tried to sell merch, I sold a Burger King paper cup that was signed by me and kissed with lipstick by me to some random guy in England. I sold it for $15 and it cost me £22 to ship over there. So my experience with eBay has so far been a complete and utter loss, basically. So this is new for me. Anyways, go ahead, Lalo.
Perfect. It's all slop. Look, the point being, though, is that you obviously have had this issue of keeping up with your father intellectually. I know Ruska, who is copying me in the working out aspect. Okay, I got some muscles now. Just kidding. But really, he is certainly... Ruska was out of his depth completely. And he made a bad example of the Zoomers. I thought I was going to be able to debate Ben. Apparently, I was not given the link or given consent for the link for an hour. So that's what I was miffed about. But
Well,
back
you
to
don't care about consent, do you, buddy?
That is free.
Since when do you care about consent? The link was
Sometimes
sleeping. You should have
pretending-
gone for it.
I'm a theater kid, okay? I like pretending. All right. So anyway, make believe aside, I'm very well versed on this. I'm completely behind Trump. I know Nick tried to copy me this past week by saying, "Our oil, no wait, your oil, our choice," and like all this like jibber jabble. It's all garbage. And so I think Ben's completely wrong on that. I think you really get bored by what he says. I mean, I can take it any other way than that. He says it's like an avarice, it's your mother's hatred projected onto you, or vice versa onto him. I could give less of a shit, and none of us do. But the point is that you're not that fascinated, okay? This whole thing about laughing at mustard gas, maybe he wasn't that interesting in explaining the dynamics of trench warfare 100 years ago. I don't fucking know.
Well, I mean, I was laughing at somebody making fun of me in chat while he was talking about something completely different. So I just
If they were
didn't
making fun
control
of him,
myself.
what's the problem? Is that a problem?
They were making fun of me.
That's
So I
not what I
did-
was asking.
If they were making fun of him, would that be a problem?
It probably wouldn't be, right? Logically speaking.
I don't know what that has to do with what. I don't think so. No. Well, I don't know. It depends on what they were saying.
Now, people are making
What's your point?
My lord. Look, you clearly have a problem where the guy's speaking and you yourself are like, oh, well, I have to pay attention, but then also give input, but you don't have input to give because you don't read the stuff you're not really that interested in. Obviously, everybody can pick up on that, whereas Ben is, for logical reasons. He's a man, and we're more interested in that sort of thing. And you're in a vice because, again, you don't really give a shit, but you feel compelled to actually give an opinion, and so it's pretty damn awkward.
It's something like that. Yeah, I mean, it's not that I'm not interested. Again, I will sometimes freeze up on the debates I'm on. It's not that I'm uninterested. I want to do a good job, like whatever. But sometimes I'll freeze up because I'll just feel like, you know what? I'm not prepared enough. I'm insecure. I don't know enough about this to make a cohesive point, so I don't want to get embarrassed. Whatever. And so it's not really specific to my dad. It's not like I find those debates boring. If anything, I'm incredibly stressed because I'm like, I have to fight for time and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
No, I don't really get the pressure.
Well, remember when you were on the debate with Destiny, right? It's a lot of pressure.
Is your dad Destiny level? Is he that aversive? Is he
Oh
that
my god,
disconnected
holy
to reality?
fuck, you're not following the fucking point. The point is, just because I zone out or withdraw doesn't mean I'm not interested, because I do that, I have that behavior during debates when I'm clearly interested because I want to win. It's just that I get
No, that's
insecure
bullshit.
and pull
That is
back.
bullshit.
Okay, do
No.
we understand the point now?
No,
That's the point I'm
that's
making. You can
patronizing.
disagree.
Nope. You're interested when you're paying attention. If you zone out, then you're definitely not interested. How the hell does that make any sense? You're not some guy watching Pearl Harbor like the week before the attack, and it's like 8 hours into your shift, and you're like, okay, I'll zone out, even though I'm vaguely interested in protecting my sailormen. Okay, you are in a debate that is like what, 2 hours, and you claim to be interested, but then you zone out. What do you have? Like, do you need Adderall or something? Like, that's ridiculous.
No, it's because I'm feeling the pressure, so I'm trying to relieve myself of the pressure by just like taking a little mental break, and then I'll re-engage. It's not boredom, is my only point. Everybody says you don't care about what your dad is talking about. I'm telling you, it is a more complex problem because I have watched hundreds of hours of content about this with him, and I genuinely find it interesting on my own. And you can say that's brainwashing,
No.
but like nobody believes that anymore. I
Who cares?
watch this stuff, I find it interesting. I read about it on Twitter. I just feel insecure talking about it. That's where the problem comes in.
No, you're passively interested, but you're not actively interested. You zone out not because you have all this pressure, but because you're not actively interested in what he's saying or whatever the caller's saying. That is what it is, okay? I mean, you can't really distract from that fact.
Okay,
It's retarded.
whatever. We'll just agree to disagree. Do you want to maybe pick up on, like, okay, so I ran my dad off the stream, whatever. How about you and me try to keep this going, okay? Well,
Okay.
let's see. Did you see what Jeffrey Sachs said to the UN?
No.
Okay, are you pro the Venezuela strike?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm anti it. So let's see if we can get this going without my dad here. Maybe it's just
Okay.
too much baggage or history or whatever. Ruska wants to join in too. Okay, both of you are pro U.S. strike on Venezuela, correct?
Yeah.
All right, let's watch his speech, and then we'll see how you respond. Okay, I think it was this one.
I now give the floor to Mr. Jeffrey Sachs.
Mr. President, distinguished members of the Security Council.
Okay, I'm going to let it play. I got to pee. I'm just going to listen on my phone. Be right back.
The issue before the Council today is not the character of the government of Venezuela. The issue is whether any member state, by force, coercion, or economic strangulation, has the right to determine Venezuela's political future or to exercise control over its affairs.
This is why
this question goes directly to Article 2, Section 4 of the United Nations Charter, which prohibits the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. The Council must decide whether that prohibition is to be upheld or abandoned. Abandoning it would carry consequences of the gravest kind. Let me offer some background.
Dalisto John Mearsheimer over here.
The United States foreign policy has repeatedly employed force, covert action, and political manipulation to bring about regime change in other countries. This is a matter of carefully documented historical record. In her book, Covert Regime Change, political scientist Lindsay O'Rourke documents 70 attempted U.S. regime change operations between 1947 and 1989 alone. These practices did not end with the Cold War. Since 1989, major United States regime change operations undertaken without authorization by the Security Council have included, among the most consequential, Iraq 2003, Libya 2011, Syria beginning in 2011, Honduras 2009,
this guy's ass.
Ukraine
Holy
2014,
shit.
And Venezuela from 2002.
It's all garbage, man. Like Jackson Hinkle talking points, basically.
The methods employed are well established and well documented.
Jesus Christ.
They include open warfare, covert intelligence operations, instigation of unrest, support for armed groups, manipulation of mass and social media, bribery of military and civilian officials, targeted assassinations, false flag operations, and economic warfare.
No details, huh?
These measures are illegal under the UN Charter and they typically result in ongoing violence, lethal conflict, political instability, and deep suffering of the civilian population.
Safa.
The recent U.S. record with respect to Venezuela is also clear. In April 2002, the U.S. knew of and approved an attempted coup against the government. In the 2010s, the United States funded civil society groups actively engaged in anti-government protests.
You mean when the government funding people that naturally wanted Maduro or Hugo Chavez to be out of power?
In 2015, President Barack Obama declared Venezuela to be, and I quote, an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. In 2017, at a dinner with Latin American leaders on the margin of the UN General Assembly, President Trump openly discussed the option of the U.S. invading Venezuela.
Okay, tell me when to stop if you want me to stop.
It was terrible.
During 2017 to 2020.
Okay, so what's your issue with what he's saying so far? Because basically I agree with everything.
That's ridiculous. So first of all, Jeff over here, he's using a lot of neocon talking points. Well, actually, no, the inverse. I'm talking about John Mearsheimer, who has been wrong about the Ukraine war for years. He was calling the whole invasion
what the fuck are you talking about? This is not John Mearsheimer.
I'm comparing him to him, that he's bringing up a bunch of stuff from the past decades, then holding to account a president in Trump who had nothing to do with, be it NATO expansion, being Ukraine policy or Venezuela policy. So that's a conflation in and of itself. So now we see at the UN Assembly.
You gotta slow it way down. You're gish galloping to overwhelm me with factoids. Slow it way down.
Bitch.
What is
Mustard
one
gas.
point that you have?
Oh my god. My point is that he's pointing out things that other presidents did that Trump had no idea about, or rather didn't have any stake in, and then now he's blaming it on Trump inherently by criticizing the strike against Venezuela, assuming this was after the fact.
Yeah, but he's bringing up examples from the past because we can learn from the past, and he's saying this idea of taking out the leader of a regime that you don't agree with, regime change wars, has generally led to slaughter and economical collapse. And it's not good for the people that you do that for. And it's not good for us either.
So
wait. So you said he's referencing things Trump has no idea of. You don't think Trump is aware of what happened when we invaded Iraq or Libya or Syria?
I'm glad you brought that up. No, he vaguely knows about that. Now, my question to you, Grace, is...
He vaguely knows about that?
Does he know the intimate details about what happened?
You're saying Jeffrey Sachs is bringing up something that has nothing to do with Trump. You don't think Trump is aware of the regime change wars? He ran on ending regime change wars. So that's a stupid point to make.
No. 2/3 of his argument to begin with, if you were paying attention while you were pissing, sitting down like I do, you copy my flow.
I already watched this, so I remember what he said.
Yappa. Look, the point is that 2/3 of what he was trying to say here was having to do with policy in Venezuela. Trump probably has no idea about some attempted coup or whatever funding the CIA did in Venezuela in 2015, or a disposition or an attempt of deposing Hugo Chavez as of 2002. That much is common sense. Secondly, my question to you, Grace, is...
Wait, say that again slowly. You're talking too fast. I cannot follow you. Maybe it's the female brain. Okay, just go slower.
Oh, baby. Okay, you got it. All right, so the point being, obviously, is that
Slower.
2/3 of what Jeffrey Sachs was saying, what the point was, he was noticing different things that happened, be it 2002, 2015, that different regimes were doing. Okay, so the Bush regime, Obama's presidency, I'm saying that Trump didn't know about that. Then you conjectured that Trump didn't, you're saying Lalo's an idiot. Of course he knew about
retarded, that is, Lalo, let me pause you. That is a retarded argument to say that Trump was not aware of the regime change wars that we have been engaged in since at least 2002. The guy's almost 80 years old. He's been the president. He's in his second presidency, his second term of presidency. Do you think he doesn't know that we invaded Iraq? He doesn't know about regime change wars?
Grace, I've said it 3 times. I said Venezuela.
No, you said he didn't know about what Jeffrey was referencing.
I said 2/3 of it, which was the Venezuela push.
Okay, you know what? Let's just watch a little bit more, because so far you're saying he's
referencing
stuff Trump doesn't know about, which is retarded.
No, wait, hold on. My question first, it's going to be good. So my question to you, Grace, is do you think regime change has never worked in the last 100 years from America?
I don't know if this was within the last 100 years, but I heard somebody say something about Panama and that kind of worked and it wasn't a big deal. But other than that, I don't think there's an example of a regime change working out. No.
Okay, well, chat, I'll let you know. We took over Japan in 1945. We had, I think, General MacArthur administered Japan for several years. That worked fantastic. That's an ally now. South Korea, for example. There's Germany, by the way, West Germany.
You're just naming countries.
No, we
did a regime change war in Germany.
Those were regime changes.
We did a regime change war in Germany.
Yes. Hitler killed himself. Yeah, we took over Germany with the Soviets and the British. Japan, South Korea.
Wait. Please,
Austria,
please,
Italy.
stop. You're fucking annoying me. Stop naming random countries. Okay? Can we go one by one? Because what you're doing is a tactic that I don't appreciate, which is when people just rattle stuff off to confuse the other person and make them feel like they know a lot. Okay?
Destiny.
Yeah.
Pause.
So, take it slower. Can you make one point about one country that was a great regime change?
You mentioned Panama. I think Chile. The CIA was backing the ousting of the communist president Salvador Allende in, I think, 1972. Then Augusto Pinochet, who was a fascist capitalist, took over. And so that worked pretty well. He pretty much completely reformed the economy of Chile to be a free market one and lifted millions of people out of poverty in Chile. And that was led by Milton Friedman, who's a big laissez-faire capitalist as of the 20th century. So.
Okay, maybe that's true. I don't know anything about it, so I'll give you that.
It's true.
But I think the overall point here is
I'm right.
About international law. So let's keep watching because he makes his point about international law later on. Maybe that's true. I know nothing
the United
about
States imposed sweeping sanctions on the state oil company PDVSA. Oil production fell by 75% from 2016 to 2020, and the real GDP per capita declined by 62%. The UN General Assembly has repeatedly voted overwhelmingly against such unilateral coercive measures. Under international law, only the Security Council has the authority to impose such measures. On the 23rd of January 2019, the United States unilaterally recognized Mr. Juan Guaido as interim president, and a few days later froze approximately $7 billion of Venezuelan sovereign assets held abroad and gave the designated authority over certain of these assets. These actions form part of a continuous U.S. regime change effort spanning more than 2 decades. In the past year, the United States has carried out bombing operations in 7 countries, none of which were authorized by the UN Security Council, and none of which were undertaken in lawful self-defense under the Charter. The targeted countries include Iran.
So what?
It's an awful point because the UN Security Council also includes Russia, also includes China. China worse than Russia because, of course, who the hell would China let us bomb in our interest? Because they're obviously adversaries to that extent. So, like, him pointing to that as like a source of authority is completely ridiculous.
Yeah, but isn't the point that we all agreed, like worldwide, to respect the authority of the UN Security Council? Right? So if one country just decides to disrespect that, that's going to be a problem because then there's nobody in charge.
No. Well, de facto, the U.S. is in charge. The U.S. more or less established the UN in 1947, I believe. And so they get to call the shots. And
no, but that's not how the UN works.
Well,
that's not how it
de facto
works.
is. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened that way. Is that not true?
No, America is operating like a mafia boss. Like they're just doing whatever they want.
What's the problem with that inherently?
Because the problem is they agreed to follow the rules just like everyone else, and then they're not following the rules. Don't you see the problem there? Then other people are going to start not following the rules, and then you're going to have a disaster.
Well,
Anarchy.
no, because America has the leverage sufficient enough to where that doesn't happen.
Yeah, you're just saying America's powerful, and so they can get away with it. But if somebody else becomes more powerful, then they're going to get away from it.
The more we double down in being aggressive, the more we can stop the other countries like China or whoever else, Russia, from overtaking the U.S. And therefore, we keep the hegemony as has been for like the last 100 years.
Yeah, but you're just saying, you're saying the rule of law
doesn't really matter, and it's just about who has the most power. But that's not going to work out for us when we don't have the power.
Okay, so what's your foreseeable blueprint as to how the Chinese can overtake the Americans or whatever other country? You don't have one, right? Okay, so then
do I have a? Are you seriously asking me for a blueprint of how China can take over another country? What the fuck does that even mean? What would that even mean? I'm saying
people have said for decades, and this
no,
is why
what
Obama
the fuck
pivoted
would
to
that
Asia.
mean? What would you expect me to say to that? What the hell does that mean?
You could say, okay, hold on. You could say, well, China is building their naval industry is like 10 times more productive than the American one, which is a real problem. So they will, like over expand, and they will have a bigger navy than the U.S. in, let's say, 15 years. You could say their army is already bigger as is. You could say their GDP might lap us in 10 years.
Okay.
You could have said that.
And what's your point? How is that them taking over someone else? I don't.
You just said.
Ruska, your audio's terrible, buddy. I can't have you on.
Grace, you could say another country like China can overpower America, and then the whole like Lalo thing of like not obeying the rules would backfire on America because the Chinese would then
obviously,
have say.
Yeah,
so that's my point. Then why are you so mad?
Okay, so then why? So the point is that saying that whoever is the biggest and most powerful gets to do whatever they want only works as long as our country is the biggest and most powerful.
Yeah,
that's a stupid strategy.
Why?
Well, because, like, there are other genuine rivals to our power, and, like, what we're introducing is the possibility of anarchy. So there's no rule of law, there's no structure, there's no authority, it's just might makes right, it's just bullying, it's just gang, it's just tribal. That's crazy.
That's literally how it's worked the entire
We all
time.
agreed, no, wait, this is how I understand it. We all agreed to the UN Charter and that kind of stuff after World War I and World War II, where tens of millions of people died and generations were traumatized because we all said we wanted to avoid that. Right? So wasn't the whole point of all these rules to avoid the mass destruction of humanity? Especially now that nuclear weapons are a part of it?
No, so the UN was made in light of the Soviet Union.
Right. No, it wasn't about that. My bad.
No, so obviously, no. The U.S. wanted to counter the Soviet Union because they had misunderstood how weak they were in the long term. Hence why they fell like 35 years ago and were still around. So the point being here, Grace, is that the UN was made on a premise that was really not well-founded. And so that's why America and Americans back things like the Venezuela thing, the invasion of Grenada, the Operation Just Cause in 1989 in Panama, and a litany of other things that may or may not have worked. Okay? It's not
so the UN is fake?
No, I said that it was founded on premises where they overestimated the enemy, being the Soviet Union and whoever else was a communist state at that point in 1947. And so nowadays, I think the people that were founding it, be it Harry Truman and the Secretary of State at the time, they would have said, okay, well, fuck it. We shouldn't even make this, or like in the way that we know it now, because we were going to give too much power to the communists because they would have lost out eventually.
First of all, you're saying that the UN was convened to fight back against the enemy, which was the Soviet Union. The representatives from the delegations from 50 countries, including the USSR, signed the UN Charter in 1945. So you're wrong. Like, Russia signed it too.
No. Yeah, Russia would have had to sign it anyway to have goodwill between the two different superpowers.
I don't know what you're talking about, but you're saying like the UN was made to fight back against Russia or the Soviet Union, but the Soviet Union signed the UN, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Because you just mentioned the UN Security Council, as mentioned by Jeffrey Zaks here, is that it included the Russians and the Chinese. And so, yeah, the Russians would want to have veto power because if you know the composition of the Security Council as is now, I think it's either 5 or 7 countries in it, and only one of them is needed to basically cockblock and veto anything that the other countries do. And so, yeah, of course, if your antagonist in the US and Europe is going to make an institution like the UN, you're going to want to have a veto power over whatever else they want to do. So, yeah, you don't know that.
What does that mean? Like, what is the point of all those words you just said? Like, simply put, what is the point?
That when the Western European countries and America wanted to counter the Soviets wanted in on that because if they could have veto power over whatever the West wanted to do to the Soviets, then that would actually ensure their own safety, as a Soviet would say. So that's common sense.
What's common sense? What are you? What is the simple
Why are you
point?
so fucking dumb? That the Soviets would want veto power over what the West wanted, and so when the West constructed the UN against the Soviets said, okay, well, like if we're going to be fucked anyway, we might as well have veto power to stop whatever they're doing against us. And ultimately, NATO would have like majority support against most things that are communist in the first place, and so therefore their hegemony is still kind of like better off than if they didn't have an institution like the UN in the first place.
I can't really put any of that together. Maybe I'm too stupid. I just don't understand the point you're making. I don't get it. What is the coherent point? Of course, Russia signed the UN Charter even though they were enemies of the West, basically.
The UN does not even act fairly, let alone in America's best interest. It's like the overall point. And did Ben vote to suck the UN stick?
Once again, hold on a second. Fucking Lalo once again.
Or does he just like sucking the UN stick?
Has driven this into the ground when the original point we were trying to talk about was international law, or like the rule of law versus anarchy, right? That's what we're talking about here. Might makes right, or the rule of law. That's the point. You know what? Let's just listen to Jeffrey for a few more minutes, and hopefully Lalo can pay attention this time instead of driving it into the ground about fucking Russia in 1947, which nobody cares about anyways.
Iraq, Nigeria, Somalia, Syria, Yemen, and now Venezuela. In the past month, President Trump has issued direct threats against 6 UN member states, including Colombia, Denmark, Iran, Mexico, Nigeria, and of course, Venezuela. Members of the Council are not called upon to judge Nicolas Maduro. They are not called upon to assess whether the recent U.S. attack and ongoing naval quarantine results in freedom or in subjugation. Members of the Council are called upon to defend international law, and specifically the UN Charter. The realist school of international relations, articulated most brilliantly by John Mearsheimer, accurately describes the condition of international anarchy as the tragedy of great power politics. Realism is therefore a description, not a solution for peace. Its own conclusion is that anarchy leads to tragedy. In the aftermath of World War I, the League of Nations was created to end the tragedy through the application of international law. Yet the world's leading nations failed to defend international law in the 1930s, leading to renewed global war. The United Nations emerged from that catastrophe as humanity's second great effort to place international law above international anarchy. In the words of the Charter, the UN was created, quote, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice in our lifetime has brought untold sorrow to mankind. Given that we are in the nuclear age, failure cannot be repeated. Humanity would perish. There would be no third chance. To fulfill its responsibilities under the Charter, the Security Council should immediately affirm the following actions. The United States shall immediately cease and desist from all explicit and implicit threats or use of force against Venezuela.
Okay, before he gets into exactly what they should resolve on or whatever. Okay, so I want to hear the counter to this, but the basic point he's making is that like global powers need to find a way to work stuff out. And when they didn't find a way to work stuff out, we had World War I. Then they tried to get together and say, okay, let's have peace. Let's agree to basic rules.
Stupid.
And then we had World War II because they couldn't figure it out. They didn't adhere to the rules. No. And now, let me just finish my point. Now he's saying, okay, now we have nuclear power, which is like the end of humanity if it gets out of control. So there is no third chance. There is no World War III possibility. We have these global powers, and we need to figure out a way to get along and respect the rules and really stick to them. Not just break them whenever we feel like it. Because there's too much damage on the table as a possibility now that nukes have been involved in the conversation. Okay, now go ahead. Give me a response.
All right, first of all, the whole nuclear thing is ridiculous. The fact that there are so many nukes between so many adversaries only means that they will never use nukes, really. So a whole nuclear holocaust type thing won't happen, number one. Number two,
wait. So you're saying everybody has nukes against everybody else, so like nobody's gonna use nukes? Is that what you're saying?
yeah, like the same concept of like if everybody in a room has a gun, then nobody's going to shoot anyone because then they'll die too.
Right.
That's commonly
Mutually
understood.
assured destruction.
Right. That's why nobody's
But
using
that
in
isn't
80 years.
necessarily true because not everybody has nukes. So not everybody
about
has nukes.
My point. What? How does that make sense?
Not everybody has the gun. Like it's different if everybody has
But-
a gun versus
Grace.
like you can bully people who don't have the nukes. But like Iran, right? We're not letting them get nukes, right? Because we don't want them to have a gun. So, anyways, but go ahead, keep going.
All right. So my point being here is that he says, "Oh, if it's complete anarchy, then we're all going to die," which is ridiculous. What he's basically saying is that Trump ought not to, depose Maduro because he doesn't have the right, and that if Trump were to have his way, then eventually that would spiral into like some sort of like not even World War III. He skips past that. It's like a nuclear annihilation, which again nobody seriously really thinks. What he's doing, which is kind of what Nick Fuentes does, is where he'll like take a contrarian point to move the Overton window, and even though he doesn't really even believe in what he's saying, he wants people to kind of like disagree, but then meet him halfway to then get to what he actually wants. Nobody sober would actually believe what he's saying. It's completely retarded, number one. Then number two, when it comes to what
Wait
Trump
a second.
is doing
Wait, can I
also-
respond? Can I respond to your first point? You're
Alright.
saying like nobody would use nukes because it's mutually assured destruction. You don't think Israel would use nukes if the
Why?
situation like appealed to them? You don't think they'd use nukes? I think everybody
Even if
thinks
they
that
did,
Israel might
even if
use
they
nukes.
did, even if they did, they would not. It wouldn't spiral to like China bombing America or vice versa.
Well, your
Right, like
point
they
is
nuked
stupid.
Iran.
Wait, can I just say though, like you've got to admit your point is stupid because if everybody has guns, like guns get used if everybody has guns. Like in a
No.
war, both sides have guns
not true.
and they use the
That
guns
is
to shoot each
absolutely
other.
asinine. It's like worse than Avalon, Grace.
Gangs like whatever, they have guns on both sides and
That's
they kill each
unbelievably
other with
stupid
those
also,
guns.
Grace. Actually, I
That's
have
a
a
stupid point.
I have a point. Gangs. Okay, hold on. The reason why the gangs use the guns, number one, they're illegal. Number two, is because a lot of people that are prior felons don't have rights to buy a firearm. Therefore, they'll target the people that are already out of jail that don't have guns themselves.
Lalo, I am not I'm not making a point about gun ownership laws, okay?
This is why you're stupid. This is why you're a woman, okay? Because
I'm making a
you-
point
no,
that
hold
if
on, no,
more
let me talk for
weapons
15
are
seconds, okay?
available,
Yell
that
louder,
doesn't
we can't
mean
hear
people
you. I
aren't
don't
going to
care.
use
Blase,
weapons.
blase, blah. You're
It's a
so wrong. Look,
logical
the
point.
is
It's a
that
logical point.
you
It's not
heard
about
me
the
speak for
history
20
of gun
seconds, and it
permits
was about
for gangs.
people killing each other, whether or not they have guns. Now, my point is that if you have people that don't have guns that I otherwise would have, you see gang shootings, as you pointed out earlier. Then you see, oh my God, we're not talking about Chicago like crime control over gun laws, and that's like ridiculous. You clearly don't have like a 3D understanding as to what's happening. And so that's why your dad has a problem with you. And then you lie and you pretend like you give
You're
a
not
shit about
making
what
a
he
point.
says when
You
he's
just
boring.
said you're wrong and you're retarded. That's not a point.
Facts. It actually is. It gets right to
Look,
it.
you need to follow this with me, okay? You said everybody has nukes, so nobody will use nukes. First of all, not everybody has nukes. And secondly,
That wasn't my point.
if everybody has a gun, you said nobody's going to use a gun. That's not true. People use guns all the
True.
time, even if there's guns on both sides. The fact
Oh,
that
re-
more
oh,
people
oh,
have
oh,
weapons
wait
doesn't
a
mean the
minute, wait a
weapons
minute.
aren't going to get used. Can we agree on that?
Grace, what state has the most guns per capita? Guess.
No, I'm not. This is not a conversation about guns. The
Bitch, you
conversation
just
is
said,
about weapons.
Oh, if we all have guns, Wyoming has more guns than any other state per capita. Guess what has the lowest crime? Wyoming.
Holy shit, dude. You're
So,
not
like-
following the point. The point is not about. Oh my god. Okay. You know what? Never. You're
You're awful
actually
debater.
retarded. This is actually retarded.
You are dumb as fuck.
Your point is that if somebody has
12-year-old boy
access
is better at this.
to a weapon of mass destruction, they're not going to use it because other people have access to weapons of mass destruction. My point and then you said if everyone in the room has a gun, then people are not going to use the gun. That's just not
Yes.
true. You just asserted that.
That's true.
People in conflicts, when both sides have weapons, use those weapons against each other.
That's
okay?
not parallel. a room of 10 people with each having a revolver is different from like a country of 50 million people and a country of 40 million people with 1 million guys on each side with machine guns. Not analogous at all, Grace. You know that.
No, okay. Well, what's analogous then? I disagree with you.
What I'm saying is
listen. World War II happened, okay? Despite the fact that both sides had horrific weapons, right?
Mm-hmm.
They had just gone through World War I. They knew how bad warfare could be. And the weapons had gotten like more technologically advanced, so it was more mechanized warfare. Both sides had dangerous weapons and they used them on each other. So just because both sides have weapons doesn't mean they're not going to use them on each other. And you even agreed with me that Israel would be likely to use nukes. So
no, I really don't think so. Now, I will say that when it comes to Jeffrey Zach's point, because he's even worse than you are on this, because you are not that dumb. I will say that Jeffrey, he's like, he said, what was it? He was basically saying, fuck, I forgot, the iPad screwed me up. But the point is that he's like, oh, if America were to have its way, that it would deteriorate into a nuclear war. That's ridiculous, number one. Number two, he also said that Maduro...
Saying something is ridiculous isn't a point. It's not an argument.
I was elaborating as to why that was, Grace.
You said secondly. Okay, it's not an argument.
Hold on. All right. So he's like, we need not to read into what Maduro's saying. He's saying, oh, we don't have to like judge his conduct, which is fucking retarded, okay? Because... doesn't he violate international law? Is there not laws against rigging elections? He rigged like 3 in a row, so he's illegitimate. And then he's also indicted for felonies going back to 1999 for be it drug possession, trafficking, whatever the hell it is. And how are we going to enforce that? Is the ICJ going to arrest him? And again, that also applies to Netanyahu, I suppose. But the point being is that how the hell is that going to get it? How are you going to get him in jail if he's the dictator of a country? Is Jeffrey Sachs implying that we should just let him go? Why? Is the UN going to get him? With what army exactly? They're all in Africa. They're deployed there. So, like, what are we talking about here? It's all virtue signaling. It's all white people shit.
So
literally,
you're saying,
if Jeffrey Sachs weren't white, he wouldn't be saying this.
You're saying Maduro violated international law, so America should go capture him to bring justice.
Yeah.
So should America go capture Netanyahu because there are multiple arrest warrants out for him?
So in principle, according to the ICJ, yes, but I don't think we should arrest Netanyahu personally.
Well, you can't just half carry out justice and half
Donald
not.
Trump. Yeah, you can. You totally can.
No, you can't, because then you're just completely, like, you're not doing it for justice reasons. Okay, and as a Catholic,
you can't jerk off, you can't say swear words, you can't, like, use the Lord's name in vain, you can't do a lot of things.
No, don't change the subject to Catholicism.
It's not the subject.
Okay?
We're pointing out hypocrisy.
No, shut up. Don't change the subject, okay? The point is, you said what they're doing in Venezuela is, like, carrying out international justice. Then I made the point that they're not going to go capture Netanyahu. You said, well, yeah, you can do it half and half. You can't. That's not justice. It's either all or nothing. So your original point is negated. They're not doing it for international justice reasons. They're not trying to carry out criminal justice against Maduro.
I was pointing out a hypocrisy in Jeffrey Sachs' argumentation. Not that the Trump administration is consistent, because they're not. And I don't mind that at all.
What is the hypocrisy in his argument?
The hypocrisy is that he points out that we cannot scrutinize the conduct of a dictator under the Monroe Doctrine, which is retarded, because the same institution in the UN that I'm pretty sure has and houses the ICJ, but he just ignores that. He's like, okay, well, this dictator has felonies and he's rigged the election and pretty much screwed over the millions of people that don't want him in office, that are starving to death because of communism that he himself promotes. All of a sudden, well, I guess we don't care. And Trump is the asshole because
I don't think he said that. Let's go back. Okay. I don't think he said that. Let's go back and see if he said that.
He would perish
2 minutes ago.
There would be no third chance. To fulfill its responsibilities under the Charter, the Security Council should immediately affirm the following actions.
Further back.
The League of Nations was created to end the tragedy through the application of international law. Yet the world's leading nations failed to defend international law in the 1930s, leading to renewed global war.
That's also ridiculous.
The United Nations.
What's ridiculous?
Okay, so he's like, Britain and the other powers in the League of Nations established after World War One, they failed to follow international law when it came to Hitler's Anschluss and the taking of the Sudetenland and Czechoslovakia and whatever else.
Okay, I actually don't care. I don't care.
Law
Actually.
in the 1930s, leading to renewed global.
I don't care. You want to be like a World War I nerd. I don't care. Wait,
hold on. So. You really think that international law, the UN, would have stopped Hitler? Why? With just rules, they would have tweeted something out and he would have just stopped? Why? 1 million men are gonna blitzkrieg Poland and Europe.
The UN Charter was signed after World War II.
I said, could the UN? I said, could the UN nowadays? Okay, because Jeffrey Sachs is saying that international law was disobeyed.
The UN doesn't really have teeth. It doesn't really have teeth.
That's the
we
whole
all
point
agree about
that
it.
They can't stop.
But
shit.
the whole point is, if you don't respect what everybody agreed to, then you're going to have anarchy. Everybody needs to respect the rules. Just because you're bigger and powerful at the time doesn't mean if you disrespect the rules, that's going to come back to bite you when you're no longer as powerful.
No, but he was saying that international law was failed, prior to World War II. But what I'm saying is that there's no fucking way they could have stopped Hitler. And then you're saying, well, Hitler should have agreed to the League of Nations, which is, again, ridiculous, because why the hell would he bother doing that? Because it has no teeth, as you were saying. So now he's bitching about, again, the no teeth UN not stopping Trump or Trump not obeying them. But again, my point is, why the hell would he even bother? Why would Hitler bother? Why would Trump bother? Why would China bother? And then you're saying, well, like, theoretically, it's like a John Lennon song. Imagine all the people. It's like stupid. It's all virtue signaling. White monkey bullshit.
Global war.
So you believe in might makes right?
I don't believe in it. I acknowledge it as the reality.
Okay, so if somebody broke into your house and tied you up and took your property away from you, you would say, I don't think that's good, but I acknowledge it's a reality.
You would too, yeah, of course.
And I don't have a right to have that guy prosecuted?
I have a right, but you can try as much as you can. But if you can't do it, then you can't do it. Now, he's the type that would say, I got robbed, and I'll bitch about it, and I'll cry, and I'll say whoever was in power failed. But like that, it's like, okay, how are you going to get your lick back? How are you going to get your justice? He's not providing a solution to anything. He's just bitching about Trump and kvetching.
He is providing the solution. Maybe I'm just like totally missing something, but like,
yes,
if everybody agrees to follow the rules and does follow the rules, everyone will benefit. If everybody agrees to follow the rules and then some people don't follow them
Grace.
For their own benefit, then everything falls apart.
Well, let's take it back home, okay? If Ben and Courtney could agree on a settlement, that would benefit everybody, right? Yes? Will they?
Yes,
no. So why waste time and say, oh, well, let's get to agree. You've learned the hard way. It doesn't work
why
that
are
way.
you're so you're so invested in saying like, oh, you're virtue signaling. I'm just saying like, yes,
you are.
I'm saying what should
I'm evil. You need to be. You're
no,
just
I'm
like
saying
me, but worse,
ideally people would
do
do this, but it's also the smarter thing to do so that everybody can work together, so we don't have World War III.
Dude, there's hundreds of countries on the planet, like 109. There's a lot of countries. You think they're all going to agree? That's not even fucking possible. Like,
they did all agree. Like most of the world signed the UN Charter.
Grace,
and most of the world is part of the UN. Wait. I think actually almost the entire world is part of the United Nations, and so therefore, like, implicitly agrees to the rules, like the Charter. So
okay, great. Okay, so
they
all
do
50
agree.
states also agreed to the same constitution. Do they have the same laws across the board? No, they fucking don't. Obviously
no,
not.
but the difference is, right? The states follow the federal, so the federal government is the analogy to international law, right? And the states are the countries, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so the reason that the states listen to the federal government is because, first of all, it works better for all the states, but secondly, it has an enforcement mechanism, right?
Okay, and the UN doesn't.
Right, okay, the UN doesn't, but if everybody recognizes that following the rules is beneficial to everyone, then you don't need an enforcement mechanism necessarily if everyone just admits that that is the best way for everyone to work together. The rule of law makes right, not might. That works better for everyone.
Okay, well, if everybody liked the stream, they would also like the stream. Will they? No, but will 2/3? Yeah, probably. What's your fucking point?
Yeah, but if we are the ones breaking international law, then we are causing the chaos.
Okay,
we
what
should not
chaos?
be doing that.
Wait, okay,
It's
well, how
one
about
thing
this?
if a smaller country does it, but for us to do it, we're setting the precedent.
No.
We are setting the precedent saying might makes right, not law. So
Okay,
everybody
wait,
can
hold
do
on.
whatever
Okay,
they want
okay,
because
no.
as long as they're powerful enough to do
No.
it, go ahead.
You've completely fucked yourself over on this one. Okay, so Grace, you answer this. You really think that deposing Maduro, where maybe 100 of his bodyguards died, not a single American died, and we got rid of a dictatorship that was communist in South America, and we introduced millions of tons of oil into the marketplace where hundreds of dollars will be saved out of Americans' energy bills, and the global economy
You
will
believe
be better.
that propaganda?
Now, hold on. Okay, is it not true that Trump just said that we got 30 to 50 million tons of oil from the Venezuelans that are going to come into the American ports like next week? Okay, number one. Number two.
Yeah, Trump
being,
said that. You think that's going to
yes,
manifest into money in your
Venezuela
pocket?
has more oil reserves than any other country on the planet, and their infrastructure is so shit that we could triple it overnight almost. And so at that point, the gas prices will go very low, and that benefits everybody.
Well,
okay,
that
you have an
money is
RV,
going to
you
go
get
to
it.
the oligarchs like Peter Singer, who are Trump and what's the
You
other
mean
guy?
Peter
Marco
Thiel, dipshit.
Rubio's buddy?
Okay, great. You watched Nick Fuentes. The point being is that no, it doesn't. The gas pump goes down for everyone. They're not invested into gasoline, dumbass.
I mean,
They're
not
invested
for
into
several
Silicon Valley.
years. You
They're
can't just
invested into
restart that
AI.
industry. You can't
It
just
takes
restart
like
that
2 or
industry
3
overnight.
years, and plus they've got like a third of it that could get released overnight, and plus they were sanctioned to begin
Sure
with.
they
Again,
do.
You don't follow it, right?
So
Anyway,
we're stealing, so we're raping their country. Great. That we
Wait,
definitely
no,
won't
no,
get
no.
any pushback for that.
No, here's why. Number one.
Yeah, exactly.
80 or 90%
It'll take at least
of the
5 years to
Venezuelans-
get it going. Exactly.
No, hold on. 80 to 90% of Venezuelans actually agree with the deposition of Maduro because, of course, the economy fucking sucked. I know a guy named Vincent that was from Venezuela and fled it like 5 years ago. Whole family was famished. The point being, though, is that they're obviously in support of getting rid of Maduro. And
Okay, but
there's
you're
going to be
jumping
more oil in
from thing to
Venezuela
thing.
after
You're
we fix their
jumping around.
infrastructure.
You're jumping around. I agree that it's generally considered like a corrupt regime, like it was falling apart and the people were not happy with Maduro. I don't think that's really a disputed thing. But all we've really done, the problem, this is why Jeffrey Sachs said this. He said, we're not here to judge whether Maduro was good or bad.
He's
Maybe
a
he was
cuck.
bad, maybe he was good. What he's here to say is that if we don't uphold international law, and there are ways to enforce international law, like sanctions.
No.
Yes, there are.
We already sanctioned Russia. We already sanctioned North Korea. We already sanctioned Venezuela, and we still had to intervene in all of those.
Yeah, well,
So
us intervening was breaking international law. So you're just using
okay,
convenient
well,
language.
you just admitted the sanctions didn't even work. So
I don't know about those sanctions, but like the UN could have approved
Grace,
sanctions against
Grace.
Israel, which could have been enforced by
that
member
wouldn't have worked
nations.
either. That wouldn't have worked either.
Well, literally, they could have done that. Okay, they didn't.
Yeah, it wouldn't have worked. Israel's mostly self-sufficient. They don't import that much relative to their economy.
Okay.
That's common knowledge.
That's not
Fucking
true.
idiot.
That's
Well,
not
well,
true. We
how?
sent
How is that
them.
possible?
We've sent them tens of billions of dollars to fund this war.
That's like 5 to 10% of their actual budget, by the way. That they would have done it regardless.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Look it up, dude. I'm right.
They're
more of an homage thing. It's a
self-sufficient
patronage thing.
parasites. Is okay. This is a separate point. Israel is not self-sufficient. If the U.S. had not backed it with weapons and money, it would not have like even gotten close to the level it did.
Okay, well,
Gaza.
if Trump
No
is so
way.
pro-Israel and more than Biden, then why the hell would he invade Gaza during Biden's administration?
I don't know what you're talking about, and I'm not going to respond. So
You're so
Listen
bad
to
at
me.
this.
I
What?
don't know. Why can't you say, okay, why can't we just agree on this? Would you agree that it would be ideal if all the countries of the world would follow and respect international law?
Sure.
Okay, that's
I thought we were
all.
friends.
That's my entire
fine.
point. That's also Jeffrey's entire
Wait.
point.
I'm just actually everything you say. Okay, like we can temper it down.
This is really
look.
simple to say.
Okay.
And why
fine.
would it be ideal? Why would that be better?
if we don't have war, that means there's more men that are not in the army. They could work in conventional jobs. That means they're not going to die. That means also that they're going to have more kids. It means that more productive sectors of the economy will blossom. It means we have to spend less on military. We could spend it on healthcare, infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. You don't have to spend on the nuclear triad if you're America, and then whatever other country also has nukes doesn't have to spend it on nuclear submarines and missile launchers and all that.
Okay, so if you think that it would be better, it would be the best. I mean, there's no utopia, but like that's the best case scenario, is that every country in the world agrees to certain rules and abides by them. Then why wouldn't you be pro what Jeffrey Sachs is saying here in encouraging the UN Security Council to reprimand the United States for breaking that law that you just said it would be ideal for everyone to follow?
Because the inherent interest of every country in political realism, international realism, or in that international relational realism is that everybody's out for themselves. And so if you're going to get 180 countries now to give up on their selfish interests on the naive belief that we're all going to be kumbaya and like fight for each other, that's just fucking ridiculous. That's just not going to happen ever. So why even bother?
Well, I don't understand. You're just being cynical.
That's the reality.
But if
They've already tried
everyone
this.
said
League of
what
Nations,
Jeffrey
United
Sachs
Nations.
said, if everyone said what Jeffrey Sachs said, we like that would make a difference. Like you're
And if
just
everybody said what
you're
Trump
saying
said,
it's-
they'd be Republican. Who cares?
you're saying
That's
it's
not happening.
unrealistic.
It is.
You're saying like
It hasn't happened.
this is retarded. You're saying like
Grace,
we shouldn't. No, this is like I think this is like somebody saying we shouldn't prosecute murder because guess what, people? People are still gonna murder even if we put some murderers in
No.
jail. They're still gonna kill because
No.
people are just bad. That's what it sounds like to me. It's like, why don't we try to do the right thing?
no, you're the type that would say, what if everybody agreed that we shouldn't murder? Then we would have then we don't need jails. Like you're coming from a liberal perspective. It's like ridiculous.
No, I'm not
It's
saying
all
we don't need
fanciful.
jails. I'm saying we should enforce
Mundane
international
stuff.
law as much as we can.
How?
Well, sanctions, for one thing.
That didn't work.
International condemnation. It's put
Didn't work.
pressure on Israel. It's put pressure on Israel for sure.
What about Venezuela? It didn't work.
Well,
You had to
hold on a
literally
second.
invade.
Hold on a second. Yeah, but you're saying it didn't work for who? Were those?
everybody.
But he just said those sanctions violate international law. Did he not? Did Jeffrey Sachs just say it's coercive and
Well, that
it's
goes against
supposed
your
to?
point then.
No. So I say that we should use sanctions to enforce international law. You say, well, Trump put illegal sanctions against Venezuela
I didn't
and
say
that
they were
didn't
illegal.
work. That's a stupid point. They are illegal sanctions. That's what Jeffrey Sachs just made the
Nah.
point about.
Nah.
He just said that they were coercive and therefore against international
It's a
law.
technicality. It's a technicality because he could put.
No,
he could
it's
have put
not a
tariff on whatever
technicality.
thing he sanctioned.
They are illegal
Yes.
sanctions.
Yes.
So how is that
Yes.
a point against saying that we should
Okay,
do legal
Grace,
sanctions to
No,
enforce
no.
law?
No, you're out of your depth here. Okay, so if I were to put 100% tariff on Venezuelan oil exports, that'd be the same thing as sanctioning it. Just like sanctioning it makes it like more politically, like, you know, more of a direct like FU condemnation, as you were saying, as a viable solution, which by the way goes against the point of you saying that Jeffrey Sachs is right in saying that it's actually illegal for Trump to have done that in the first place. Number one.
It's illegal by international law to do it in.
Then why would you bring that up as a solution? And then you said that it was one of his solutions.
The
by
way
the way.
that he did it, the way that he did it
what's
was
the way
illegal.
that he did it, and what's the way to do it legally?
Okay,
You don't
if
know.
I kill someone because I want their money, that's illegal.
you
If I
can't
kill
answer it.
someone in self-defense, that's legal. But you could say, well, you both of them were killing someone. That's a stupid
Nope.
point.
You
It
are
depends
flunking
on
out
what
hard.
context
It's
and why
tough.
you do it. It depends.
She's cooked, chat. Boiled egg. Oh, it's really bad.
Great argument, buddy. You want to hear what
I
he said
won.
about the sanctions? Here, we'll
Winning.
go back to the sanctions. Hold on a second.
No, God, dude, this is like
No,
hell.
literally what
I need
he
a
said.
cigarette, chat. Chat, please, boss man.
Okay, hold
Ugh.
on. It was right around
I'm
here.
getting the
Flag
I'm
operations
getting the cold
and
pad out.
economic warfare.
What are you even doing on your iPad?
I'm just reading the chat because I can't see it on my phone.
Oh.
My microphone
These
died, so
measures
that's why.
are illegal under the UN Charter, and they typically result in ongoing violence, lethal conflict, political instability, and deep suffering of the civilian population. The recent U.S. record with respect to Venezuela is also clear. In April 2002, the U.S. knew of and approved an attempted coup against the government. In the 2010s, the United States funded civil society groups actively engaged in anti-government protests. When the government cracked down on the protests, the U.S. followed with a series of sanctions. In 2015, President Barack Obama declared Venezuela to be, and I quote, an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. In 2017, at a dinner with Latin American leaders on the margin of the UN General Assembly, President Trump openly discussed the option of the U.S. invading Venezuela to overthrow the government. During 2017 to 2020, the United States imposed sweeping sanctions on the state oil company PDVSA. Oil production fell by 75% from 2016 to 2020, and the real GDP per capita declined by 62%.
Yeah.
The UN General Assembly has repeatedly voted overwhelmingly against such unilateral coercive measures. Under international law, only the Security Council has the authority to impose such measures. On the 23rd of January...
So the difference is, if America went through the UN Security Council and made the argument that Maduro was breaking international law and should be sanctioned or something like that, and the UN Security Council approved it, that would be a valid use of coercion to enforce international law. There are UN sanctions.
No, you're right.
Then there are illegal sanctions.
You're so right.
It would make a big difference if they did that.
Grace, you're so right, because the Russians that sold the Venezuelans anti-air shooting missiles would have totally been okay with that. The Chinese that are investing into Venezuelan radar technology and naval bases into Venezuela to counter American influence totally would have went with that. You're right. Totally. You're right.
Totally would have went with what?
The sanctions from America to Maduro. Obviously, they wouldn't have done that.
You're saying they would have vetoed it?
Yes.
Or whatever.
2 out of 7, yeah.
Okay, so you're saying the system can't work?
Not if you want to sanction them for something that's obviously illegal, which is my whole point.
So you're saying the UN, because it has like members of different countries that are not exactly allies with each other or even enemies, cannot enforce law?
Yeah, basically, if it's not something that's like bilateral, if it's not something that's like bipartisan, every single country is biased for each other. Yeah, like every YouTube channel wants their own clout, they want their own content. Like obviously when you cooperate, that's a rare thing and it's seldom seen. Okay, like you're not going to get 7 different groups that are of different parties with different demographies and whatnot to then go ahead and just violate each other's interest for the sake of a common good, because it's often not found. And so when the Venezuelans want to, reach out to Russia, which is our adversary, and then also China, which is a bigger one, then obviously they're going to veto whatever sanctions we put on Maduro, who clearly has committed a litany of felonies and rigged 3 separate presidential elections, violating democracy as we know it. So.
Okay, I understand what the point you're making, which is that if Russia and China are at the table, they're not going to allow America to sanction their ally. That's basically what you're saying. And vice versa.
Yes. Well, that's why America vetoes everything that Israel does, like when they get condemned for like whatever genocide or whatever it is.
Right.
It's the same difference. So then you wouldn't go to Vladimir Putin, Grace, and be like, why don't you support the UN? I know you're trying to stop Israel from this genocide, but like, why don't you like make everybody like agree with you? Like, why do you sanction Israel? It's like, you see how fucking retarded that.
But what's the other option if we don't have this? It might have its problems, but like, what is the other option?
Well, it's not that it has problems. It just literally doesn't work 80% of the time because there's countervailing interest, which is a problem in its premise, number one. Number two, the solution, obviously, is what just happened this past week, is that we go in, none of our guys die, we kill 100 of their bodyguards, we get the guy and the wife. He's going to go to prison in Rikers Island or something with P. Diddy, which is tragic for everybody involved. And so it's fucking amazing. And we're going to get oil.
Lalo, stop. So you can't get groups of people to cooperate under law. Or can you?
I'm saying specific. You can, but I'm saying specifically in this circumstance.
Okay, you can.
You won't get them.
Okay, you can. So every 4 years in this nation, we have an election for president. Every person in every state has their own interests. And you can make the argument that our system isn't fair, especially to, you know what the argument is?
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, no.
It's not fair to the highly populated states, right?
Because the electoral college.
Because the electoral vote
I know.
favors the flyover country.
Yeah, Rhode Island only has like 3 or 4
nevertheless, we do it. And would it be better if we decided we're not going to do it together and we're all just going to have, like, not recognize the election?
Okay, so the problem
yes
I
or
have
no?
through analogy.
Yes or no?
Yes.
It would be better if we broke.
Oh no!
Had
The
several candidates who all are claiming to be president. Okay. No, it's better. So even if California might say, well, the electoral college fucks us because, like, you only get a certain number of electoral votes, even if you have a super majority, right? But you know what they do? They go, well, that's the system we're in.
Okay.
And Iowa loves it, and New Hampshire loves it. Okay, and they get favored, right? Because they are both like small population, and they also get the first whatever, right? They get the presidential candidates start there, so they get a little bit of favoritism. And guess what? It works, right? So if you're going to say kumbaya, that groups of people who have conflicting interests can work together, then like kumbaya is every single government on planet Earth. Now,
okay,
what you are actually espousing is, and I think this is good because this is you. You're espousing a death wish. And I think you should be the first to lead us off the cliff. I want to find you a bridge. Because this is certain death for mankind. And I actually think man overall seeks death rather than life. And I think you're a perfect example of someone who articulates a politics of total death for everyone. And I think you should go if you're not going to go to the bridge, go to Israel, because that's where people think like you. They all want us to die because they're psychotics and they have a death wish in a maelstrom of nuclear disaster. Start with you. Start us off. Nuke yourself.
That's cute.
We'll see. We'll look at you as you nuke yourself and say,
ouch.
Well, that's where this philosophy goes to. Nuke yourself. I will provide you with a personal nuclear suppository to shove up your fucking ass, and I'll personally light the fuse. I want to see you
What do you
first, and then America second. Okay? Lalo's asshole first. That's my fucking agenda.
All right, Nick Fuentes. That's a real griper.
Wait, Dad, wait. He did kind of stump me with the UN thing, though, right? Because he's saying, like, okay, let's say Venezuela does something that's against international law. So America says, let's bring sanctions against them in the UN Security Council. Yeah. Then China and Russia, who have veto power, say no, because Venezuela is their ally. How would that not just stop everything?
Okay. Every system is going to have some things, like, I know that Lalo knows this. You can critique the American electoral college system. You can say it's not fair to states that have, I'm not sure if you understand this, Grace. You win by a majority. So if you have one more than a majority, you get all that state's electoral college votes, right? So then in some states now, California gets way more than a majority, but it doesn't actually matter because it only gets those votes. So it's unfair in a certain sense because it is proportional to population. But Republicans almost always lose the popular vote, but they can still easily win the electoral college vote.
I've heard that before.
Okay, so people can say one man, one vote. What the fuck? Okay. But we're not going to change that, because to change that, okay, hold on a second, Lalo. To change that, we'd have to go all the way back to the Constitution. It'd be almost impossible to do, because all of the states that benefit from that are going to vote against it. So it's kind of baked in. Okay, so every system has things like that.
All right. Okay. Ben. Okay, so give me
That
3
doesn't
minutes.
mean
Okay.
that the system is illegitimate.
But
Yeah,
but how
okay.
how would
Oh my
anything
God,
be
Grace,
forced through the
holy shit.
UN if
No, hold on.
I don't know.
You already said that.
They're all
okay,
protecting
just
each
give me a
other.
minute. Just give me a minute. Okay, look. I'm going to go outside so I can have cigarettes, because that's what I'm feeding for. Number one. Number two, I will tell you, because
Try a nuclear one.
hasn't quit yet.
I'm going to get you a nuclear cigarette. I
Okay,
want you to light it
also,
up and
to
blow
your
your
point-
fucking head off.
Why are you
Because
so
that's Trump policy
Ben.
right now. So if you want to be a Trump
MAGA
guy, you're right.
winning.
Just
Okay,
say
anyway,
one thing,
golden
do the
age.
opposite, and say it all makes sense. Blow your fucking brain out. That's what I say.
Boom. Okay, but hold on. My counter to your whole point about the American system with voting is that, yes, when people vote, and you could say like, oh, California gets gypped, New Jersey gets gypped. The problem is that they're all voting for an American president that will represent their interests. And so while there's like convailing interest and there's people that disagree or whatever, and they might, one half of the country votes against the person that wins the election, or almost. The difference is that you're also conflating that with like the UN, where you're saying like, okay, like Panama, you agree with America, Venezuela agree with Russia, China agree with America,
You don't know
Israel
what the word
agree with
conflating means, but
Lebanon.
yes, okay.
Oh my God.
I'm saying it's
Mexican.
similar. I'm saying it's similar. Yes. So, yes, all human beings, here's a new one for you, Lalo, have basically the same interests. Those interests are furthered by trade,
Snacks. Oh,
all the same things that states
yeah.
get out of being federated. The world gets out of having these laws, right? So you don't need to spend anything really on the military. You can,
The peace
I mean,
dividend.
obviously, but you go kumbaya, which is why I want you to actually, I will become kumbaya. I'm not shoving a nuke up my ass, but you shove one up your ass and say, hey,
Why don't
this
you show
is-
me how it fits
hey,
first?
I ain't
You're taller
kumbaya.
than me.
I'm
You're taller than me,
Twinkies.
Ben.
I'm fucking Trump, motherfucker, and then
America
blow
first,
it.
bitch. Griper.
Blow it
America
and
first,
explode
bitch.
it all over your fucking
My oil,
bedroom.
your oil, my choice. Okay, whatever.
You,
Look.
Fuentes, and Donald Trump. 3 suppositories, 3 nuclear suppositories.
Oh, you hate Fuentes now?
I'll light
Is it
one.
'cause John
one
Thorpe likes them?
fuse, the holy trinity of realistic international relations.
You don't want to see this brown
And then
rocket
we can
explode over
say,
you, buddy.
hey, you know what? Was that a good idea or not?
Fuck. Okay. Look, Ben, I think you need a Lalo break. Look, I'll smoke a cigarette. Maybe I'll call back in. Okay, you're mad. I get it. Look, I try to,
No, I mean
take
it.
the tension
I
down.
mean it. I mean it.
Homicidal Ben. Okay. I'm sorry, dude. I was
No,
trying
I
to be
know.
nice.
Lalo,
I'm
wait,
just
wait.
saying that is your logic. So do it.
Ben.
Wait,
So
but
do it.
Lalo, before you hop off, okay, if you say the UN
Or
doesn't
use your
work,
brain and
What?
recognize that, for example, in fucking Mexico, where you come from,
Jesus.
it's good that there are laws, even though there are narcos who have a lot of power,
A lot of trolls
and
in the
that
chat.
eventually the federales, maybe with the help of Trump, will restore the rule of law and get the narcos out of power. You recognize that's true, and you don't go,
That's fair.
kumbaya, kumbaya. You go, yeah, that's doable.
Yeah, no, I want
And
them
it would
to
be
take
good
over.
if it was done.
Yes.
Okay,
Obviously.
so what is it's just on a larger scale.
I'm supporting the overthrow of Maduro. I'm also supporting the killing of the cartel members in Mexico. What's the
Right,
what's
and
the
that's
problem?
totally inconsistent, because if
What?
if the rule of law can be applied in one situation, it can be applied in a larger scale situation, obviously. And if
What's
you
the
don't
inconsistency
recognize
with
that
that?
and don't support that, then you have a death wish for all of us. But spare me, spare my kids, shove it
I
up
will.
your fucking ass and blow it yourself to smithereens to show us how smart you are, how non-kumbaya you are.
Okay.
I'll light it if you prefer it. That it's a
All right.
violation of your anal international rights. Like, I don't fucking
All right,
care.
all right,
I'll
okay,
go full
you know-
Venezuela on you.
Hey, look, I don't know where you can buy them, but
my point
Ben,
of how stupid you are.
Ben, okay, how about this? How about this? I'll make a deal. At World War Debate in Atlantic City, if you can find fireworks on the way to Jersey, you can use this lighter and light it up my ass. How about that?
Roman candle?
I don't know what that is,
What
but
if I
yeah,
put a
probably.
little nuclear warhead in it?
You can go. Norfolk, Virginia has a lot of nuclear submarines, so you can ask them. I don't know. You can go and be like, "Oh, kumbaya."
Yeah,
All right, fine.
I'll add a warhead to the ass of the Roman candle so it blows you up as it's shooting out your ass. Okay? Then we'll all be happy. I will get to show the Fuentes international law thing. You will have the ultimate anal orgasm / death, which is really what you and Fuentes want anyways, right?
I thought you liked him. That's your son-in-law, asshole.
No, he sucks.
You liked him like a week ago. Okay, whatever. Okay, whatever.
Yeah,
enjoy,
his take on the
enjoy.
Venezuela thing sucked.
It sucks.
Because he copied mine.
Even his own people said, nah.
I'm the king of the groypers now.
All right.
Yeah, you and Sneeko. Actually, Sneeko has a chance
You can
to
go
take
off
over.
and prance around with him in your gay little world.
I
didn't think there was
What?
anything gayer than the groypers, but you guys have.
I've been anti-Nick for like 6 years.
The gays of the gayest of the gays. Go for it. You can dress up your little cat outfit or whatever it is that you guys come up with. But I will light the fuse.
This is my white
Once
person
you
outfit.
get the nuclear suppositories in, I will light the fucking fuse, okay?
Oh, we do have a super chat. Counter 1337 499. The UN isn't a one world government, Ben. It's a debate club.
Yeah, you know who has destroyed international law? Benjamin fucking Netanyahu, single-handedly. And we all sat there and watched it. So
destroyed it or just violated it? Just
there had been violations, but this Gaza thing is it's just obvious that the UN should have acted.
All right.
True.
All right.
But hold on, wait, Lalo.
And so if you say
Lalo's
like, well, it's all bullshit now. Okay, well,
no,
but it's
Grace,
our only hope.
It's
our only hope.
Give you guys space.
But
okay,
that's Lalo's point because America vetoes any stuff against Israel because they're part of the veto group. So nothing can ever happen. Isn't that what he was saying?
Okay, so then we as Americans should say, if we host the UN, if we were like the spearheads of the UN, how are we? Maybe we should stop fucking undermining the UN.
Well, yeah, right. True. Yes, we should.
Stop shredding it openly and going, fuck you, in our own country, in New York City. It's crazy. We are wrong.
Yeah.
But if you're going to shred it, what are you going to replace it with? Pax Judaica? Okay, fine. Better than anarchy. Let's just say Bibi's the emperor of the world. Better than anarchy.
Better than anarchy, I agree.
So if you want to say that and force everyone gun to that, at least just say it. Because it's either the UN or looks like it's Zionists that run the world. I don't want them running the world. I think they're fucking psychos. But it'd be better that than anarchy.
Do you think that World War I and World War II were examples of pure anarchy? Would you say that? I'm just curious.
International anarchy, absolutely. Not World War II, because you had the League of Nations, but I mean, World War I was pure anarchy. World War II was so crazy because they had just experienced World War I.
Yeah.
I mean, it's unbelievable how stupid. That was a death wish. I believe like we need to sit there for a minute, and realize what we did in World War II and how we have no right to say that we understand anything as human beings, and especially as Europeans, when we did that. Why are we sitting here going, hey, I don't know if these N-words are smart as us? Okay.
Look at what we did.
Look at the smart guys, the Germans. What is all this hey, these people, they don't know how to make inventions. Okay, what did we fucking invent in this country? The atom bomb. What the fuck? There's something wrong here. We need to realize we keep saying like, hey, maybe we can make a pure race. And guess what? It'll look just like me, but it's scientific. Okay, God. Such fucking idiots. This idea, what I really hate is this idea, oh, kumbaya, I'm realistic. Go kill yourself. If that's what realism is, kill yourself. Because I'll tell you what's realistic. The idea that without international order that is effective, there will be something that makes Hiroshima and Nagasaki in World War II pale in comparison. That is obviously true. May not happen today, may not happen tomorrow, but it will happen.
What do you think about...
Because there are individuals, like I would say right now, those fucking psycho Israelis that I saw talking there, right? Those type of people, and there's a lot of them over there right now, who will openly say, we got to get rid of the Palestinians. So they'll go for murder. They will just say, we need to murder. Okay, there is nothing that will stop them from initiating nuclear war. They're crazy.
True.
They're absolutely crazy. They're unchecked. They have nuclear weapons, and we gave them to them, and we're kind of like keeping them going. It's fucking nuts. The idea that like, oh, this is based. What are you talking about? Do you even care about your own life or the lives of your children or the human race? There are people who don't, and they should be seen as the worst people on earth, who have rejected God, rejected their Savior, rejected everything good, rejected international law, and we should stop them. That is the problem. Or let them immolate themselves.
Well, I mean, look at someone like Lalo. I mean, deeply closeted, gay.
Yeah, you'd fit right in Tel Aviv. They'd love it. Tel Aviv. Hey, BB, and then butt sex, right? That's what Tel Aviv is. It's crazy. Yeah. I don't like it.
Fake man.
But I'm conservative. Okay. Tell me that while you're getting butt fucked on the beach in Tel Aviv.
No, yeah. There he goes. Wait, Dad, did you... Oh, okay, wait, hold on. Woof, hello? Dude, Ruska, you are like this has been going on for 4.5 hours, buddy. This is insane. How many times can you click a StreamYard link? I can't do it anymore, dude. I'm banning you from the studio. Just get over it. Like, you can't do it again. Lalo is a product of watching the Daily Wire. Did you guys hear, by the way, just like on a totally separate point? The Daily Wire has restarted the Candace Owens podcast channel. And they have a new plan for that channel, which is to have one of their interns, who is a white girl, take over her old channel and do a parody coverage of each of Candace Owens' new episodes on her real YouTube channel. That's the scoop. So she's gonna have to be good. They should have hired me for A-logging. If another country is replacing leaders to leverage against your country so they can place missiles within a few hundred miles of your capital, then it is only
Grace,
logical...
I think this is Vladimir Putin. No wonder he's so generous. Vlad! Thank you.
Oh,
it's true.
This
is true.
It's only logical to counter and reciprocate. That is the whole point. The U.S. does it so the other side escalates to match. The U.S. replaces leaders to leverage against whose country, so who can place missiles within a few hundred miles of your capital? The U.S. can place missiles?
Ukraine, Russia, Grace.
Oh, I was thinking Venezuela. Okay. So U.S. is replacing leaders in Ukraine to leverage against Russia so they can place missiles within a few hundred miles of Russia's capital. Then it is only logical to counter and reciprocate. That is the whole point. The U.S. does it Yes, correct. Wasn't it like a red line or something they crossed? They started it. We are aggressive. Yeah. I mean, it clicked once he said the words.
You know what's funny about this? It's like this just copery. Okay, the UN has plenty of power. Did you see how the Israelis were running around, tearing up things and trying to like send their lawyers in there, right?
Yeah.
It does have power.
It does have
Okay,
power.
but it may be mostly rhetorical power. But you know who, if who participated in it would have a ton more power? The United States of America.
Yeah.
So we are opposed to our own project. It's crazy.
It is crazy.
We proposed. We said we'll have it
effective.
here in New York.
Yeah.
And it's like you could see. I wouldn't be surprised if Trump bombed the UN. Bibi wants him to do it.
Yep.
He'll bomb the UN and go, we defeated the enemy ourselves.
It's true. Yeah. Extreme. Thank you for the gifted sub, buddy. Thank you for the gifted sub. Really quick, let's check back in on
That's
the
why
cheese.
I'm saying the nuclear suppository idea is a good one, because blowing up the UN in New York City is basically the equivalent of Lalo putting a nuclear anal suppository in and blowing it up. Same thing.
What did you say? You said like it'll be the best anal orgasm ever, and you'll die at the same time, which is what you really want anyways. By the way, guys, the shoes are at $136. Miraculously, that's incredible. We got 45 bids and 43 hours left, so that's crazy. Bargain. What retards are bidding on the shoes? It's an intense bidding war. Between Mocklock and Ed Gago. They've been going at it for hours, man. It's literally just a bidding war. Oh, Gustavo comes in here. Do you guys even know? Do you people even know what these shoes are from? Do you even remember? Let me see. Hooplandia. Let me see if Mark Fusion has any. Hooplandia was an event that I went to in Springfield, Massachusetts. It's like a pop-up basketball tournament. Let me see. Mark Fusion was a huge supporter of the Hoop. He loved the Hooplandia segment. Let me see. Mark Fusion. Let me see if I can find it. Hoop. No, nothing. Fuck. Ah, man. I could have sworn he went over it at some point. Wait, let me see if I have it on my channel. Hold on, let me go to my studio. Live. Hooplandia. Looking for a boyfriend at Hooplandia. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. See, this is the problem. It's 19 hours and 47 minutes long. This is when there was the no contact order. Yeah, the no contact order. But if I click on the link, it says this live stream recording is not available. Shit. Can I download it? No, I can't. I don't know.
Well, Grace, you know, there's another way to tell a story other than by playing a video. It's called using your gift of speech.
That's true. Well, what happened was we got these shoes because I wore these shoes to Hooplandia, which was a basketball tournament.
Basically a 3-on-3 tournament.
Showcase, yeah. in Springfield, Massachusetts. And it was a very, very hot summer day.
Was near where I was staying. So I scoped it out.
Yes, right.
And without breaking the no contact order, was able to get that information to you.
Yes.
Though I was wrong that it would be a good... Well, I mean, it was kind of Kino in a bizarre way.
We were able to use social media at that point. So you and I had a co-stream, and you were talking to me through my meta glasses. And
that's when I was staying at the... what was that place? Quality Inn, I think it was.
It was it was one of those, yeah.
It's a great time in my life.
Black
good
guy.
People. Yeah, really good people.
Yeah.
Anyways, those are my homies. So
I went to this event in the RV.
You went to the event after it had ended. Basically.
Accidentally, yes. Right.
And
so it was like blazing hot sun. I was there all by myself. Yeah. I remember in the live stream, you were in my ear and you were like telling me what to do, but also flirting with people in chat. And you kept telling me that I was talking too loud, even though I could barely hear you because it was like, you know, I was in these basketball halls and they had music and stuff.
And there was this table of this woman who was getting ready to leave, but she had airbrush. She had some kind of weird business where she airbrushes merch or something for like $50. And you're like, I don't know if I want to pay $50.
Yeah.
But she actually was doing it for free, but you didn't pick up on that. And then we're like, okay, what do you want? She's like, what do you want me to airbrush? And we're like, okay, the eggplants. Right. Because that was John's only piece of evidence that I had like raped you or whatever.
That's true.
Is that he had seen an eggplant emoji on your phone from you to me.
Yes.
You had sent me an eggplant emoji that he had felt the need to go through your phone to find. And that's correct. Is the only thing that's ever been, and I never saw it. He never showed it to us, but I said I don't doubt it. So it became this kind of crazy.
The eggplant became Thorpe lore. And so it's like, oh, what do I get on shoes? An eggplant, because whatever.
She did a pretty good job.
Yeah, Mackenzie, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships.
Thank you, Mackenzie.
Very generous. Thank you very much, sweetheart. Thank you.
Yeah, you have the girth eggplant and the length eggplant.
That's true. Whichever fits your...
Who of all of our orbiters, who would you say is on the left?
Paul
Enslaved.
Actually, yeah. No, definitely.
And who's on the right? Talcott?
Jeremy.
The curve?
That's actually, it's not curved enough. Talcott? I feel like Talcott's is longer. Who's on the right? I don't know. Is it small? Are they small? I can't tell.
Those would both be, I think, girthy if they were erect penises.
It's true.
But
Listen. Can we would there be any way that we could wrap up our struggle session from earlier by just sort of clarifying what happened there?
Yeah.
Because I walked into my dad's room and I described it to him very briefly as like, if you're a guy on a porn set and you can't get a boner, the girl that you're trying to have sex with for the scene might be like, oh, so you don't think I'm pretty? And he might say, no, I think you're pretty. I'm just getting performance anxiety, so I can't get a boner. But it's not, it doesn't have anything to do with
I get it. But what I think it is the psyop, and who's the girl and who's the guy here? You?
You're the girl, I'm the guy.
You're the guy. Okay. So, yeah, I guess you'd use that analogy. But what I'm saying is, you say, I feel a lot of pressure. That causes you to get legitimately, you're not thinking much. I've been in this situation. It's a weird thing. I remember when I was younger, I kind of like when I was in high school, I hit puberty late, so like I kind of wasn't part of the group that were like sexually right. But then all of a sudden I hit puberty, I got really good looking quick. And then I kind of was like transitioning into that group. And then I actually had a Napoleon, what's the guy's name? Napoleon Dynamite thing where I like danced to like Michael Jackson and everyone, like I cleared the floor and I did this like, it was cool. It really was exactly like that. And they're like, you know what I mean? Not that I was like Napoleon Dynamite, like level of dork, but like I wasn't one of the cool kids. But then, anyways, so what I'm saying though, I remember going to that table and like being with the cool kids, but I was super nervous. So because I wasn't calm, I was like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that happens.
Yeah.
When you get nervous, you fuck up.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So I understand that you're saying like I was psychologically under so much pressure that I was looking, and you're wrong if you watch that. I was watching what you were saying. You're saying like, oh, I was paying tons of attention. Your eyes were going like this as I was talking.
They were.
So
That's
that
true.
you were watching the chat, which is like I understand that there's that issue of, well, as a co-host, should I watch the chat or pay attention to you or whatever? Okay, but that's not the issue here. You were just like feeling like I got to break the tension.
Yeah.
So when you did look and you smiled, you I think were like relieved.
Yeah.
In a dysfunctional way.
Right.
Okay, so that's
like, okay,
dysfunctional.
Yeah, I'm just admitting that I'm failing rather than trying to like.
Okay, but you could have texted me. I'm feeling very like I've known you your entire life. Like,
yeah,
I'm not someone to be afraid of, but this thing came from your mother. This like, let's help dad by acting fucking crazy when he's doing something.
Yeah.
Right. And that's actually a form of sabotage. And I get that you didn't know what you were doing, but like you've seen your siblings do it over and over again. They'll just fuck everything up.
Yeah.
To troll me, and it's like in your DNA.
Mm-hmm. I absolutely have seen that, and
we can get over this. But like, I get it. Then it seems real that you can't pay attention, and you're going like, I don't know how. If you say something, I don't know what I'm supposed to say. It's like, nigga, what are you talking about?
It doesn't really make any sense.
Be natural.
Yeah.
And but then you feel like, oh, everyone's watching me. I'm fucking up. They know I'm fucking up. It's getting worse and worse. And so you blow it up.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
In this way that is like obviously crazy, but whatever. Yeah. But then you double down on it when I go, okay, Grace, this is what you're doing. And you just get crazier and crazier. And like, okay, so like, but then with Lalo, you were very clear thinking about the issue. You knew kind of what was going on. You knew he was acting like a butt fuck, even though he has a lot of information. You knew that he was saying things that don't make any really sense. Yeah. And that it's really not that complicated. It's just saying, and I do agree with him to some degree. If you throw international law out, like this kind of thing, maybe not the worst. Mm. But the question is, why are we throwing international law out? Does that make sense? And the answer is obviously no.
Well, and he just says, well, they're going to throw it out anyway,
because you can't just go, well, you can't just go, okay, well, we'll throw it out and then somehow we'll try again. It's not possible.
Right. Yeah.
Like after World War III, we'll try again? No, we've got to do it now.
No, yeah. So, that's why I thought Jeffrey made a good argument. It's like, it's going to be nuclear.
Maduro should go back to Venezuela. We should leave. And we should say, we're going to play by the rules now and fuck the Israelis. Fuck you.
Yeah, we should.
But they are the ones who destroyed this. They literally went before the UN with a shredder and shredded the UN charter. It's not any. Nice. You can't get any clearer, like what their attitude is.
But Lalo's point, if you had made that to him, would be, well, they're not going to do that. So that's his point. That's not a point. That's just saying,
I say, keep going with it and get the nuclear suppository. Like, lead us to the inevitable future that you've promised us. Nuking yourself, basically. It's a death wish. Okay, and I mean, who knows? God does amazing things, but like, right, like this looks like the biggest country in the world, the spearhead of the entire international law impetus, has just ripped it all up with no plan for anything else.
Oh my God, can I say, that is so annoying to me, because it's like, Americans are like, well, nobody listens to international law. Yeah, we don't. We've like ruined it.
Right, that's Mr. Remember Mr. Deadman? He's like, you got to be careful of people out here. Then 2 weeks later, you're a fucking right. He's doing the whole thing. There are a lot of assholes out here. Okay, you are the asshole. So your mother did too.
Yeah.
And I think they should all go the way. Like, I think we should all say, like, I think you have a death wish. Like, make a case for yourself or get out of here, because we can't afford this nonsense anymore. Because Lalo is homosexual and can't figure out that he's gay and just go suck a dick. He has to do this thing of, I'm going to blow up the world. Okay, no, suck a dick, or I'll suck one for you. Or I'll shove a nuclear one up your ass.
Yeah, exactly. I really do think closeted homosexuality is like a serious reason why this stuff is going on, because real men don't want war, don't want bloodshed, don't want invasions, don't think it's awesome and cool that we have military. It's like, just go
suck a dick instead of sitting there watching missile videos and going, I'm hetero, and just sitting there getting a hard on looking at a big missile and wondering what it would feel like up your ass. Find out. I think I should start a service. Anal missile suppository fantasy camp. Sign up. Lindsey Graham, first guy. Ride it.
It's seriously what these people are doing, though. It seems ludicrous to say, but like that's seriously the level of maturity we're at with these like even Michael Knowles, Matt Walsh, Nick Fuentes, Lalo, Trump, Lindsey Graham.
Well,
they're just jerking off to military
There's a scene
stuff
from Stanley Kubrick, something, How I Learned to Love the Bomb.
Yeah.
You could probably find it, where he's like, this guy's like, yeehaw! And he's on a missile, and he rides it as it drops out of the bomber. Like, that's essentially what's going on here. It's been going on since the 60s. It's crazy.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm finding it. I got it right here. Is it this? Kong rides the bomb?
What about Major Kong?
Yeah. Do it.
Yeah. That's...
I mean, that's like that is like the essence of this insane form of masculinity.
Yeah.
Andrew, you should put Andrew Wilson's face on that. Same
Absolutely.
thing.
Absolutely.
Same thing. Lalo, Fuentes, Trump, Rubio, Graham,
yep.
BB, all of them.
But seriously, like I'm saying, the gay mentality is what's funding it. It is a significant portion of what is pushing these people to do this stuff. Because
we have to restore real masculinity, which does not mean this kind of Yahoo craziness.
Yeah, right.
Or put these guys all on the front lines.
Yeah, exactly. It's ludicrous.
But generally, veterans are not into this. People who've been to war. I've never met someone who's ever experienced violence who thinks this is great. It's all a bunch of keyword F slurs.
Yeah, yeah.
And I really do think the LGBT community could do us a lot of good by going like, I think you just want to suck a dick. It's okay. Suck a dick.
In a military outfit or whatever.
And whatever, yeah, you could play your Hitler music or whatever, wear your what was that Hugo Boss uniform, whatever. We'll be happy to fund it. You can have your own state where you do this, but don't be involved in politics.
Yeah. I just don't think heterosexual
Nick
guys
Fuentes
would care about this kind of bullshit.
We'll start it's a new Zionism. It's Fuentes land. You can have, I don't know, Long Island. All you F-slurs can go there and just butt fuck each other and tell yourselves that you're connecting with masculinity. Shove various things up each other's asses in each other's mouths and go like, I love it. Great. No one's going to come. No AIDS, anything. We don't care. Just do it. But
let the men
get the fuck out of here. And the actual F-slurs, I think, like Glenn Greenwald, fine, be president. I don't care that you suck dick. You're at least, like, because you aren't trying so hard, right? You know what I mean? Like, honestly, you just should say, like, Glenn Greenwald being dragged around in a maid outfit is 10 times the man of Lindsey Graham sitting there with...
That's true. That is true. Yeah, no, it's true. What was the Glenn Greenwald? What was his video where he was like, they're just like, he basically said they were jerking off to the military stuff. I forget. I don't know which one it was.
Oh yeah, where he said,
was it this one
his
about
Her Royal Majesty,
Lindsay?
Gay men can really help us. I think Milo started it with Tucker Carlson, right? Saying like, this MAGA movement is just loaded with homos.
Yeah.
Greenwald gets it. Like,
yep.
It's a real problem.
Yep.
Repressed homosexuality is like a huge problem.
It's seriously
in the American electorate.
Milo's saying that the F-sluritization.
And I would
right.
I would even say, you know what? You know who shouldn't be able to vote for a while? Men, until they stop this, because women don't have this problem.
That's true. Women are
They're
not
bitches.
closeted gays.
Women are horrendous, evil, rotten people, but like they don't have this particular problem that they try to experience masculinity vicariously through the Delta Force. And if I was a Delta Force guy, I would first come on and go, enough with the gay shit, okay?
Right.
Like, it's just a fucking job.
Right.
Stop jerking off,
Our
thinking
boys.
about me.
Our boys.
All right, I'm just a person. I have a job. It's a dangerous job. Stop jerking off, thinking about me, and wanting to jerk off again by putting me in more dangerous situations. I don't want to do this. Diplomacy is the way to go. I'll do it if I have to, but stop with the gay shit.
It's super gay. It's super gay. It's like obsessing about some random.
Just go create a
butchers or
Disneyland
something.
filled with Delta assless chap wearing Delta Force guys. Okay, do it. Invade. Ejaculate bukkake all over the presidential palace. Whatever. Just stay out of the halls of power, and that goes for Lalo. I'm doubling down on destroying his career in politics. You sent the email to his group. Now send it to the actual group.
Yeah,
exactly.
I will. Yeah.
Prance around somewhere doing this.
This is what they want. This is what they want. It's honestly like they get off on this.
Right. Andrew wants to get fucked in the ass like and oink and squeal and go, Force doctrine, I knew it. I don't have rights. And Rob Knorr too. Rob Knorr can be his bottom. And they can have an endless chain of Crucible crew bottoms all taking it up the ass and going, you're right about the Force doctrine. Oh.
Fuck yourselves, F-slurs, to get the pain out and leave us alone.
Exactly.
Well, men are very strong, and they can be strong for good or strong for bad. The masculine gone bad is so destructive. It is like.
Well, the National Socialists were just a bunch of homos.
Yeah.
I mean,
right.
The best of them were just obvious homos. Goring is a homo. But like he's. Lindsey Graham? What a fucking... I don't know.
But homos don't care. They just, from a fact of being gay, they don't really care about women or children because they're never going to be able to experience that.
They have a death wish, obviously. Putting a man's dick up your ass is not fixing a problem. But like, at least you're just killing yourself. That's what Paul said. St. Paul said that. He said their punishment is basically, he said like the punishment for gay sex is gay sex, which I'm not quoting the New Testament, but like he's saying like they experience it. So I mean, you want to know what American foreign policy feels like, Lalo? Then lube up your asshole. And if it makes sense to you, which it will, you'll go, yup, that makes sense. Okay. Now we can relax. Okay. So we're not voting. Vote post nut. Okay.
Yeah.
Not pre nut.
Take
a big dick up your ass, and then you'll resolve your problem. You have no interest in politics whatsoever.
We're making it a joke.
Facade for your homosexual.
It is a facade. It is a facade. It is a facade for these people for their homosexuality. It is. They're legit because they're fake men, right? So like ludicrous masculine activity they think is real masculine activity. So they're like rah rah rah.
Yeah. I've been in somewhat violent situations. I always de-escalate, and I've never regretted it. It almost always works.
Yeah.
You de-escalate. It's always better for everyone.
Yes, right.
I can think of situations where it's not, but like they're very rare.
But if
being like, hey, is rarely a good idea.
If you have to lock in and like defend yourself, okay, that's fine. But like being aggressive and machismo.
When remember your brother was beating me on the head, I was like, look, I surrender. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I'm not. Yeah. It doesn't make any sense. Like you're literally damning yourself to hell by hitting me on the head. Like, and it doesn't hurt me that much, but like, stop.
Yeah, right.
You're going to, like you're writing yourself like a first class ticket to hell. Yeah. Without a doubt. Yeah. Your own father, like
it's crazy. Yeah, no.
Okay,
just
stop, bro.
Yeah, right.
And by the way, like, whatever, but
wait, are we come back up? Are we ending stream or do you want to keep going? You can just say yes or no. I'm just wondering, do you want to keep going or do you want me to wrap up?
Why don't we close by reading the Pope's, maybe some of the Pope's New Year's Day, which is like Our Lady Mother of Peace, because he addresses this kumbaya thing.
Okay.
The Pope is not kumbaya. You know what I mean? It's this idea that international law is kumbaya, but national law is, yeah, of course. State law, of course. Town law, of course. Family structure, of course. Everyone agrees. They don't go kumbaya.
Yep.
I can discipline my kids. It's like, of course. But international, it's like, oh.
As if
gay?
But that's so stupid. As if the entire world isn't in some ways one big family. We are. Sorry. It's not impossible that we could work together.
It's not kumbaya. It's just work, right? And making some sacrifices because we care about the future. We care about our children. And when you don't have children like Lalo, you can go, yeah, I wouldn't mind dying in a giant conflagration of nuclear terror.
Yep.
I agree, you won't. But do it yourself if that's what you want.
Yeah.
Leave voting to those of us who do care about the future and don't think it's baller to kill ourselves violently because whatever. Nick Fuentes told me to, so I could be less gay or some whatever it is.
All right. You gonna dip down for a sec? All right. This is the Pope Leo Angelus prayer from the Vatican. I think this is the right clip.
No, we had an address. It's like it's every year. It's called the Orbi et Urbi or something like that.
Is it like on YouTube or is it written?
I mean, you could probably find a clip of someone reading it.
Oh, okay. Let me see here.
We're addressed to the world or something like that. World peace, something like that.
Okay. Okay, let's see here. Full text. Okay, hold on a second. All right. Full text, Pope Leo the 14th. Angelus.
Or as your mother would say, Pope Leo Xiv.
Pope Leo Exhib. She really would, guys. I forgot. My dad told me that one time. Who was it? Pope Benedict something. She would read it. Anyways, Pope Leo Exhib. Okay. Dear brothers and sisters, Happy New Year! While the rhythm of passing months repeats itself, the Lord invites us to renew our times by finally ushering in an era of peace and friendship among all peoples. Without this desire for the good, there would be no point in turning the pages of the calendar and filling our diaries. The Jubilee, which is about to end, has taught us how to cultivate hope for a new world. We do this by converting our hearts to God, so as to transform wrongs into forgiveness, pain into consolation, and resolutions of virtue into good works. In this way, God himself dwells in history and saves it from oblivion, giving the world our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. He is the only begotten Son who becomes our brother, illuminating the consciences of people of goodwill, so that we can build the future as a welcoming home for every man and woman who comes into the world. I'm sorry, guys. I sound so snotty right now. It's genuinely gross. Oh, sorry. In this regard, the feast of Christmas today directs our gaze towards Mary, who was the first to experience Christ's beating heart. In the silence of her virginal womb, the Word of Life presents himself as a heartbeat of grace. God, the good Creator, has always known Mary's heart and our hearts. By becoming man, he makes his heart known to us. The heart of Jesus, therefore, beats for every man and woman, for those who are ready to welcome him, like the shepherds, and for those who do not want him, like Herod. His heart is not indifferent to those who have no heart for their neighbor. It beats for the righteous so that they may persevere in their dedication, as well as for the unrighteous so that they may change their lives and find peace. The Savior comes into the world by being born of a woman. Let us pause to adore this event, which shines forth in Mary Most Holy and is reflected in every unborn child, revealing the divine image imprinted in our humanity. On this World Day, let us all pray together for peace, first among nations bloodied by conflict and suffering, but also within our homes, in families wounded by violence or pain. Certain that Christ, our hope, is the sun of justice that never sets, let us confidently implore the intercession of Mary, Mother of God, and Mother of the Church. What is this after? Okay, after the Angelus. Angelus? Dear brothers and sisters, I warmly greet all of you gathered in St. Peter's Square on this first day of the year, and I offer good wishes of peace. With deep gratitude, I reciprocate the greetings of the President of the Italian Republic, Sergio Mattarella. Since the 1st of January 1968, at the request of Pope St. Paul VI, today the World Day of Peace is celebrated. In my message, I want to repeat the wish that the Lord suggested to me when calling me to this service. Peace be with you all. A peace that is unarmed and disarming, which comes from God, a gift of his unconditional love, and is entrusted to our responsibility. Okay, it's this little part. Dear friends, with the grace of Christ, let us begin today to build a year of peace, disarming our hearts and refraining from all violence. Okay, I don't know. This is just like specific stuff. Am I a bad Catholic if I say like that was kind of like just like a run-of-the-mill speech? Dad, can you rejoin?
It's not everything's about you. Go up a little. There was message. You have to click on message. There. That's the one.
Oh.
So go down. Okay. Go down. Okay, here. Okay. When we treat peace as a distant ideal, this is the kumbaya thing.
Oh, okay. When we treat peace as a distant ideal, we cease to be scandalized when it is denied, or even when war is waged in its name. We seem to lack those right ideas, the well-considered words, and the ability to say that peace is near. When peace is not a reality that is lived, cultivated, and protected, then aggression spreads into domestic and public life. In the relations between citizens and rulers, it could even be considered a fault not to be sufficiently prepared for war, not to react to attacks, and not to return violence for violence. Far beyond the principle of legitimate defense, such confrontational logic now dominates global politics, deepening instability and unpredictability day by day. It is no coincidence that repeated calls to increase military spending and the choices that follow are presented by many government leaders as a justified response to external threats. The idea of the deterrent power of military might, especially nuclear deterrence, is based on the irrationality of relations between nations, built not on law, justice, and trust, but on fear and domination by force. Consequently, as St. John the 23rd had already written in his day, people are living in the grip of constant fear. They are afraid that at any moment the impending storm may break upon them with horrific violence. And they have good reasons for their fear, for there is certainly no lack of such weapons. While it is difficult to believe that anyone would dare to assume responsibility for initiating the appalling slaughter and destruction that war would bring in its wake, there is no denying that the conflagration could be started by some chance and unforeseen circumstance.
Oh, anyways, yeah. So, I mean, we watched a documentary about the Falkland Islands.
Yeah.
Which is a really stupid war. Right? Because, these islands are a shithole of all shitholes. There's 1,500 people who live there.
It's bleak,
it
cold,
sucks.
Windy.
It's not of any strategic importance. And obviously Argentina has, anyone could see on a map, how you'd get how they'd say, these should be ours. And yet you've got all these people who've lived there now for a long time who are all British. And that's it, they're British.
Yeah.
Okay. Can't we work something? And they go, well, they're worlds apart. It's really?
Right.
You can't work something out together.
Right.
You can't figure out how these two shithole islands can in Argentina and the UK can't come up with something that, some kind of agreement that meets in the middle. You had to go to war because you thought it would be cool and they thought it would be cool. And 1,000 guys died for no reason. I mean, other than that, the Falkland Islands. And now they spend $80 million a year, Britain, defending against Argentinian aggression. It's I don't know. We're Christians. Argentines are Christians. The UK are Christians. Why can't we sit down and just come up with something so you can take the planes out? You can take the 80 million out.
Right.
Fuck the plane makers. Fuck the bomb makers. Fuck all of that stuff. It's totally unnecessary. Give it to Argentina and lease it back. Whatever. No one cares.
It's actually retarded to say that anyone needs to die or have violent conflict over such a stupid issue.
No one from Argentina wants to move to that fucking shithole. And I get you've got these crazy, like, people who live there that kind of love it. Okay, and it's cool. You're in an island, whatever.
Sure.
Can't you figure it out? Like
Right.
the adults can't figure it out. How do we, if this is like the best we can do without kumbaya, how do we go and break up like a fight in a playground?
Right.
How are we, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And obviously the whole thing in Israel with the Palestinians is simple. We all know what the answer is. Everyone from the river to the sea should have equal rights. This is one sentence.
Yep.
That's the answer. How exactly you're going to do that with the parliament or whatever, I don't know. How are you going to do the right to return? I don't know. And it is the Israelis who are crazy, and we should fucking put a noose around their neck and keep tightening it until they go, Uncle, let's do it. Right? That's what we did with South Africa.
Yep.
It's not perfect, but there was no other way to do it. You can't do these things. It's the Brits' fault for starting this shit.
Yep.
We can try to like get the Israelis out of it, but like if they want the rivers to run with blood because they think God's got their back, be my fucking guest. But I don't want to pay for it or be involved in it.
Absolutely. Right.
And there are measures that can be taken. Yeah. Why didn't Netanyahu get arrested when he was here? You want to do something neat and funny? Arrest Netanyahu.
No, that would be awesome. But they won't do it because they got paid.
Well, we didn't sign on to the ICJ, but like whatever. Take him for a ride to a country that has said we're going to arrest him.
Take him to France.
Yeah. And arrest him and take him to The Hague. And let the IDF cry like the bitches they are. I don't fucking get that would have been an interesting, fun thing to do. And not kill anybody, but just go, it's enough.
Yeah.
It's enough. The goy have had enough of the nonsense.
Yeah.
And then they can have their fucking commandos come and whatever. And at least then we'll know what's up. All right? You don't respect anything?
They would
well, you better.
Back. Yeah.
Because the goy are too big for you to keep doing this. You have to stop. You have to stop.
It would actually be helpful to the Jewish population.
Hands up, it's over. No one is ever going to, with enough brutality, forget the brutality. This is stupid.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Ben Grace, the lawyer that was prosecuting Netanyahu, was just found dead today.
Right.
Sure, it's coincidence.
Right. But we have to defeat the terrorists.
Yeah, those damn terrorists. Enjoy the list, Ben, because you just got put on it.
I don't care. I don't care about my life. It's easy for and these these Jews. They said, okay, when people are willing to die for something, you can't defeat. They're like, that's a whole other ballgame. That's right.
Yep.
And if we stop caring about living and just say like, I don't actually care.
That's absolutely.
What are you going to do about it? That's how Christians defeated the Roman Empire, and we can defeat the Jewish Empire as well. Same way.
Yeah.
But the Muslims are actually doing it. So who's the real Christian? Oh, but you don't believe exactly what I believe. Well, who's living it out? That's what matters. That's what Jesus said. When I come back, I'm going to ask like who was doing right, not so much who was right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who was caring for his brother?
The religious Jew in that interview, he was talking about discussing things with a secular Jew.
Neither of them are Jews. They're both anti-Jews. That's a whole other issue. But
well, whatever. The colloquial whatever of Jews.
They're Zionists. They're not Jews.
Zionists, yeah.
Zionists
but I mean,
are not Jews.
Yeah, what I mean is like they spoke Hebrew or whatever, but like, yeah, okay. So he's talking about the Muslims,
Jews are
the
wonderful,
secular.
beautiful people. Those people are not Jews.
Well, what would you call them? Israelis.
Zionists.
Israelis.
Zionist
Zionist
maniacs.
Zionist Israelis. Yeah.
Ziono-fascists.
Yeah. Ziono-fascists. Okay. Anyways, there was just he was talking about how an atheist.
Really important to say that it's nothing to do with Judaism. They'll use
true.
that term Jewish, but like it makes about as much sense as calling Elon Musk a Catholic. It's like,
yeah, that's true. It doesn't make
it's a
sense to call
religion.
them Jewish. It's a religion, yeah, not a nationality, and it's not what they are. They don't believe in that religion anyway.
They hate it.
Yeah.
They hate Judaism because do you know what Judaism actually teaches?
I
Actual
think it teaches...
Jews. Do you know what it teaches Jews? It teaches Jews that until the Messiah comes, we should obey and be respectful and grateful to those nations which host us. Period.
Yeah.
Respect and obey their laws and live in harmony and peace with those. That's what it says explicitly.
Yeah. And it also says that like major historical events against the Jews is God punishing them. No?
Yeah, it doesn't
Punishing
really
them.
explain, but it's saying we're waiting for the Messiah. Okay, and until then, live in peace and harmony, in subjugation, no revolts, none of that shit. No subversions, no little, let's see if I can get into her pants. Fuck you. It's not Judaism. Not, hey, like, I'm actually a tough guy. No, you're not. You never have been. You never will be. And and neither will we. Our strength came from Jesus Christ and from love. And so, like, it worked. Kumbaya. You want to say Kumbaya Christendom?
Yeah, right.
Kumbaya built Europe. Everything precious to us was Kumbaya.
Yeah.
Nations putting down the sword and working together to create the most beautiful civilization ever known to man. That sure was not a utopia, but looks a lot better than what came after we decided to pick the swords back up and go, hey, fuck the church. I'm a fucking German. Fuck you, you fucking losers. All of you. And if the white man can't get over that, may he rot in hell. May he be cast in the dustbin of history. I want my people mating with the winners, the people who haven't done that. And if there's white people who aren't going to do that, I haven't found many of them. Fuck them. They're not my people. I do not identify as white. That's why I identify as a black man, a black Catholic. I do. I this whole white
I
thing,
know.
Give me a break. Loserville.
Yeah. Super Loserville. I could believe
Bring on
that
the Africans. Bring on the Mexicans. Other than Lalo, who I would like to take and put on trial as an Hispanic by the Mexicans and have him be seen as a traitor to his people and relegated to being sodomized in some narco fucking hell for the rest of his life until he stops. And he'll love it. He'll love it. Deport Lalo. Before I nuke him up his asshole. The narco gangs, they'll give you what you want, Lalo.
I know. I just wanted to say I genuinely believe that closeted homosexuality could end the white race, like the European race. I believe it. Like, okay, whatever, fine. We lost track of
The
stuff.
thing is,
and now
when
there's too many of them.
have it and then you turn away from it, you are the worst.
Yeah.
And what's worse than the Zionists? Like the Karens, you know what I mean? It's all the same. It's not really the
Cruz.
Jews anymore, although they're like ahead of us. But like, they're, you know what I mean? It's all bad. The British should say we're sorry for breaking away. The King of England should crawl on his knees across Europe to the Pope, who would be happy to welcome him back. Okay, you guys fucked up. And you found out. And it's time to start finding out what love looks like, what communion looks like, you know? And us too. Trump, same thing.
Yeah.
This BB's got it going on. What kind of a loser? I mean, my God. To suck the dick of BB. Even Israelis don't like him.
No, yeah.
So pathetic.
It really is.
Lindsey Graham. Oh. I can't do it, Chris. All right. That's it for me. Bye.
All right. Bye. Well, guys, thank you for watching. Lastly, I'd just like to shout out the Hooplandia shoes have magically made it to $141, which is hilarious. Limited edition Thorpe merch. We have 46 bids. They're neck and neck. Maclock and Gugu Gustavo. So, anyways, don't forget to bid. Get your hands on. That can't be real? Dude, there's 46 bids. 46 bids with, you know, different usernames. So I don't know how to explain it, but it's pretty wild. Still got a day and 16 hours. So, I don't know how to explain it, but it's... You actually did a bid? Oh, thank you, Arcade Pilot. They might stiff you? Yeah, people are saying that. Well, what's the idea? What's the idea? So one of them wins and then they just don't pay? But then I'll just relist them. Like what does that person get out of it if they're just not going to pay? What would they get out of it? Do they make money or something? But like why would anyone do that? Why, wouldn't their account just get, like, shut down or whatever because they bid for something that they couldn't pay for? Oh, it's just to dick with you? I don't know the bidders now. Oh my god. Do you think somebody's gonna go through the trouble of making an eBay account? I mean, maybe. Alright, thank you all for watching. I hope that the thing with my dad, like, I mean, it's pretty tame compared to some struggle sessions we've had. I am experiencing huge mucal issues, which I am really getting pissed off about because I can hear myself in the mic. It's disgusting. So I need to look into getting allergy steroids or something. Like, it's just not even close at this point. I can't live the rest of my life like this. But regardless of that, yeah, we just got to build up the confidence with these kind of streams, and we had a little struggle there. Managed to land the plane, I think, but they can't stiff you. They'll be banned from eBay, and oh, that's cool. Well, hopefully. You're both gay, and I have an ICBM in my ass. Let's go. All right, bye guys. See you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.